Good morning, everybody. Sir, I'd like to make a motion to reconvene our hearing.
From June 28th, from June 18th.
Do I hear a second?
Second,
Joan, roll call, please.
Mr. Mitchell,
yes.
Ms. Benali,
Yes.
Mr. Shaw,
Yes.
10:07.
Okay, we would like to do the Pledge of Allegiance and New Mexico pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Test. Ow. All right, for the board members and everybody in attendance, we're just continuing the hearing from the last time. If you are to be called as a witness, now is the time for you to leave the room, because we are doing the invoking the privilege about that with regards to being sequestered until you are called as a witness. Also, as you might notice, the board president, Mr. Mortensen, is not in attendance. I want to make sure everybody understands the three board members will be the only ones who will confer and make a decision with regards to this, even if it's continued or if the board's deliberations last longer than today. So he will not participate in any way with regards to the final decision of the board. Where we left off was we were still in the case in chief with Ms. Adams. You may continue at this point. If there's anything that we need to discuss before we start, same rules apply. Board will ask questions as they see fit. Ms. Adams.
Excuse me.
Do you have any objections to that, Ms. Barbrana?
I have no objections. Sorry, I think with regard to the union's opening, I think we would just reiterate the one from before. We haven't put on a case at all, so I don't think there's anything we need to refresh, but I'm happy to allow that.
Okay. Now, the way I will deal with this, just so that we understand it, if I take it you're not going to make an opening statement then?
I'll reserve it for before my case.
Okay. Also, I will allow, if you have objections during this, you can make them. But that's just way to deal with it, since I assume that there'll be some sort of summary of the evidence. So that could be a point of contention, but that's fine. Let's keep it short and keep it going. We are going to try with all due diligence, with all that we have in our spirit and our soul, to end today. And make this happen so that the board can get the case today. So with that in mind, Ms. Adams, you have the burden of proof. You could go first.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I usually don't need a microphone. I'm pretty loud. People tell me to quiet down. Okay. I'm going to just review some of the key evidence that's been presented to you so far, and I'll kind of go. If it's okay with you, may I turn this in the event that opposing counsel has an objection? I want to make sure that she has that opportunity. May it please the hearing officer to start? Okay, great. So just a reminder of what you've heard so far. The superintendent has recommended discharge of Mr. Masonjones, a teacher at Mayamura High School due to gross misconduct. And Ms. Montano, the assistant superintendent who oversees the HR department, testified that she became familiar with Mr. Masonjones in January of 2025 because she was involved with reviewing a letter of reprimand by the principal, Mr. Garrow, of Mr. Masonjones regarding Mr. Masonjones doing union work during the contract day, during instructional time. The principal was concerned about that. So Ms. Montano agreed that Mr. Masonjones, that based on what she learned, that he had done so, and he was issued a letter, Mr. Masonjones was issued a letter of reprimand. But even after the letter of reprimand, the district found that he continued to send out emails, and one of them went, it was a mishap, we think, went to the superintendent. So that was actually how it came to the district's attention again, was that the superintendent received the email. So as a result of concerns about what Mr. Masonjones was actually doing during the school day, Ms. Montano initiated an investigation with Mr. Darren Soland. Mr. Soland testified with you with respect to Exhibit 3, a summary of his report and details of his investigation, which included reviewing IT timing to see if the emails were actually sent out during the contract time, included interviewing Mr. Masonjones, including numerous students who were actually interviewed with Ms. Lynn in order to ensure that they were comfortable, and Ms. Montano actually was present for about 10 of the I believe it was 13 student interviews. So key concerns were that were really safety of students. The conclusion, Ms. Montano's conclusion, was that there was no oversight of the classroom. Every single student who was interviewed, the 10 anyway that Ms. Montano sat in on, said that he sits in a pink gaming chair with his feet on the desk on his phone during class time. If students asked for help, he told them to email the university professor. There was lots of ditching going on, going to the bathroom without passes, not coming back. Vaping was happening in the classroom by students, both THC and nicotine. The response from Mr. Masonjones often was, not in here, don't do that. One of the board members asked if there had been any referrals of students for behavior like ditching or vaping. Ms. Montano testified that she had reviewed all of the records, relevant records, and that not a single student had been referred for any reason whatsoever. Then the class at issue in this case is the dual credit class, and it's in part where students go to UNM twice a week. Mr. Masonjones would accompany them to review and understand the material that was being provided to them. And then for the 3 class periods back at the high school, Mr. Masonjones was to reiterate the lesson, make sure students were completing the classwork and homework. And then he, as Mr. McFarland, who's director of the dual credit programming, testified, he was supposed to extend the lesson. So he wasn't just supposed to make sure they finished their work, but it was supposed to be an extension. Mr. McFarland testified that it was what's really critical about the dual credit program is that you're trying to give students a taste of what college looks like, not particularly for the students who want to go to college, but also for the students who say they don't want to go, because you're trying to excite them and invite their attention and interest in moving forward with their education. You heard testimony that Mr. Masonjones said that he would there were students he didn't believe were appropriate for the class because they weren't interested in going to college, but that was the direct opposite of what the intention was, as Mr. McFarland explained to you. So notes from interviews with the students, this is from Exhibit 5. The students felt Mr. Masonjones did not care. He sits on his laptop or phone. He takes personal calls. He's gone during the class time. He's on social media. He'll laugh at different posts on TikTok. He laughs at those videos, and then he uses profanity in exclamation to the TikToks, like, something like just sort of a response. That there, as you heard, testimony that Mr. Masonjones instructed students that when Mr. Garrow or Ms. Arthur would come into the classroom for observation, that Mr. Masonjones told them that they needed to put their phones away, headphones down, and act like they're working. He would then get up to teach at the board, and once they left, they were, quote, good to go back to what they were doing, and they could be on their phones. Some students slept in class. A majority of the students reported all of this was happening. When students asked for help over email, they did not get a response from Mr. Masonjones, or he would direct them back to the college teacher. Mr. McFarland testified that this class is not designed to be a study hall. It's to give students college experience and give them skills to be successful. The reason why Mr. Masonjones was selected, it was the understanding of Ms. Montano that because he is on the health pathway, he is part of that health pathway, and this dual credit class is part of the health pathway, that he wanted to and was selected to teach this course. You heard that Ms. Montano explained that he wasn't put on a growth plan because growth plans are to improve teachers' skills in the classroom as far as delivery, providing strategies, and connecting with students. But what Mr. Masonjones was doing was not a lack of skill, because he does have skills. It's been observed that he can help students, and he has. It's that he chooses not to. And so that's not the purpose of a growth plan. So that's what Ms. Montano told you. Then you were told by various witnesses that Mr. Masonjones had been trained at the beginning of the year both on the expectations of attendance and as to what the dual credit course involved. Now, one issue in the case that you've heard is that there might have an accusation of retaliation against Mr. Jones for having submitted or filed a grievance, or with the union filing a grievance for having basically retaliation against him because he grieved over the letter of reprimand about sending out union-related emails during the school day. But as Ms. Montano explained to you, he filed the grievance for reprimand after he received it. So after the school began to notice, essentially, that he was not actually teaching in the classroom. At the level, Ms. Montano testified that at the level 2 part of the grievance, the district determined that they would just take the letter of reprimand out of the personnel file, but not because they didn't think it was appropriate, but just not to waste time. All right, I think I've covered most of this. Now, Mr. Solon did testify that it's his job to make credibility determinations during his investigation, that he thinks Mr. Masonjones is intelligent, but he willfully is choosing not to do his job. Moreover, he said that he was untruthful, that Mr. Masonjones was untruthful to Mr. Solon. He would say things like, I didn't get trained, I didn't send the emails out during contract time or instructional time, But then Mr. Solon went and investigated those and found evidence of training on the dual credit program, training as to attendance expectations, and then also that, in fact, the IT, department was able to identify when emails were specifically created, and they were being created and sent during instructional time. You heard that there were 60 complaints lodged to Sarah by students, lodged to Miss Sarah Montoya, the school counselor. And you heard that that just overall, Mr. Masonjones was essentially ignoring willfully ignoring student needs, was not enhancing instruction, and that in comparison to the other, remember there was another dual credit teacher at the other high school, and that those students were not struggling in the way that Mr. Masonjones dual credit students were. And that was testimony from Mr. McFarland. That's why Mr. McFarland was becoming concerned, because it wasn't across the board that the students were struggling with the college material, but that one teacher was supporting and another teacher apparently was not. And so that's where we are. We are now going to call Mr. Jonathan Gutierrez as a witness, unless my colleague has something to say.
No, thank you, I'll reserve.
Okay. Take the witness seat, the hot seat. Just kidding, not hot. This is all totally fine.
Before you sit down, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give before this Board of Education is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may be seated.
And I'm placing before the witness just a copy of that. All right. Mr. Gutierrez, thank you so much for giving us part of your summer break here. Would you please introduce yourself to the board and tell them what your role is in the district?
Okay. So my name is Jonathan Gutierrez. I'm the college and career counselor at Miami High School. My role is basically to provide information regarding college application, college resources, career resources, even dual credit, what else? Scholarship opportunities, FAFSA workshops, SAT waivers, ACT waivers, workshop regarding career workforce. The list goes on. Mostly a lot of stuff related to college and career. My goal basically is to kind of advocate for every student at Miami, so I don't cater to one particular area. So if kids who are not feeling college, I'll try to have one-on-one sessions with them to see what career fits them. So my classroom is constantly an evolving door of endless possibilities to achieve that goal. So when I do finish with a student, they know I'm there to advocate for whatever they are not able to communicate or speak or even know about. So it's a great opportunity to be in this position as a counselor. But yeah, that's basically my role.
Okay, thank you. That was very comprehensive. So how often are you working with students then?
From 8 o'clock to about 4:30 sometimes.
Okay.
Off the clock sometimes too.
Do you have a classroom, or can you explain, like, are you pulling kids from class, or how does that work?
Yeah, so this is up to my 4th year. I've been assigned to do, when I do have kids in my class, dual credit. I also do a dual credit session class through Eastern New Mexico for the media pathway. and that's during second period and seventh period, and they'll have them for an hour. So I do have dual credit kids as well. And then eighth period, which is on a Friday, I'll have employability, which is my internship kids. So I'm also overseeing internship. In between then, kids will come out with permission from their teachers to talk about scholarships, or if I had a college come in, they would have permission from the teacher. Hey, can I work on my application, or I have more questions, and then we'd work on it. Or if it's an arranged meeting, I'll have a one-on-one Zoom from the representative from the college that came in, so they have that opportunity to, in a one-on-one, not in a group setting. Maybe they feel more comfortable asking our question. Hey, I didn't understand what you said, or stuff like that. So to answer your question, the classrooms were basically for dual credit and eighth period, and they switched every semester.
I didn't realize that you were a dual credit teacher. So is it your understanding as a dual, well, okay, let me ask this.
Well, let me rephrase that. I'm the dual credit coordinator. So
Oh.
when dual credit applications come through, I'm the one that signs off on it. And for this year, for media, we had a lack of opportunity for our students to get a college credit. So the idea of going through Eastern for dual credit for media students was put on the table, and I took those kids in because we didn't have enough room for opportunity at Miami. When I say opportunity, internships were full, workshop through Mr. Hayes was full, and we had still a small handful of kids who were not going to capstone. So that was another part of my job, was to reach out to Eastern, or I shouldn't say just Eastern, but to the colleges, because for dual credit, the wall we hit is a GPA cap. And most of the kids that were left behind from the media pathway didn't reach that GPA cap, and I didn't think that was fair. So I had to do my research, and Eastern fit the bill of allowing those students to capstone through a dual credit course.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. Are you familiar with Mr. Masonjones?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And how do you know him?
He's a colleague. I've known him for 2 years.
2 years? Okay. 2 school years?
Yes.
Ending?
This year and then the year before.
Okay. So this year, 24, 25, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Can everyone hear Mr. Gutierrez well? I mean, you can hear him well. Okay, great. Did you have the opportunity to form an opinion about his effectiveness or skills as a teacher in your role working with kids?
Not an opinion, but more of a concern.
Oh, okay. Will you
Yeah.
explain to the board what that concern was?
Yeah, so 20,
Let's focus,
23, 2024.
let's focus on 24, 25.
24, 25, okay. So with all that was stated, what I was responsible for, Mr. Jones's classroom is literally across from my classroom. And I would have students come into my class stating that there is no engagement, there is no communication or hardly any communication. Can I come into your classroom, Mr. G, to do work, because we're not doing anything? And my response was always, did you let Mr. Masonjones know? Because that's not my place to, I guess, override another teacher's classroom. And they would just go back. A couple would get some permission to come in, and then that's when they'll work on scholarships or college stuff, right? But
I'm sorry, so during his class period,
yeah,
he would give permission to students to go to your classroom to work on college stuff?
yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And then it just became more frequent. More kids were asking, and I would just turn them down because I had to do my classroom. So at the same time, it would happen during my dual credit classes. So I had to monitor how many I would let in outside of that dual credit, so it won't impact my classroom. Because it was, like I said, the dual credit class I had was online. The kids would log onto a laptop, go to their Canvas, so I didn't want to interrupt that environment and get them distracted. So Some days it'll be a no, some days it'll be a couple, but it'll always end with, did you confirm with Mr. Jones that you were able to come into my classroom? And they would show me a slip.
Okay. All right. Now, you said that you had concerns, and I apologize, I didn't write the words down.
Yeah.
What, just, can you remind me what the words were? Because I just want you to give examples or explain what you're talking about.
There was an issue of just being, so from my end, it was advocating for the students, and a lot of the students were having concerns with getting feedback. There was no engagement. So without intentionally going in and investigating, that's not my job. But when I would run errands that was related to my job, which is like a 504 or retrieving a student for counseling or some type of appointment I had with that student, there would be multiple times I would cross by and I would see Mr. Jones with his feet on the desk on his phone. There was no engagement with the students and the lights off. And that was multiple times in a day.
I'm sorry, did you say the lights off?
Yeah, the lights off.
Okay.
And compared to my classroom where the lights were on, I thought that was kind of odd because, you know, you can't read in the dark. You can't engage with students in the dark. But I just left it, got my student, came back. But that didn't stop the students coming in and presenting to me because I felt they trusted me as a counselor too. That's the role of the counselor, is getting the trust of the students. They didn't feel advocated in that classroom. They just felt it was just a hangout and nothing was getting done. So eventually, like I said, the requests to come to my classroom did increase, and that was what I was concerned about. Was they're supposed to be in this classroom and they're seniors. So once again, as my role as a counselor side was to make sure our seniors are on track to graduate. So when I had a huge request of students trying to be in my class, that's when the concern was coming, because this is a dual credit. This is tied in with our capstone. And like I said, me going through my own media kids with a dual credit, I know what it takes to make sure to monitor those kids. And if they're not in the classroom, you know, what's going on.
Did you have ever any opportunity to talk with Mr. Masonjones or work with him to support students, or how,
Yeah,
any
there's-
engagement?
The only engagement we had was when I would mention to him, since it was a college, a dual credit class is related to college, like first year. I would let him know, hey, I have a college coming in. Do you want kids to come in? To sure. FAFSA workshops, yes. But outside that, no. I know it was mentioned that it would have been a great pair for me being across. A lot of the resources I had were right there. He would just have to just arrange it with me, but there was no arrangement there. Just like I said, the kids coming to request to be in my classroom.
Okay, and then finally, I'm just about done here. Did you ever, what steps did you take at any time to support those students who were saying that they weren't getting the engagement? I mean, were they asking for help, or
Yeah.
just what was?
So what I did on my end was, like I said, without distracting my class, because it was during my classroom with the dual credit, was basic same approach I had with my dual credit kids. You know, what's going on? What do you have? What do you need? And they would show me, hey, I'm working on this. I don't know what's going on. I'm confused, and you know, no one's helping me. And I would ask them, well, why is no one helping you? And they would reveal to me, you know, Mr. Jones just sits there, doesn't talk. He talks in a few minutes in the beginning of class, and then we're left to our own. And I thought that was kind of odd, but, you know, it is what it is. And I would just, instead of just kind of focus on the not getting help, we don't have time, right? So we'll just work on the assignments, you know, what colleges are looking at, some essay writing, and I'll throw some scholarships, because these were kids, some of these kids that were coming to my class were the ones that really, from what they revealed to me, weren't getting the support at home for their next chapter in life. So I would throw a combination of things. But I was always moving in my classroom because, once again, I had the other dual credit kids in there, trying to keep them on track to finish. And to sum up, long story short, those kids in the Eastern dual credit, the lowest grade they had was a B. And that was me just constantly maneuvering around the room. So when I had other kids from not in my class in there, I wanted to make sure that wasn't jeopardized.
Okay, got it. All right, and then just, I guess, in short, well, from your observation of Mr. Masonjones' style, was he, how would you describe it? Was he formal? Was he, like, what was kind of the attitude that you observed or demeanor you observed of him with the kids or that they reported to you?
Just not engaging. Not engaging and just passive. I've had students who had classes with him, and he would always refer to like the assignments are on teams. The assignments are on teams. And when the kids would come and ask me, tell me their frustration, I would challenge them like, well, you know, you're gonna get this in life. You know, be a little more aggressive. Just tell them, hey, I'm not getting what you're saying. Email them, and they would. And I remember one incident where I had to go in there discreetly.
Go in where?
Go into his classroom
Oh,
discreetly and just say, hey, you know, so and so's having a hard time locating the assignments and teams. What's going on, because they were a senior at the time. And that's when I got more of a cooperative approach from him. And the student said, okay, now things are changing because you approached him. And it wasn't aggressive, it was very polite, but it took that kind of approach when the student did several attempts before, which were trying to teach them to be independent, go through teams, advocate, email, conversate, and it took me to go in there respectfully, saying, hey, the student's not getting what you're saying. Can you make time to show them what's going on? And then the problem was fixed in a couple of days.
in your experience, in your job of 4 years, will you describe for the board whether it's normal or expected of one colleague who's not supervising another colleague to go in and redirect a teacher to try to help a student? I don't know, so will you explain to the board whether that's part of the job, the expectations, what is it?
So, my understanding of the question is, you know, it's my job personally as a counselor to advocate for these kids. And it takes teamwork and collaboration, so it's not a one person. So communication is a big factor in this. So whether I'm failing at my job or failing to approach these students, I would communicate, what am I doing wrong? What am I not seeing? You know, or if a teacher approached me, which I've had multiple teachers come and approach me about behavior issues, and I'd pull those students. So that's how I was able to pass by, because some teachers would communicate to me, hey, I'm having issues with so-and-so's behavior. Can you take them to your classroom and talk to them, see what's going on? So my job is really a collaborative effort for every student in my mirror. So my job is not really to sit in my classroom all the time. So to go back to your question, it's a collaborative effort, team effort, communication, seeing things from a different perspective.
Okay, follow-up questions. I guess and I didn't ask a good question, I apologize.
Yeah.
Not enough coffee, I'm
Okay.
working on it. But is it your job to have to go into another teacher's classroom and ask them to help a student?
No, that is not my job. My
Okay.
job is to, I'm sorry. So my
That's
job,
okay.
so I kind of lay out what I do, but my job is not to go into a classroom and tell a student or a teacher how to do their job, how it should be done. My job is to, like I said, to validate for a student.
Okay,
Students not able to do that with their teachers. That's a concern for us as counselors.
and forgive me, I'm sorry, I cut you off. And then, last question, you said that you had occasion to walk by Mr. Masonjones' classroom because your classroom was directly across from his during the dual credit class, and that you would see him with his feet up on his phone, feet up on the desk, I think you said, on his phone. Was that one time? Was that like a one-time thing, or?
No, it was multiple times. It was more of an expected behavior, with the lights being off too. So the build-up I could see coming. 'Cause like I said, the students would tell me he doesn't engage with us. So going back to your question, yeah, it's not my job to go and look into a teacher's classroom and do that. It's not my job. My job is to advocate and make sure these kids succeed.
So you said it became an expected behavior. Are you saying an expected behavior of Mr. Mason-Jones? Like you were expecting him to do that?
Yeah, it was an expected behavior in the classroom. Like I said, every time I go by, it was always lights off or lights off also, and the feet on the desk. And then the kids just sitting at their desks with no engagement. So
Would you say that was, okay, you said it was more than once and it became expected. Would you say it's 5 times, 10 times, 15 times? I mean, if we have, how many school days? We have 45 school days.
it was more than 15 times. So when the kids told me, hey, he's not engaging,
Oh,
I already
what-
had a imagery painted in my head what they were going through.
Oh, so you already knew.
Yeah,
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Gutierrez. I'm sorry to interrupt your summer.
that's all right.
I'll pass the witness.
I have one, sir. Thank you. The one time that you did address Mr. Mason-Jones about him interacting with the students or assisting the students, was that the only time you addressed Mr. Mason-Jones about his classroom?
Not about his classroom, but just in regards of the student not being able to complete the assignment.
That was the only time, though.
That was the only time I went in there.
Did you ever let upper administration know of your concerns?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Gutierrez.
Yeah, no problem.
I want to start just at the very end of your testimony. I didn't quite catch what you had stated. It was something about 15 times. What were you referring to?
More than 15 times I would see the same image of him, no engagement with the students, just bound to his desk, lights off, feet on the desk, on his phone, or not on his phone. But the image was pretty consistent every time I crossed or walked past his classroom.
And was that only during the dual credit course that you would
No,
walk by?
this was throughout the day. Because, like I said, my dual credit was second period and seventh period. Outside that, I was, emails from teachers have a behavior issue with the student or students ditching my class. So I was constantly leaving my classroom to retrieve those students and talk to them, see what's going on. So it wasn't just those times. It was throughout the day.
And you spoke about your dual credit class. Can you explain the structure of this class for me, please?
Yeah, so the dual credit class is for our media students. So to backtrack, for our media pathway, there's kids to capstone. And the kids I had, they weren't able to do the internship. They weren't able to do CCT. There's multiple ways to capstone. So these are kind of like the leftovers. Media is a hard pathway in my mirror because there's not that much to offer. So it took me as a college career counselor to kind of research and see, because that capstone of a GPA really hurts our students. A lot of them are under the 3.0. A lot of them are below 2.5. So I had to find a college that really didn't take that into consideration and just focus on the student. So when I did get them at UNM and Eastern, right off the bat, it was day one. We're going to go over how to log into your Canvas, how to navigate, email your professors, how to find your homework. A lot of the stuff that I've learned from the past that had been an issue, and consistently just do it over and over and over and over. So the way I opened the conversation with the students was, I'm going to rewire your behavior because high school was totally different from college. A lot of the issues I saw in a dual credit is a lot of these students would tell me or their teacher and not check in with the professor. And then they would get dropped because attendance was not up to par, and then they lost out on dual credit because they didn't know anything. So that was the curriculum of my classroom to make sure they would succeed, was constantly engaging with them. Now the class that they took was a media writing or composition writing. And what they would do is they would post up the assignments, and it was on self-paced. The kids would have to check in. Well, they're high school kids. my rule of thumb is, even though you know, I'm going to make sure you know, because I'm going to check off that we went through this over and over and over and over. So everything was repetitive. You know, we check in. Where's your canvas? Every Friday, show me what you completed. Every Friday, what's your grade? Wednesday, I'll check on any extra credit opportunities through that canvas and let them know, hey, you're doing extra credit. And that method, I was able to maintain order and see who was failing, who wasn't. And the ones who were failing or had missing assignments, I would meet with them while the class was going, hey, why are you missing these assignments? And I've tried previously to kind of let them just do their thing, and a lot of those kids would pull F's or D's. But when I changed the mindset and said we're going to do this over and over, like I said, I had nothing lower than a B. So even though we expect them to know these things, students, seniors, it was successful to constantly be engaging with them, constantly asking questions. I mean, the kids would have jitters trying to email a professor that they're not going to be in class, or can you explain something to me? So it was a whole rewiring mindset to prepare them for this, because this college, we have to prepare them for that. So the curriculum was two separate things, mine and then what the professor said. And it was successful. It was very successful. I think the only time I had to sit back in my desk and just monitor them was probably the last month of the course. And we're talking about starting in September and ending in the first week of December. So probably that first week of December, I was able to sit back because they already knew what to do. They already knew how to communicate with the professor, follow up on their grades. If I asked them, hey, let's show your grades, they already knew how to navigate in their canvas. So it took that kind of curriculum for me to that dual credit. And the following year in the following semester, I did the same thing too. So that was the kind of curriculum I had in my classroom.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. And how did the grades work? So if I understand correctly, these students were taking kind of like an independent study online media course?
Yeah, so.
And then they had their session with you as well?
Yeah, so you won't know. So for dual credit, that's a great question. So the dual credit, they won't let you know about your grade, the student's grade, till midterm. So weeks, months could go by. They could all start with an A, and then all of a sudden midterm comes, they have a C. And that was one of my mistakes in the previous years, was I didn't know what grade they're getting. How can I get a hold of this? So those who are getting A's now all of a sudden have a D. How can I switch that around before we get to midterm? So that was another thing about Eastern. I asked them, hey, is there a way I can monitor these kids, because I can't wait till midterm. I need to know weekly, because that would be on me if they had an A and all of a sudden they have a D, and then they're going to get kicked out. So Eastern said, yeah, absolutely. We'll send you updates. We'll give you the login, have access. And that's how I did it. Was every week I monitored them. So anyone that was going from an A to a B, I pulled them in. Hey, why are you missing these assignments? Well, how do you know? I'm watching you. Okay, get them done. Those who are going from a B to a D, hey, why are you missing these assignments? Well, Mr. Gia, no, you get to it now. I want those done by Friday. And the cool part about Eastern is the professor was very flexible. So assignment that was due in October, he was still allowing them to turn it at the end of November. And in the dual credit classes I've had prior from San Juan, UNM, you don't get that kind of flexibility. So like I said, I had to do my research before I enrolled these kids into a dual credit for media to make sure they had a high chance of success. Because once again, midterm is several weeks past. Every week's valuable. If they can sustain an A, cool. And sometimes it came down to they didn't know any better. They didn't know. They didn't have someone to constantly remind them, hey, come on, let's go. And that's why I'd had that success of nothing lower than a B in my media dual credit class. It was a lot of work, but the outcome was they got a credit and they learned how to advocate. That was my biggest thing. Being able to come up to me and say, hey, Mr. G, I don't understand this. Can you show me?
So you just said at the end of the day, they got a credit. What do you mean by that?
So when it's a dual credit, they'll get 1 credit for high school and 3 credits for college.
Okay.
So what is on the line, I think that can never be stressed enough, is if these kids fail a dual credit class, they also jeopardize their college career by being put into academic probation. And a lot of kids kind of go, nah, but I tell them, I'm a person that's been on academic probation. It's not fun. Even something I did in 2007, I'm taking my master's, still had to report that 2023. So I tell them, you know, I get a passing grade. I'm not saying go for an A. I would love for you to have an A, but if you get a C, it's passing. But the seat you're in, you have to be two people, a high school student and a college student. Now, if you pass this, it's gonna have great rewards. You're gonna have the how can I put it? The evidence that show you have the maturity level to do a direct credit class, pass it, and be a high school student at the same time. If you fail this, you're gonna have to explain why you failed this. And by the end of the day, it's gonna come down to you, because I can be here 24/7. You're not engaging in the material while I'm engaging with you. That's something you're gonna have to explain, and it's gonna be frustrating, but it's gonna be on your transcript, and that's something I don't want you to have. And that's something that's very missed on dual credit, is that understanding. I still have to explain that part because they don't get it until, oh, Mr. G, now I understand what you're talking about. Yeah, I had to explain it. They had me on a probation first semester. I couldn't get nothing lower than a B, and these were tough classes. So now you know, let's go. And I have some of those kids still call me once in a while to report, hey, Mr. G, I don't understand this. And they're first year freshmen. So I think that's what's the seriousness of these dual credit, is understanding that piece as well.
Okay, and so they get the credit from the college course, and then there's the high school credit. How is that credit? Is it pass-fail? Is it a grade? And how is it given?
It's a grade. So nothing lower than a D for passing on both sides. And then once they get it, they get the 3 credits for college, and then the 1 credit for capstoning for high school.
What is your understanding as your role as the high school teacher for that credit course on how you are to issue a grade? Like how?
So it's not, so I'm one, to clarify the title, I'm not a high school teacher.
Okay, sorry.
So I just oversee the class, so I kind of just monitor it.
Okay.
When it comes to the grade, it comes from the professor. So the professor, so the midterm we don't put in the midterm grade, but the midterm is just a heads up. Hey, this is who has what grades. So when we start, we lay out the ground rules, instructions, the seriousness. Midterm, we'll see who took it and listened to it, right? And the ones that have A's and B's, I'm fine with. The ones that have C's or D's, we talk. But we don't put those grades in. Those are just, hey, this is halfway mark, this is what they're looking at. The final grade for dual credit is what we put in. So if I was ever to be approached by a principal, that was my concern, is I can't put mid-intern grades. I'm not responsible, the professor is. And I knew they had like a C, and they came out with an F. What did I do to prevent that from happening, right? So that's why I'm saying backtracking a lot. I'm doing a lot of backtracking just to lay out how engaging this job is for a dual credit overseer, is to make sure these kids don't fail. It's the final grade that the professor sends, or the school, is what we put in. And we don't put any quarter grades, we don't put in test grades, nothing. It's the final grade that goes in. The only thing we get as overseers is, hey, this is what they're looking at midterm-wise. Take it or leave it and see. But for me, if I was ever to be asked, you knew so-and-so had a C, they have an F, what did you do about it? And that's why we had that curriculum I stated out, to make sure that that person had an F by the end of the day. They would still say, you know, Mr. G tried everything, I just didn't come to school, or I just didn't want to do it. That's all they can come down to.
Okay. And remind me, you said you've been doing this for 4 years?
Yes.
Okay. And those whole 4 years you've been engaged in overseeing the dual credit program?
Yes.
And it sounds like you had to make some improvements from the first year?
Yeah.
Can you describe that and the
So
improvements you made
yeah,
and
the
why?
improvement would be, like I said, my job is a lot of collaboration, teamwork, reaching out. I pick almost every teacher's brain that do it very well, keeping a class orderly and stuff like that. One of my biggest impact for the dual credit was Mr. Hayes. So I asked him, you know, for dual credit, I want to elevate. I want to get the C's into a B to an A. I'm always like, that's my competitive side. I just want to keep kids at an A, especially the kids who were told they weren't gonna get a passing grade or they're stuck in a 2.5. Let's get them an A. I want them to get an A. I want them to see what college is all about. Let's push it. And he told me, keep it simple. Check in, just you got routine, keep it repetitive, simple, repetitive. Just check your attendance. Hey, let's do this. The breakdown, just walk you through. You'll just keep that going. And once I did that, yeah, nothing lower than a B. And what was the beautiful part about that was you saw kids who were probably troublemakers in another class, very quiet, just all of a sudden just start talking away. Mr. G, I don't understand. Hey, Mr. G, I already talked to my professor. Mr. G, I'm going to be out. Did you notify your professor? Yes, I did. Let me see your email. Here it is. Cool. Did you get an extension? Yes. And they were learning how to request and communicate with the professor when day one taught you email your professor. Like, I expected them to know that. And the response I got was like, well, how do I do that? You email. What do I say? The same thing you just told me. Okay. And they would sit there. So it took me, even though I expected that out of them, I realized I had to do that extra too. Hey, all right, this is what we're going to say. Good morning. I'm requesting for an extension, 2 sentences. Because if I go more than 2, I'm going to lose them. And then said, that's it? I was like, yeah, that's it. You just say, thank you for your time. And put your name. Wow. What would I put in the subject? You put in the title of the homework. Just stuff that we know every day. These kids don't know or they're too scared to say anything. And boom, like I said, by the last 2 weeks of school, they already knew, hey, I need to see grades, laptop open, no pushback, no nothing. So yeah, it took me to break out of my comfort zone and find out what was working, and that's what I did.
So maybe your first semester, first year was kind of growing pains, learning how to serve these students the best way?
Yes.
Okay. And have you ever personally observed Mr. Masonjones' teaching in his classroom?
No, that's not my job to do that. Like I said, the only thing I witnessed was when I walked down the halls and back and down the halls and when the students came. So with that being said, I've built a strong rapport with our students where they feel comfortable coming to me and saying, hey, Mr. G, this is not happening. They're not listening to me. And that's when I come in and we brainstorm. Because by the end of the day, they have to do it, but I don't want them to feel like they're alone. Because sometimes a kid can say yes, but nowadays kids are very timid. They're more like perfectionists. And, you know, there's no correct way besides just doing it.
So you've mentioned that Mr. Masonjones' students would come to your classroom, and you said that they were given permission?
Yes.
How did you know they were given permission?
Slips.
It's like can you
Sign
describe what
saying-
a slip is?
So a slip is, there's 2 slips. So one would state his name or the student's name and have his signature. They have permission to come to my class.
Okay.
Another one would be just a handwritten statement with his signature. It's okay. And then there's times where he told him no, and I told him no, you can't come in here, right? So those 2 forms of slips were on automatic. I never had a kid intentionally miss his class to be in my class. They always had to have a slip to come in my class. If they didn't, and I found out, I escorted them back or told them to go back to your class.
Was it normal for students across the school to come to you in the middle of their class period?
It was building up to that.
Okay. For Mr. Masonjones?
Yeah.
What about for other teachers? Or is this just a normal practice across the school?
When kids come to my class, they already notify the professor and the teachers. That's a number 1 rule of mine. Students must notify the teacher to come to me. If they don't, depending on the situation, because it could be something personal, something that just they need to vent out, we'll have our session. After we're done, then I'll escort them back to that class. And I'll let the teacher know, hey, so-and-so has something on their mind, because I was a counselor, the privacy. They're with me. And that was that. So there's never been, in my position, in my chair, I've allowed students to intentionally miss class. That's not what I'm about, and that's not what I support. So when I do find out, I question them then and bring them back to class.
And I believe you, in your testimony, mentioned something about an increase of these students coming into your class.
Yeah.
When did you notice that?
So when I noticed that, it was probably around, I don't want to say a month, but I'll put it this way. It got to a point where when I was going to go into his class and say, hey, Mr. Sawyer's, had that conversation that there's kids coming in more frequently, he was already gone.
What do you mean he was already gone?
So I was told he was on leave.
Oh, okay. So it was, the increase happened around the change in semesters?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe, and I may have misunderstood what you stated, I believe you said something about you sign off on all students who go into dual credit?
Yeah, so when they fill out an application, the second page of the New Mexico dual credit application, there's a section for the dual credit coordinator. I sign off on that and then note it who's in what dual credit classes. And for Mr. Masonjones, it was Miss Montoya. She was the one overseeing that section of dual credit.
Was she overseeing the students that were allowed in, or just overseeing?
Overseeing the kids that were enrolled for the classes that Mr. Masonjones was supervising.
Okay. You also mentioned something about the possibility of you and Mr. Masonjones being able to work well together was there, but Mr. Masonjones never approached you to do that?
No. So we've discussed when this first laid out outside resources just to bring everything, to solidify everything on what the kids were learning as a first year seminar. So basically it's like a freshman course, what to expect as freshman college. Me being the college career, I figured that'd be a good collaboration. So when I had colleges come in, hey, bring your kids down because it'll make a lot more sense the material they're reading. So whenever I had a college come down, right, it wasn't just his class I would notify. So this is not isolated towards him. When I had colleges come down, it was all the teachers who were in charge of seniors, hey, bring them down. So I wasn't able to say, hey, who came and who didn't. I just know bulks of seniors would come. And in the FAFSA we worked on, he would send them. And then that was it.
And is there any reason you didn't approach Mr. Masonjones and attempt to build this rapport and relationship?
Yeah, there was emails. Emails saying, hey, we're going to have this college. It was announced. It was on Teams, even the whole school. So it wasn't just an isolated incident where I didn't exclude them. I included the whole school. It was on the website. Like I said, Teams. Flyers were put out at TVs. It's for all seniors. So.
And you mentioned a moment when you had a student approaching you and then you went to Mr. Masonjones
Yeah.
as discreetly.
Mhm.
When did that happen?
Not this past year, the year before. There was a senior and a very strong senior. And she had approached me several times. And I told her, where are you? Let's look from his perspective. He's saying teams. We're in teams. Are you looking right? Let's play that role. You're not looking at it right. You're just overviewing or skimming. She was, here's the email he stated to me, and I had her reply to an email and lay out, hey, I'm not seeing the instructions. I'm not seeing what you're telling me, and it kept going back to, it's on Teams. It's on Teams, and I've had that issue with students where they don't know how to navigate through Teams. We expect them to, but they don't know how to navigate through Teams or construct an email. I had to personally show them. So she tried, and it was her senior year, spring semester, so we're getting down to the grind of hitting the finish line. And, she was trying to get this grade up, and she wasn't getting the help. And there were several attempts, like I said, for her to handle it herself. And finally, before she had a break, I told her, all right, I'll go with you. And that's when I approached her. I'm like, hey, Mr. Jones, I have so-and-so. They're saying they're having issues with finding the assignments on Teams. Could you help them? They're not understanding the material. Okay. And the problem was resolved. But the student came back and said, yeah, that took 3 weeks. I've asked him, and he always told me Teams. And it took you, Mr. G, to go in there to get a reaction out of him. And I told her, you know, just be stern, do what I did. I can't go in there all the time. I can't do that for you. You got to handle this. And she's like, all right, but I told her if she has any more problems, let me know. And there wasn't any problems. But just that simple fact that I had to go in there, kind of relay the same message she was saying, got a reaction.
And I'm sorry, you said this was last school year, 23, 24 school
Mhm.
year? Okay. And so it wasn't a dual credit
No.
course? Okay.
That's the one that kind of grabbed my attention, and then kind of left it there. And then when we started the school year, right, we started to do a credit, laid out, hey, college, career, I think we can do a lot of material for the kids. And then once again, kids were relaying the same message that senior, that same concern from the senior and the previous was starting to build up this year with students, senior students.
And did you personally see any of the supplementation that Mr. Masonjones did in his course?
No, like I said, that was not part of my job. What I suggested, which he confirmed, was yeah. So that's why I reached out to him for college. When I would go in, when I did have a college coming in, I would tell him, hey, I have a college coming in, remember? He goes, okay. And then FAFSA. We did well on the FAFSA, getting kids in there, but that was it. But like I said, that's not my job to go and shadow him on his curriculum.
And you were asked a question if you let admin know about these concerns?
Yep.
I believe you said yes.
Mm-hmm.
When did you let admin know?
So probably beginning of the school year, because like I said, the one incident from the several incidents from the students previous year, I already saw the red flags. And what was different this year was I was more in the trenches of a counseling position for media. Before it was just college and career. Now I had a pathway. And, you know, a lot of these students were failing to dual credit. And I knew more what the impact of a dual credit was. And I couldn't understand how the students, and then that was my concern, having students come in to be in my class during his time. Is that supposed to happen? I said no. And that's when I started turning them away. But they still kept coming, and they started revealing more and more of the environment of the classroom.
And when did the students start coming to you?
I would say probably September.
Okay. And so you made this report around September of 2020?
End of September.
Okay. Who did you make that report to?
It was kind of like a to Deb Arthur.
Okay. And who's Deb Arthur?
She was the assistant principal.
And what was her response to it?
She just said, okay, well, help the students kind of see where we go with this. So we're still in the beginning of the school year. But I did reveal to her my concern because of the previous year experience. And like I said, as counselors, we want to make sure these students are on track to graduate and succeed, and anything that jeopardizes that, we jump on it right away. So when we hear stuff, we also do the same as teachers saying, hey, I have a behavior issue with the student. We also do the same, like, well, what's the teacher doing to keep that kid engaged? Because it can't just be a one-story thing. So she said, let it play out, but see what those kids say. And eventually, the kids started saying more and more of the same story.
And do you know, if that ever eventually led to an investigation? As far as you know, it just said let it play out.
Investigation, no. I didn't know anything about that. My concern basically was advocating for these kids. They weren't getting the help. It's a dual credit. Like I said, I was teaching dual credit. So the stress of urgency was, hey, I'm not going to wait till spring. For whatever reason, if they failed, we can get it nipped now so they don't have to take an extra class or add something extra on their plate, especially in the spring semester when it's the home stretch. They don't need that kind of stress.
And did you ever bring this back up, or was this report the only report you made?
That was only one. And then, like I said, when I hit my point, it's like, you know what, this is starting to get too much. That's when I was notified he was on leave, and then that was it.
Is there a reason you waited? Maybe it's essentially till a whole next semester to bring it up again?
It was on the agenda, but just like I said, because I hadn't new duties this year, which allowed me to be more in the trenches with the students. That's why I was able to kind of break down more of the ripple effect of dual credit, keeping kids on track, especially the media. The media pathway has limited options, just the area we live in compared to the business, medical, and engineering. So my agenda to-do list was not always completed all the time. It was either getting pulled to do a behavior, a 504, attendance meeting, or college coming in, getting FAFSA done, scholarships. So it was on the agenda, I just couldn't get to it.
I have nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So the students who brought you slips, did they bring you slips until after you asked for a slip, or did they already have one in hand when they came?
So, good question. Before was after. So what I would do is if they showed up to my class with no slip, I would send them back to bring back a slip. Because sometimes what students would do is bypass the teacher and say, oh yeah, it's good. No, I need the signature. I need a statement. And then my second filter would be, is it the teacher's handwriting or is it the student's handwriting? And it always was the teacher. And there was some I caught, right? It was forged. And so, no, go back to class. Well, it's fine. No. Either I can go ask them or you just go back. And then they would go back, right? But the consistency of just more requests coming in and them saying the same story. Because I would ask them, why do you guys want to come to my class? Like, there's no difference. It's a dual credit class. He doesn't do anything in there. It's boring. The lights are off. Sleep. Well, okay, what's the difference in my class? Well, talk to us. You talk to us. There's people in here we can do work. And I just kept that to myself, right? But I'm not going to go off of one student and then it just started being the same story over and over and over and over. And then, like I said, the build up, when I was going to say something, things already were in motion.
Thank you. So, so if you didn't ask us for a slip, then that student would possibly just be in your classroom without the teacher's knowledge or...
They would try to. I would take roll. I always take roll in my classes. So there was a fresh face. I always knew there was a fresh face. I would ask them, where are you supposed to be? And some of them, Masonjones, does he know you're here? No. If it's cool with him to come in here, it's cool with me. If not, go back to class. And then I wouldn't see him. And they would leave my classroom. And that was within the first 3 minutes of the class.
Okay. Going to training and support, do you feel that the district has provided you with the proper training and support?
Yeah, training support, like I said, being in this position for dual credit, right? I really had to kind of reach out and communicate. Basically, what I tell my kids is not do what I say and not do what I do, is practice what you preach. So I had to, with the training and the knowledge and support, I really had to lean on the support part and find out, hey, how can I get these kids to succeed? Because dual credit till this day is still a tough course to accomplish with students, especially when they don't see the value in it. I think that's the biggest piece, is it's just a class, and two, it's kids that just, I don't want to go to college, I just want to go to trade school, or I just want to work. And I do support that. But to have that kind of conversation in a situation where they have to do a dual credit to capstone and graduate, you have to work with them and conversate with them in a way where it's it makes sense to them, right? And that's where the support comes in, because I had to talk to multiple teachers. Sometimes the teachers that clicked with those students, like, what do you say to them? How do you interact with them? So the support part more than the training. So you can get trained, but if you don't have that support piece, the training just doesn't go anywhere. That makes sense.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, sir. The question I had is, you talked about your own curriculum that you developed to help the students. Was that a curriculum from just being a past teacher and classroom management, or was that training that was provided by becoming a dual teacher? Dual credit
Past teacher or classroom management.
The other question I had was, do you think that when you informed students to advocate for themselves and they went back to Mr. Mason-Jones, that was effective?
No, no. So the problem we have when advocating with students is they're timid. They don't want backlash. They don't want awkward stare. So when I advocate, I don't expect them to hit it the first shot. I expect them to fail the first shot, or even second, third. But what fits their comfort zone is putting in email. And that's where we had paper trails from the students as email from that one incident. And that's where I saw it said your teams. And that's where the story kind of unraveled I looked at teams, Mr. G, and I couldn't find it, or it's this. And that's when I was like, all right, you've done enough because I've seen you try 4 times. The 5th is not going to make a difference. I'll go up there discreetly. And it was effective that way. But when I ask students to advocate, it just depends, because sometimes the main response is, you know, the teacher will retaliate, or a teacher will give me a weird response. I don't want to be in that awkward moment. And I have to encourage them that even though it's awkward, you still have that right to say, I don't get this. I don't understand. So I really hound on building that rapport with them. So advocating, yes, but not on the first, second try. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I want to reiterate a couple of points.
Yeah.
You were not a teacher this past year, correct?
No, I'm not a teacher.
Okay, so you weren't actually you weren't teaching a portion of the dual credit class, correct?
I wasn't teaching none of the class.
Okay, so if you know, how was your dual credit class different from the one Mr. Mason-Jones was teaching?
From what I was aware, there was nothing different. It was monitoring class, and if the kids had questions, which they did, to be there to facilitate and help out. So for an example.
Wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. Let me ask was your class online?
Yes.
Okay, so are you aware that Mr. Mason-Jones's class was
Yes.
in person?
Yes.
Okay, so, all right, so go ahead. Sorry.
So to compare the 2 classes, he had an advantage of being in person Tuesdays and Thursdays, where my class was all online. So the work was more on my end, because if the kids had a question about an assignment, automatically they would ask me, like, hey, is this good enough? And I would tell them, I don't know. I didn't sign the assignment. And they would look at me, and I said, that's fine. Let's ask the professor. Okay, and they would email the professor once, like I said, just replaying the regurgitation of how to communicate. And then we would try to answer the question, the assignment, as best we can.
Okay, hold on one second. So did the students, for your dual credit,
Yeah.
did the students actually have a teaching component at the high school at all? Did they have a teacher?
No, it was a professor.
So it was
Yes.
the college professor,
Mm-hmm.
and then you're the monitor.
Yes.
But that's different from Mr. Mason-Jones, who's
Yeah.
not just monitoring, he's teaching. Is
Yeah.
that fair to say?
Yeah, so to add to that, my only interaction with the professor was through email.
Okay, so Mr. Mason-Jones, though, is teaching a component of he's teaching, how many, do you know how the credits were given?
So from
For
my understanding
him.
with that class, that makes a difference, was Tuesdays and Thursdays he was supposed to go with them in person for the professor. For my
Right.
class, I didn't have any contact with the professor. It was only through email. So if I had a question, I just had to email the professor, and then it'll be a waiting game to see if they respond back.
Okay, but, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm focusing on his class.
Yeah.
So for his class, he's the teacher, and are you aware that he gave a grade?
No.
Okay, but you didn't give a grade, right? Okay. All right, I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure. And then did you say earlier that Miss Montoya was overseeing?
His dual credit.
Okay, so you were the overseer for your class, but there was a different counselor who was the overseer for Mr. Mason-Jones, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Where was her classroom? Do you know?
So Miss Montoya is a counselor as well.
Yeah.
So her office is where admin's at. So it's a totally separate area.
Okay,
So I'm kind of like an extension of her. So if there was concerns,
got it.
she would ask me, "Hey, can you look into it?" And that was that.
Okay, perfect. I was trying to understand.
Yeah.
And then did she ever what do you know, if anything, and if you'll explain to the board, about the complaints that she received from students about Mr. Mason-Jones?
We didn't have that chance to exchange those kind of information.
Okay.
Like I said, based on my schedule and then how I interact with the student body, I just didn't have a chance to be like, hey, had this happen or anything like that.
Okay, no problem. And then finally, do you have any knowledge about whether or not she's sick today?
Oh, no, I
Okay.
have no idea.
All right, and then the last thing I wanted to ask is, you said earlier that you were aiming with your students for nothing more than a B, but did you mean nothing less than a B?
Nothing, yeah, that's what I meant. Nothing
Okay,
less.
nothing less, okay, got it.
But yeah, the expectation I have in my class is what I want the kids to be achievable. How to get there, it depends on the student. So, like I said, rewiring the kids without overwhelming them, because they do get scared about dual credit.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. So yeah, thank you for correction that.
No, yeah, that's great. And then, I guess to follow up on Mr. Mitchell's question, did you, you said that you got training, but the support was really the part you needed to actually, I guess, become or be as effective as you want to be. Did you get the support?
Yeah, so let me backtrack on that training.
Oh.
Really, it wasn't, it was just like, you're the coordinator for dual credit. So I was like, all right. And the training came with just observing the students and seeing what my success and failure rate. So my first 2 years were a lot of F's and D's. And that's when I reached out to Mr. Hayes, because to me that was not acceptable. And that's when I had to lean on the support.
Who's Mr. Hayes?
Mr. Tyne Hayes is one of the art teachers at Miami.
Okay. Was that before, so that's before Mr. McFarland developed the dual credit for the health?
Yeah. That was
Is that
before.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. When you were handling as the coordinator,
Yeah.
as the dual credit coordinator the first 2 years, you weren't teaching, you weren't
No,
co-teaching?
it was still the same monitoring.
Okay,
Noticed that a lot of the students were failing, so I had to do a different approach.
got it. Okay, so if I've got this right, the big distinction between what you have been doing and what Mr. Mason-Jones was responsible for doing is that he was teaching, you weren't teaching, but you were actually, you have history as a teacher?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you're not a licensed teacher?
No.
Oh, got you, okay. So when you were responding and saying teaching, you meant like, not that it's not valuable, it sounds like it's actually been incredible,
Yeah.
but you're not through the licensed, like,
No, so the only license I have is a student success advisor as a counselor.
okay, well, that's a pretty good one, so.
Yeah.
Celebrate, you're amazing. I don't have any other questions. Okay, wonderful, we can.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Gutierrez. The district rests, so we are ready to pass our case over to Mr. Mason-Jones.
Mr. Shaw, I'd like to request for a 10-minute recess.
Second,
Second.
Joan?
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Benali,
Yes.
Mr. Shaw,
Yes.
11:26.
Ready? Ready? Entertain a motion to come out of recess.
I'd like to motion to come out of recess.
Second,
Joan, roll call, please.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Benali,
yes.
Mr. Schaaf,
Yes.
11:37.
I'm comfortable with the opening statement at the beginning of day one, and I'm happy to call my first witness. Our first witness will be Javier Lopez. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab him.
Joan, what'd you say the time was? Okay.
Sir, before you sit down, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give before this Board of Education is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Lopez. If you could please state and spell your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Javier Lopez, Javier. Last name is Lopez, Lopez.
And are you currently employed?
Yes,
Where are you employed?
Memorial High School.
And what is your position?
I'm a social studies teacher there.
And how long have you been in that position?
I'm going on to 4 years now.
And if you can give a brief overview of your education and training?
Yes, I have a degree in political science, minor in philosophy. I was trained as a teacher in New Jersey. I've taught there for many years, from 2002 up to around 2012. And I'm certified there. I'm certified here.
And are you involved with the union?
Yes, I am. I'm a union rep for the secondary and middle schools at large. I'm a member of the executive committee.
Okay, and what does this role with the union entail?
It's just basically to be in touch with reps, building reps, and so they can tell you what's going on, and then you can bring it up to the executive board, executive committee.
And do you do anything else representing employees, anything like that?
Sometimes I do if I'm requested, yes.
Okay. And how does that come about?
That's just part of the job.
Okay.
Technically, I'm a rep
Mhm.
for anyone,
Okay, so if an employee requests your presence, you'll be there?
yes.
Okay. And have you worked with Mr. Masonjones?
Yes, I have.
And in what capacity?
As a teacher at Memorial High School, eventually when he joined the union and as a rep for the building.
Okay. And did you ever communicate with Mr. Masonjones throughout the workday?
Yes,
And
he was
and what-
right next to me.
Right next to you, right next door?
Mhm.
Okay, and how would that work? How would you guys interact throughout the workday?
Sometimes during mornings before we started, we'll have a conversation. Sometimes at lunchtime. Sometimes in the hallways where we waited for the students. Typical things that all teachers do. That's basically the extent of the communication most of the time.
Okay. And did you ever go between classrooms or step out of the classroom?
Yes, sometimes I had to.
Okay, can you give examples of that?
Yeah, well, there were. I was assigned a credit recovery class 3 weeks into the quarter. Never got any training for that. It wasn't really a class. It was 2 students who were put together with my New Mexico history. And yeah.
Relevant about what he does, just separately related, I'm not sure how what he does is relevant to this information about Mr. Masonjones.
Yeah, so if you could just describe the instances where you would step out.
Yes, I would sometimes go there to see because I didn't get the training for the credit recovery. What he did, he would give me information that I needed to know. So he would help me out with that. Sometimes if he needed to use the restroom or something, I would step in there. That was about the extent of it, really.
So to make sure I'm understanding your testimony, you know, you would pop next door to Mr. Masonjones' classroom and ask him a question on the credit recovery courses that you were, or students that you were working with?
Yeah, because I didn't know what I was doing. I wasn't really trained.
Okay.
I was just given that together with my other class, 2 students. So I didn't know how the whole thing worked.
And why weren't you trained for this course?
Objection, foundation, and relevance?
I think it goes to showing the support from admin, or whether there's a pattern of a lack of support from admin. Similarly, you'll hear similar testimony that, you know, there wasn't a lot of training and support for the courses that these teachers were being thrown into. I mean, if we're seeing multiple teachers describe that they didn't have support from administration, and Mr. Masonjones is also saying that he had a lack of support from administration, I think hearing other teachers speak about it and showing that it's a culture throughout the administration and the school is important and relevant to Mr. Masonjones' case. Absolutely. I don't have very many more questions. Sorry, can you repeat your answer to the support or lack of that you got for this course?
Yes, well, there was never training. I was never trained because I was told to teach this around 3 weeks into August. They just put, it was a New Mexico history class, and then they put 2 students in there who were credit recovery. So it was like mixed. It was like weird. So I wasn't too clear on what to do. Someone said they were going to come and show me how to do the job, but the person never showed up. So I would go to him, especially when it came to the grading and what I was supposed to do exactly. That.
Okay, and you would do, when you would step out and ask a quick question of Mr. Masonjones, or go to the restroom, did you have students in your classroom?
Well, it depends. Most of the conversations we had were either in the morning before students came
Okay,
and during lunchtime,
okay,
or at the hall because he's right next to me.
okay.
So it's like right there.
And in your experience and observation, is it unusual for a teacher to step out to go to the restroom during class? Yeah, there's there's.
Yeah, but he's not supervisor for the building. So I don't understand how his observation, he's supposed to be in his classroom teaching about other teachers, has anything to do with what the supervisors have noted and investigated of Mr. Masonjones. But okay, I withdraw the objection.
Okay. In your experience or observation, was it normal for teachers to step out to go to the restroom during a class?
You know, I mean, the classroom sometimes it's hard to see, but it wouldn't be uncommon if someone has an emergency.
Okay.
Sometimes people will ask for someone to come by and watch their classroom. So it's a situation. It all depends on how desperate the person is to use the restroom.
And can you, in your observation, describe Mr. Masonjones as a teacher?
Yeah, well, from my experience with Mr. Masonjones and
This is the character piece that is completely inappropriate. He's not a supervisor, and he's not, I don't understand how this has anything to do with the allegations against Mr. Masonjones.
Okay, rephrase your question. Just like previous witness talked about observations they made going by or looking into his classroom, you can ask him the same. But his assessment of whether
And can I request that you speak into the mic?
Yes,
It's hard to
I'm
hear you
sorry.
when you're, thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you describe your observations of Mr. Mason-Jones being a colleague of his?
Yes.
Yes, and can you describe excuse me, let me retract that. Can you describe your observations of Mr. Mason-Jones as a colleague in the 24-25 school year?
Yes, Mr. Mason-Jones, just like any other teacher there, caring. He cares about the students, had good rapport with the students. He was always concerned about, making sure that they were getting the right education. He
Yeah, Key,
yeah. Well,
yeah, so if you could describe specific instances of observing Mr. Mason-Jones and engaging with students or anything that supports what you were just saying.
Yeah, out in the hallways, when they were out in the hallways as classes were transitioning, he would talk to the kids and say, make sure you show up to my class, and you have a lot to do. Basic things that teachers do, we all do that. And we see the kids in the halls. We reach out to them and remind them to come to class and to do their part. It's hard for me to say anything about inside his classroom because I was teaching when he was teaching, so it was kind of hard for me to give an opinion. But outside in the hallways with the students, I could see him encouraging them to come to class and to do their work. That definitely I see that from a lot of teachers there.
And were you ever a union representative for Mr. Mason-Jones? Or did you ever sit in with him during a meeting or anything like that?
There was one time he was called for a meeting where they were claiming that he was being negative. So he called me. I went with him, and the only thing they told him was he needed to stop being negative. That was about it. It lasted about 2 minutes, and then it was over.
Okay.
And then that was it.
And when did you become aware of Mr. Mason-Jones' administrative leave?
Right around the same time it happened.
Okay. And were you involved in any union representation? And were you involved in a union capacity at any point that admin leave?
Could you rephrase the question again?
Absolutely. Sorry, that was a terrible question. So I asked if when you found out about Mr. Jones's admin leave, and you said it was about the same time, and were you involved in a union capacity with Mr. Mason-Jones throughout the admin leave process?
At that point, the day they came by with some principals, I think a principal and a dean came by to drop off that letter to him. I heard him shout from the other room, so I walked. It was real early in the morning, no students were there. And then when I got in there, they had given him the form and basically were escorting him out. He asked one of the administrators, can I speak to my rep? They said no, and they just kept walking him out.
Okay. Do you feel supported by administration to be successful as a teacher at this school? Will you allow any questions about administrative support? Will you allow any of this student or of this teacher?
How is his perception of how he was supported by administration?
It can go to the pattern of the lack of support of the teachers at this school. Okay, thank you. I have nothing further for this witness.
Mr. Lopez, I'm Sam Adams. I represent the district, or the administration in this matter. You were here when Mr. Gutierrez testified, is that correct? Did you hear Mr. Gutierrez testify just a little while ago?
No, I was outside.
Oh, you were outside, okay, all right. Did you recently say that you're going to resign from the district?
Not that I know of. I haven't said any of that
What do you mean, not that you know of?
because I talk to people all the time. That's always a possibility, but as of now, I haven't
Okay,
able to make that decision yet.
okay, but have you recently told somebody that you will?
Objection. This is outside the scope of direct.
It's actually, it bears on his credibility, which is always relevant.
I talk to a lot of people, so it's
Okay,
possible.
It's a yes or no?
Yes, it's possible, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'm always keeping my options up in opening life because I'm a free man and I can either stay here or go somewhere else. That's just my attitude towards life.
Yeah, okay. How long have you been in education?
I've been in education since 2002.
How long have you been a teacher?
I've been a teacher from, I would say, about 15 years because in between I did other things.
Okay, and what kinds of, tell me what classes you've taught. Just run through them. Don't tell me about the year.
Yeah.
Just run through the classes.
Well, I taught high school mainly. I taught
High school what?
U.S. history,
Okay,
history, law.
okay,
I taught New Mexico history that I've been teaching here.
okay.
And it's basically it, social studies. I think one time a sociology class.
And you've been doing that for about 15 years.
Close to, yes.
Do you use any electronic curriculum?
Can you like rephrase that question? Like how?
Do you use any curriculum component in which the students use computers?
Yes, they do.
Okay, in those classes, how does it work?
Well, there's assignments that are put on teams for the students. So the students, if they're not there, they can still do it. Sometimes there's assignments that are video assignments, and they need to watch a video to do the assignment. So that's used with that.
All right, any assessments that you've ever used that have been on the computer for your students?
Yes,
So what,
we use Microsoft Forms for tests and quizzes.
Okay.
Make it easier for the students to have access to it.
okay, and credit recovery is totally online, correct?
Well, that's what it is. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Just wanting to confirm that. You, were you, so are you aware of why the district is pursuing, well, what is your understanding of what this hearing is?
My understanding is that the district is trying to fire Sawyer.
Okay, and do you know what the basis of that attempt is?
Well, seems that they claim that he wasn't doing his job properly.
Okay, do you know where the information for that conclusion comes from?
I guess from an investigation by someone.
Okay, and do you know whom was interviewed during some investigation?
Specific names?
Yes, no, people, just categories of people. Who was interviewed?
I really don't know exactly who, but from what I've been told, it's guidance counselors at the school and
Okay.
some students.
Okay.
That's about the extent of what I know.
All right. So if students said that Mr. Masonjones routinely sits at his desk in a gaming chair with his feet up on the desk, would you say that they're lying?
See, I wasn't there, so I can't say that they're lying or not.
Okay. If the majority of students in his class said that Mr. Masonjones is on the phone while seated with his feet up and will take calls during class, would you say that they're lying?
Again, I don't know what was going on in his classroom when he came to, because I was busy with my own classroom. So
Right, so you were in your classroom Because you were teaching, I mean, you were doing your job, right?
Yes.
And would you say that you followed the expectations of the district to the best of your ability?
Yes.
Is that important to you? Do you think that's important for a teacher
Yes.
to
Yes.
follow expectations, follow the law in, during the day, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
If students said that, that students were allowed to openly vape in the classroom, would you say they were lying?
I don't know what was going on in there, but, students vape all over the school, in the bathrooms, the halls.
In your classroom, you let them vape?
Classroom because, I'm keeping an eye on my students.
Right, so what would you do if you saw a student vaping in your classroom?
I would bring it up to administration.
You would refer them for discipline, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because it's a safety issue, don't you agree?
Yeah, it's a widespread problem in the school.
But not in your classroom because you enforce the rules.
Most teachers are trying their best to keep that from happening in their classroom.
Would you, if a student reported, a female student reported during the investigation that she routinely goes into Mr. Masonjones' classroom and eats her lunch with him by themselves, would you say she's lying?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what's going on. Students eat lunch with teachers sometimes. It's not uncommon in that place.
Do you eat lunch alone in a room with a female student?
No.
Objection. This is prejudice and misstates the characterization of this student eating alone in the classroom. Every witness that testified about this indicated that this student was doing so willingly and that there was no indication of any issue or misbehavior around this. And this is framing it as though Mr. Masonjones is having inappropriate one-on-one lunches with students. And that was absolutely not what the testimony was about this. And he has no personal knowledge about this.
So is your objection a foundation question, an objection?
It's prejudicial.
That's not an objection. Everything that we do against each other is prejudicial. That doesn't make it inadmissible. Is it a foundation objection?
The question is appropriate. Asking him about what he does in his classroom. Any inferences about that question, I don't, whether it's voluntary or involuntary, I'm not sure what difference it makes. Obviously, it wasn't involuntary, so that you're right, that's what the testimony was. The question does not imply otherwise.
Okay, understood.
Earlier, you testified for Mr. Masonjones. Well, let me ask this. You're here willingly, aren't you?
Yes,
And you're here to testify in support of Mr. Masonjones.
I am.
So earlier, you testified that you believed you were talking about observations that he did. I think you actually said that he does typical things that all teachers do. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so my question is, do you eat lunch in your classroom with a female student alone?
Try not to. Other teachers have students who eat lunch.
I'm not asking about other teachers.
It's a typical
Mr.
thing.
Lopez, I'm asking about you.
Yeah.
Do you, yes or no?
No,
Why not?
because I like to eat lunch by myself.
You've never taught the dual credit recovery class, correct?
Dual credit. That's the one with the college?
Correct.
No, I never taught that. I taught credit recovery, and that was just for one semester.
I have no further questions.
No redirect.
Any questions from the board members?
Yes, sir. You said that, I think you answered this question, though. You said that you seen him and observed him in the hallway. Have you ever walked by and viewed him in the classroom? Observed him from the classroom, walking by his classroom?
Yes. It's not uncommon.
What was he doing?
He was in the classroom like any other teacher doing what he's supposed to do. It's credit recovery classes are not classes where you're actually up front talking to students. You're guiding them as they sit down, where they work on their own. You're just making sure that they're keeping up with their work and that they are the percentage. There's a percentage that they have to keep up with, that they're keeping up with it, so that way they can finish it before the quarter or the semester is over. So it's not always like you're on with a student. You guide a student. You might motivate the student most of the time. That's what you're doing. But other than that, it's not like you're going to be writing stuff on the board or, giving them handouts, because it's in a computer, and they're working pretty much independently.
So, have you ever observed him with the teacher with his foot up on the desk?
Foot up. I've never seen that.
Do you know the protocol for students that use THC or vape at the district?
Yes.
And have you ever had to turn in a student that was using the vape or THC?
I haven't, because I haven't had that issue happen to me in my classroom.
And my last question is, did you receive an email during working hours from Mr. Masonjones?
It's possible. I just don't know exactly what would that be about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up. Oh, Mr. Mitchell, I'm sorry.
Yes, I just wanted to know, you did say that you would watch over his class when he stepped out. So who was watching your class?
No, sometimes it could be during the lunchtime. I could be going to both classes just to make sure. So it would be like quickly, and then I would go back to my classroom, because I still had a classroom. So I had to I just wanted to make sure his students were okay in there, and then I went back to my classroom. But that's very rarely, because if I'm teaching, he would tell me, okay, I got to do something, or I would just make sure, like maybe 30 seconds, look in there, if everything was okay, then go back to my classroom. Basically it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Their question?
Yes. Sorry, so my understanding is when you were next to Mr. Masonjones, you were teaching credit recovery, is that correct?
It was a mixed class, because we had like three students originally who were New Mexico history, and then 3 weeks into the quarter, another 3 students were put in there for credit recovery. So it was like all going on at the same time.
Okay, so in your class, you were doing credit recovery and New Mexico history. You were asked by Ms. Benally about seeing Mr. Masonjones while he was teaching, and then you explained that in the credit recovery, they're basically just doing whatever online.
Yeah, out of
Well,
6.
hold on. And so I don't understand how that related to her question. Did you see Mr. Masonjones while he was teaching during a class period? Did you ever see
Yes,
him?
maybe during my prep time, I might have walked in there a few times, and I did see a little bit. I didn't stay there too long.
Okay, but your prep time was not the time when you were next to him when he had dual credit, correct? Because you were teaching credit, because you just said
Yeah.
you were teaching credit recovery, and you had to go and ask him how to do it because you never got any training.
Well, that
remember?
was because I had a question about a student who I wasn't sure what grade to put in there, because the student had not finished the credit recovery, and so it said not to put any grades in there.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm sorry. So you have a prep time,
Yeah.
but you had a question about how to run the credit recovery course. So you would go and interrupt Mr. Masonjones during his instruction time to ask him to help
Well,
you with your, hold on, with your instruction?
No, this is probably during my around the lunchtime, because at 4th hour, then you get to lunch. So that was the question that I had, because I was concerned about what grade do I put in there. But that wasn't necessarily during class time.
Was that once or a whole bunch of times?
No, that was maybe one time, because I had concerns about that. Also, my concern was how to navigate a little bit the credit recovery thing, which wasn't that hard. So he taught me how
Okay.
to navigate it.
All right, yeah, still not following, so
Yeah.
forgive me. Just give me a second.
Sure.
So was Mr. Mason-Jones teaching credit recovery at the same time you were?
I don't know what he was teaching, but when I went to his classroom one time during my prep real quick, briefly, because there was another student that I had to talk to about, that was a credit recovery class, and I saw the students there with their computers open, and it looked like they were doing what credit recovery students do.
Okay, so your observation of Mr. Mason-Jones
Yeah.
teaching was in a credit recovery course that he was teaching. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay, but you did not go into his classroom when he was teaching dual credit with the college, correct?
Yeah, that I wasn't.
You never saw him teaching in there.
I never went in there for that because I was under the impression they were leaving the building on most days anyways. So.
Okay, what period was that when they were leaving the building? Days?
I don't know. I don't know his schedule, what it was. I noticed that if they weren't there, that meant that they were at the college.
So is it fair to say, I mean, you would agree with me right now, you don't remember Mr. Mason-Jones' schedule in the fall semester of 2024, correct?
I only know my schedule. I
Okay.
don't know the schedule.
And it's fair to say that you don't know what his schedule was in spring of 2025, correct?
No.
Yeah, so you don't know, when Ms. Benally asked if
Yeah.
you ever walked by and saw him teaching, you don't know when that would have been, for what period, is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair. I wouldn't know what is he teaching at that time.
Okay.
What could he? Most of the time, I think they were going out of the building for that dual credit, so the doors would be shut, so
Okay.
I couldn't see much. The class that I did observe was a credit recovery class.
Credit recovery, okay, fabulous, all right, thank you. Oh, yeah,
Just have one more question. So when you're saying you were just put into a position that you knew nothing about, did you let the administration know you did not know nothing about what they were putting you into? And did you ever ask them for support or training besides going to Mr.
Yes,
Mason?
I reached out to a guidance counselor that she was gonna show me how to do it, but never saw her.
I mean,
Other about that.
okay, I mean, like to the principal or any other administrations to say, I need help, I need training, I need support.
Reached out to the guidance counselor because she's the one who told me to reach out to her. And since they're very uptight about chain of command, I went to the person who I was told to reach out to.
Thank you.
All right.
I have nothing further for this witness.
You're excused, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Let me see where the lunch is at this point. Otherwise, I'll just have to keep going until. So let's break for lunch.
Mr.
What's the,
Mr. Shaw, I'd like to recess for lunch. I think 30 minutes will be good. Yeah.
Second.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Benali,
Yes.
Mr. Shaw,
Yes.
1212.
entertain a motion to come out of recess.
Motion to come out of recess?
Do I hear a second?
Second?
Joan, roll call, please.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Benali,
Yes.
Mr. Shaw.
Yes.
It is 12:51.
You may call your next witness.
Our next witness is Valerie Scott.
Ms. Scott, before you sit down, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give before this Board of Education is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. Please sit down.
Good afternoon, Ms. Scott. Thank you for being here. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Hi, my name is Valerie Scott. First name Valerie, and last name Scott, Scott.
And are you currently employed? Where
Yes.
are you employed?
Gallup, McKinley County Schools and at Hiroshima Maimura High School.
And what is your position?
Currently, I'm a science teacher.
All right. And how long have you been at this school?
Since 2009, so 19 years.
Okay. And what courses do you teach?
Currently, I'm teaching 10th grade anatomy and physiology and PLTW human body systems.
Is there any other roles you have at the school?
Yes, I have. I have had different roles, everything from all the sciences to department chair, School of Health lead, also a member of the building leadership team. At one point, I was also part of the testing committee and the bias testing committee.
And you said you're the health lead?
Yes, but not currently. So I've a School of Health lead that went to Ms. Ragaza in November of this school year.
Of 24, 25?
2024. Yes, November 2024.
Okay. And you had been in that position previously?
Yes.
Okay.
And department chair at the time.
Okay. And what did overseeing the health pathway entail?
Sorry. Just need to adjust this. It's right in my face. Sorry. The overseeing the health pathway, I basically was a facilitator for resources for my colleagues, different teachers, both in the science department and also in the School of Health. So in the science department, we had 7 science teachers, and in the School of Health, we have 9 different teachers across all of the different content areas.
Okay. And do you have any experience with the dual credit courses?
Personal experience, no, but student interactions, and just this last school year, all of our seniors in the School of Health were enrolled in dual credit.
And as the health lead, you have some involvement in that?
Try to, yes. We had, previous to this school year, we had dual credit at our school on a very minimal elite basis. Only the students who had room in their schedule, who had almost 4.0 GPAs, were able to take dual credit. And at that point, I would say less than 5% of our school was in dual credit, and they were in different schools, UNM, Navajo Technical College, San Juan, and I believe there was even some outsourcing to some Ivy League schools that were in a grant at some point. And that was the extent of my knowledge, is the seniors who were able to take dual credit, they would come back to me and they would ask me for help if they needed help with like different assignments. They needed to communicate with their instructors. They wanted a point person at the school. Sometimes they would come and talk to me, and then that was my initial experience with dual credit.
How did it change from the previous years to the 24-25 school year?
From the previous years, it was students who were able to showed academic promise and were able to fit it into their schedule, meaning that they had passed all previous courses and they had at least 3 free class periods to take one college course. But this school year, 2024 and 2025, it was decided by administration and our student advisors that all of the seniors in the School of Health, all of them were going to be enrolled in dual credit at UNM. Up on the, I'm sorry, I'm old and I refer to it as a branch, but UNM Gallup campus.
Were you involved in any meetings leading up to this change?
Yes. Meetings were as a leadership team member and also a School of Health lead. The meetings started, I think the initial announcement was made in January of 2024. And at that point, I had some very heavy concerns. And that was the very first meeting I brought up those concerns.
What were those concerns?
That not all students would be successful at dual credit. Unfortunately, we do have a lot of students who have a wide range of needs, both academic, personal, behavior, and attendance needs. And at that initial meeting, I asked administration at that point, are you sure you mean every senior in School of Health? They affirmed yes, and I said, okay, there's something's gonna have to be different because the dual credit isn't great right now. There's the success rate of those students that are going right now, of our best students, is not a good one. And at that time, administration said, okay, well, we're planning it, so we're still planning it. And they reassured me in that manner, and so at the next meeting, I brought it up again. These meetings are occurring about twice a month, so every other week. I brought it up again, and I was told at that point that my concerns were being addressed, that other people have brought it up, that they are aware of the situation, and they're going to be working on different plans to implement some more or additional student supports that are going to support all of the students that are going to dual credit.
And do you know what that additional student support ended up being?
After about a month or so, different solutions were, I guess, discussed. I was not privy to that discussion, but what they had decided was that...
Objection. She just said she wasn't privy to the conversation then. It's a foundation issue. What is she talking about if she wasn't there?
I'm talking about, I'm sorry, let me clarify.
Wait, so yeah.
It's up to Ms. Barberena to clarify.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Need to rephrase the question. She can't speak to a conversation she wasn't part of.
Yeah.
So you can ask her, what was your understanding or something, but you can't ask her,
The same.
can't let her go that way.
I understand. I was trying to allow her to finish testifying because I think she's about to clarify how she became aware of this information when she wasn't privy to the original meeting.
Just ask her that question.
Can you explain how you became aware of what ended up happening at these meetings?
Okay, so about a month later, we were informed that they had decided to assign a teacher that was going to accompany the students to their dual credit class. And that teacher was going to be designated as a TA for that college instructor so that they would have access to the course learning platform. So the learning platform is something like online school, so that that teacher who was going to go with the students was going to have access to their learning platform so that they could follow along with the instructor and what the students were doing in class. And that teacher was going to go with them on the school bus to UNM and then accompany them back and then to lunch. And on days where the classes did not convene at UNM, that teacher was going to be in charge of taking care of them on campus in their classroom that was assigned to them.
And this was discussed at a meeting that you were present at?
Right.
Okay.
It was about a month later, so I'm going to say about the end of February 2024.
Okay, thank you. And as Science Department Chair and the head of School of Health, how does that relate to Mr. Mason-Jones?
At that meeting, I had asked which teacher is going to be that person, the liaison person who is going to be looking after the students. And they said they hadn't decided yet. And that decision came about a month after that. I'm going to say March. It was after spring break because we had our showcase, and and our showcase was a week after spring break. So it was the end of March that I think they told us that it was going to be the senior teacher, who at that time was me. I was the senior teacher for PLTW, Biomedical Interventions. And I said, okay, so I'm going to go with the students. And they said, no, it's going to be a different teacher. And I said, do you guys know who it's going to be? And they said, probably Sawyer Mason-Jones. And because of that shift, I asked who's going to then take over his current classes, and then that was going to be me. So we basically flip-flopped our positions. So he became the senior teacher, and I became the 10th grade teacher. And that's the way it remained for the rest of the school year.
Okay. And have you ever observed Mr. Mason-Jones' classroom?
I have not. Well, he was next door. He was the science teacher immediately next door to me. And so I would see glimpses. I didn't get a chance to observe a full class. But I was his next door neighbor, so I saw a lot of glimpses, a couple of minutes here and there. When students would need something, if he himself needed something, I was right next door, and I could either have the information, have the equipment and supplies, or try to find a way to obtain them for him and his students.
Okay. And what did you observe? Excuse me. What did you observe when the moments that you did see Mr. Mason-Jones's classroom? What observations were you making about him?
Not him, but his students and his student.
Yeah, his classroom, his teaching.
Right. So his students were highly engaged. They were working on activities, labs. So they would come and ask me for different equipment or supplies. And I know that he was teaching something higher level because they would ask me for things like bacteria agar, bacteria cultures, petri dishes, petri plates, and one student even asked me for a Geiger counter at one point, if I knew where they could find one. And so I was like, what class are you in? And they'd be like, well, Mr. Mason-Jones, or they call him Mr. Sawyer. So they would say Mr. Sawyer's class, and I'm like, okay. What are you doing in Mr. Sawyer's class that you need a Geiger counter? And for that specific instance, the student said, oh, we're trying to measure radiation in some worms that we're growing. And I was like, okay, great, let me look for one. So I knew the kids were working on research. I knew it was student-driven. I knew it was student-engaged, and I knew it was higher level. Now, as far as day-to-day stuff, the glimpses that I did see, he had medical terminology on his walls. Because I myself was previous anatomy and physiology teacher, I identified all of this stuff that he had on his whiteboard, student posters that they were making and posting in the hallways. I was right next door to him, so we shared a hallway. And so student work that was posted showed higher level research and higher medical terminology usage.
And what were the courses that you were observing?
For that for those instances, it would have been PLTW, Human Body Systems, and Anatomy and Physiology.
So that would have been the last 23-24 school year?
Yes,
Okay.
because that was when he was next door to me.
Okay, and so this school year, 24-25, he was not next door to you?
No, they moved him. So they moved him upstairs to a central classroom that was, gosh, essentially across the building from me.
Okay.
So I was not able to see any of them during class.
Okay, so you didn't make any observations this school year of his, specifically of his teaching?
No.
Okay. And did you make any other observations of Mr. Mason-Jones in your, just throughout your workday at meetings or anything else? Like any other times that you were in meetings in the hallway or anything like that of Mr. Mason-Jones?
I have an objection to the relevance again, because she's just has testified for about 10 minutes about her observations of Mr. Mason-Jones' teaching, and then it turns out that it's actually for the 23-24 school year. So, and now she's saying she's never observed him in the 24-25 school year, and he was across the building from her. There's no allegation in this case that in the notice of discharge that Mr. Mason-Jones did something during meetings or other periods of time. It's his classroom behavior and his work with students in the 24-25 school year in the dual credit course. And she has no foundation to talk about it at all. This is an inappropriate presentation as to his character or his abilities as a teacher. And as Your Honor has already pointed out for the board and for council, this is not a concern about evaluative performance. This is actually about misconduct that for which this witness has zero information. So we object to her continuing to testify unless I can voir dire this witness to see if she has any knowledge at all.
Ms. Barbarano, we did just spend a lot of time on a school year that didn't matter. So she has no observations of him that addresses the acts of misconduct. There are no allegations about anything in the meeting. So where are you going?
There were conversations that happened in this meeting that relate directly to the allegations against Mr. Mason-Jones.
Give me a taste. What is it?
For example, concerns about student performance, student behavior, issues he was having in the classroom that were addressed at these meetings. Administrators were present. This is all relevant. It's all relevant to the notice that administration had about this, about the lack of support for Mr. Mason-Jones.
I don't, Ms. Barber, I don't see the connection. I am trying very hard for giving advice to the board. Is your case going to be that his acts of misconduct were driven by them? Is he blaming the students for it?
No.
Because that's what it sounds like.
No, there's context about Mr. Mason-Jones addressing these in meetings regularly, and the fact that there was a failure from administration to support. I mean, it was noted from one of the school's witnesses that he even brought this issue to the attention of the assistant principal, and nothing was done about it.
But it does not absolve any employee of misconduct. So what you're doing is, I understand what you're doing. You're attacking the administration. There's probably issues with it, but it is not. This is Mr. Mason-Jones' opportunity to address the specific context of what they put in the letter. I don't see how Mira's administration has, whether it's effective, ineffective, have anything to do with Mr. Jones, whether or not he did those acts as alleged. So we can't go through every witness just to hear that this principal or that administrator did this or did that when it doesn't absolve him of the acts. Is he admitting that he did those things, but it was the student's fault?
No, it was a repeated attempt from Mr. Mason-Jones to address these concerns with all stakeholders involved, like the university teachers, leadership in his department, administration, that shows he was trying to address these concerns, and nothing was done. He can't force students to, do work or behave or anything like that, and especially if he doesn't have any support from administration.
But that doesn't absolve him of his duty to teach.
And you will hear testimony from him about his engagement with students, the teaching, the supplementation that he did, the struggles that he had.
Not through this witness.
But she was privy at meetings where he was addressing these concerns, where she can testify that administration was in these meetings, hearing Mr. Mason-Jones bringing up these concerns, and can discuss how administration responded to that.
You have not established that the administration did anything to prevent him from doing his duties and responsibilities. This witness can't testify to that. There are specific acts of misconduct that are being alleged. We have to address those. This witness, all she's doing is providing background of a year, didn't even matter, and now you want her just to testify that there was no administrative support. That does not absolve him of the misconduct. It doesn't absolve him of his duties and responsibilities. So we're not going to go down there. We're not going to go waste any more time on that. Can she testify to any of the allegations against him? Did she see it? Did she talk to him about it? Did she talk to the students? Did she do any of those things? If she hasn't done anything, this isn't an open forum for slamming the administration. Because it's not evaluative, it's misconduct. If this was about getting a bad evaluation and not being non-renewed because of a bad evaluation, then you could have brought this in.
Understood.
Do you see what I'm getting at?
I respectfully disagree with your position, but you're the one that makes the decisions here. If you're not going to allow any questions or testimony regarding what she observed in meetings, then I
think it's very clear to the board that he's claiming he didn't get administrative support. Even the board has asked questions of witnesses about that. So if that's the point, I think it's gotten to the board.
Okay, understood. Ms. Scott, did you ever communicate directly with Mr. Sawyer regarding the allegations in his letter of misconduct?
From what I was informed, the allegation that he let me know was neglect of duties. And as far as plural allegations, I don't know any of the other allegations.
Did you ever hear from students regarding any issues or complaints with Mr. Mason-Jones with respect to the 24-25 school year?
Direct issues with students? Yes.
And what were those?
There was a few. Let me go back through my memory here. So the first thing I can remember is students coming and telling me. So these are the students. I should give a little bit of background. I'm sorry. But I've had these students for 3 years at Miami High School at different grade levels. So they come to me and they tell me different things that are happening in all the classes, in all areas of the school, including sports, including athletics. So students come and tell me things. So the first thing that I heard from their dual credit course was that they didn't have a course yet. The second thing was they didn't have an instructor yet. At that point, I went and asked Mr. Gutierrez.
So, wait, sorry, objection. Your question was about Mr. Mason-Jones. Again, Ms. Scott is going off into what administration, when they had a course or a teacher. This is not, and she said that the only allegation that she knows about is that it's neglect of students. And now she's talking about the structure of the course. It has nothing to do with the allegations of the complaint. It simply doesn't.
May I respond?
Yes.
I asked her what she had heard from the students with respect to Mr. Mason-Jones's courses in the 24-25 school year. That's relevant, it's important, it pertains to the allegations in the misconduct letter, and this is what her response is. She's talking about the issues that the students spoke to her about.
All I ask, Ms. Scott, is just put it at some reference. You're talking about this school year.
Yes,
You're talking about his class.
and his students that were enrolled.
That's fine, but let's
Okay,
keep it to that and not expand too far from beyond that.
okay. So directly what students told me.
Yes.
Okay, so students were telling me that they didn't have a course yet, that there was no instructor. I asked them what Mr. Sawyer is doing, and they told me that he's with them at the school. He's trying to find out what they're doing. At that first instance, he was walking around the campus trying to find what classroom they were assigned to. And I said, "What did you guys do then? Did you find out what class you're in? Did you have to do paperwork?" And they said no, they just had lunch, and it was time for lunch, and it was time for them to get back on the bus. And then, so that was the first incident where I was alerted and kind of became concerned. I asked Masonjones, was it true? And he said yes, the kids were still filling out paperwork, and he was double checking to make sure that the kids had all of their signatures, and he was checking to see the kids' enrollment in the course. And it was at that point that he was informed that the kids are in fact into two different courses. They were enrolled in two different courses, and he was responsible for all of the students going up and then coming back. A second incident was when students came and they were basically complaining about Mr. Mason-Jones assigning them work. And I said, "What do you mean?" And they would say different things like, well, he's not our teacher, but he's giving us work. And I said, "Okay, what kind of work?" And they said, "Well, he wants us to do this research project." And they were all upset, and they were miffed, and they were showing me the different guidelines that they had for their research paper. So again, I went to Mason-Jones. I asked him, "Hey, tell me about your project, or how's your dual credit going?" And he told me at that time he's concerned that the course was not rigorous enough, that some of the kids were not attending, and that he was putting in a plan to add an additional assignment just in case the kids didn't pass, and that he had some grounds for a grade change if it was going to be necessary. And this was early on. Also, at that same time, some of the students came and asked me, "Do I have to take dual credit?" Not some of, a lot of the kids came and asked me, "Why do we have to take dual credit? Why are we in the class? What's going on? How come we can't just have a half-day schedule?" And these are teenager questions, and because their prior knowledge was that when students get to the senior level, if they wanted a half-day schedule, they could, and they would just leave. And I told them that that's not how we're doing things, that they really want them to have dual credit, and that they should attend class and do the best they can because they can do it. And so different levels of students had to be motivated. Also, students who were a concern of mine, I asked directly of Mason-Jones, how is this student, can I say student names or no?
No.
Okay, so student one had like prior behavior, anger management issues. I asked about him specifically, and he was able to let me know that he was doing fine. He was actually flourishing. Another student who had, student two, who had reading and math learning challenges, he was able to tell me, number one, he knew who the student was. Number two, he was able to tell me if he was attending class. He said that he didn't think he was understanding, but he was there, which was a better track record at that point than the other students. And for the students who are coming and asking, can I just drop dual credit? Can I just drop it? And I said at that point, you need to ask your student advisor. You need to ask Mr. Mason-Jones, does he know that you want to drop it? And they would say either yes or no, affirm or not, and they would tell me if they talked to the counselor or not. One student even said, I talked to the counselor and I told the counselor, I don't care, I'm not going. And at that point, I told Mr. Mason-Jones, need to start documenting attendance, start documenting students who are refusing to attend, and also students who won't even get on the bus. So because there were students who really just didn't want to go. They just didn't understand the reason why they would be enrolled in dual credit of a course that they were not interested in. And it was, I told Mason-Jones that it was his duty to make sure he covered himself, document as much as possible, keep up to date on his records, and I believe he did that.
And did any students address complaints about Mr. Mason-Jones' teaching of the dual credit course to you? Did they voice any complaints about his teaching to you?
Students, from dual credit, the instructor at the college does the teaching. Mm-hmm. And Mason-Jones is there like, kind of like a teacher's aide. And so they would tell me about his research project.
Take care of it on cross, because.
So I'm sorry, let me continue. Because they were in dual credit, they all know that we have a cross-curricular project because they've done it previous years. And they were complaining about his research project, but I told them, you need it for our showcase at the end of the school year. And that I felt alleviated their opposition. I told them, you have to do the showcase, because at that point, I still felt like, or I was still under the impression that they would participate in the district showcase at the end of the school year, where the School Loves show what the students have learned throughout the year. So I told them, you need to do the project, just do it. They're like, but he's not really our teacher. And I said, it doesn't matter, you need it for the showcase. Just work on your project, expand something that you did, do your research, and see what happens. And they all seemed to be okay with that. And that was, from what I understand, from Mr. Mason-Jones's prompting and guidelines from his research project.
Okay, and beyond that, did you hear any other complaints about his classroom or his teaching?
No, just that some days, I believe it was Fridays, the days we had our block schedule, they were in there for a large amount of the day. And they would say that they would get bored, that they're trying to work on makeup work, or it was hot. The classroom that they were in didn't have an AC, I think, and it was really hot, and they had like a lot of kids in there. Those were the only other complaints.
Okay, I have nothing further for this witness.
Thank you.
Mrs. Scott, thank you. Are you here voluntarily?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you come to testify today? How were you asked to do that?
I was asked by Sawyer if I would be comfortable attesting to his work and his role at the school. And later on, I was notified by the counselor or the lawyer, counselor. And then when it was during the school day, when this previous hearing was scheduled, I was told by my administrator that I needed to come.
Okay, are you, well, you were told by your administrator
My new assistant principal.
that you were told by your administrator that you were asked to come by Mr. Mason-Jones and his attorney, is that right?
No. He
What?
just came to my classroom
Okay.
and he says, Miss Scott, they want you at central office.
Okay, so you never received any kind of subpoena or anything?
I did in the email after.
Okay,
But I didn't know it was the same thing because my principal came earlier in the day and the subpoena came in an email like around almost lunchtime.
okay. And the subpoena
was the
was
same thing.
actually from Mr. Mason-Jones' lawyer, right?
Yes,
And so they wanted you to testify, and your principal let you leave to go do that. Is that right?
he directed me to leave.
Oh, okay, so you don't want to be here today?
Well, I'm here. I mean, I'm volunteering my information that I have.
Oh.
I mean, can I be honest?
No,
Completely?
I want to know if you're here voluntarily or not, because you don't have to testify.
I know.
So you're testifying
Volun-
voluntarily?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I'm hoping that you're being honest. You're under oath.
Well, of course, I'm honest, but I just didn't know if you wanted the background of my reservations on testifying.
I'm not asking you to testify. Mr. Mason-Jones
I know.
asked you.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm saying that I don't know if you want the background on why I'm nervous to testify.
No.
Okay.
It's not relevant to your voluntarily being here.
Yeah. Thank
Okay. Have you ever taught a dual credit course?
Myself?
Yes.
No.
Were you in the training that Jack McFarland gave to Mr. Mason-Jones to teach the dual credit course this past year?
No.
The work that the students were, you talked about complaints that students made to you. That
Right.
was at the beginning of the school year, correct?
Yes, and intermittent throughout the school year.
Okay, so the complaints about we don't have a course, we don't have a teacher, that was at the beginning of the school year, correct?
Right, and then the beginning of the next semester, they were unsure of if they were going to be enrolled in dual credit again.
Okay,
So twice. So
So,
beginning of both semesters.
so the beginning of the of 25, and I'm going to ask you to answer my questions. I know that you want to give other information, but this is my cross-exam of you, so I'm going to ask you to really listen to my question, okay?
Okay.
So you testified that at the beginning of, the first complaints you were receiving from students was that there was no course or teacher. Was that in August of 2024?
No,
When was it?
September.
Okay, September of 2024. And then at some point, I was confused because then you said that administration did some stuff and there were some meetings. Then you learned that you wouldn't be teaching it, but Mr. Mason-Jones was. And then you heard that from students that they were annoyed because he had given them a project. Do I have that right?
Not sure if you can. Do you want me to put dates on those?
No? Do I have it right or not, the chronology?
Mostly, yes.
Okay, what part is not right?
I'm not sure, but I just remember you had one thing out of order. But if you can repeat, I'll let you know which one is.
The students were complaining about not having a course or teacher. Then admin did some things and switched. It turned out that first you were going to be the teacher, and then it switched and Sawyer was the teacher and you weren't. And then students started coming to you complaining that Sawyer had given them this big project that you said they really needed for their showcase anyway. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
So in chronological order, that would be the decision to have a teacher was the last school year. And
okay.
It's not relevant to you, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So in the last school year, 23-24, that's when admin told you that you wouldn't be teaching the dual credit that Sawyer would, but then at the beginning of this school year, September 24, students were coming to you saying they didn't have a course or teacher, and so you knew that Sawyer was the teacher. Did you tell them that, or?
Technically, no. Sawyer's not the teacher. Sawyer was the person on paper at the district. The teacher is the actual UNM instructor, and they didn't have a UNM instructor.
Oh, they didn't have a UNM instructor. Okay, and let me just be clear. You mentioned a whole bunch of different universities and colleges that might have dual credit. Each one of those is actually a different kind of program, isn't that true? It's tailored to the pathway and that school.
That would be outside of the school year.
I don't know what you're saying.
So those are previous dual credit courses that are not during this school year.
Oh, okay, so did you have anything to do with dual credit this school year?
Technically, no.
Okay. And when you say technically, did you have an assignment in any capacity that related to the dual credit program this past school year?
For the first semester, I was the department chair for science. So if the course was a science-related course, that would be under my wing, and also School of Health lead. So all of the students that were in dual credit at UNM Gallup were also under that, my other wing, I guess.
But you're saying, as you sit here today, that you didn't know that Mr. Masonjones was actually a teacher for that dual credit health pathway course at UNMG, right? You don't know that that's true.
He's not. The instructor is. The instructor gives all of the curriculum, and and that instructor does the grading.
Okay, and I'm sorry, what is who's Jack McFarland?
He is the coordinator of college and career readiness here at Student Support Center.
Okay, and what is his role in the with respect to the dual credit programming?
From what I understand, he's the coordinator of the program, so he makes sure that we have a dual credit program with compliance to whatever the partnership is working.
You mean, when you say coordinator, you mean he's the director? He's not the coordinator, he's the director.
Okay.
Wait, you didn't know that?
No, there's a lot of role changes at Student Support Center, and titles change all the time. So he's the director, but now he's retired, I believe.
But he was the director the year before. He was the director of college, career, and civic readiness, and he was responsible for the dual credit program in 23-24. But you didn't know that.
No, I don't know the exact titles of people. I just know he was our boss's boss.
Okay, great. So if Mr. McFarland developed a job description for the teacher who was supposed to be teaching, the MHS teacher who was supposed to be teaching the dual credit course this last semester, in conjunction with UNMG, would you say that would be an appropriate task for him?
I have no bearing on what is an appropriate task for Mr. McFarland.
Right, so did you draft the job description and for the UNMG MHS dual credit?
Ma'am, you know I didn't draft that.
Did you, yes or no? So no, is that what you're saying? Okay, so but you have testified here to the board with full confidence several times that Mr. Masonjones was not the teacher for the dual credit course in health at UNMG this last year. How do you know that?
From the previous dual credit experience from the prior school years.
Okay, but you have no idea. This was a new program, right?
Dual credit?
No. This health pathway dual credit course at UNMG was a new dual credit course this past school year, correct?
That my students were involved in, yes. I don't know if the dual credit course existed before Maya Mira became involved, I'm sorry, I'm trying to be very clear.
And you never, I
So,
think you said, I don't know, that's fine. But you never actually taught it, even if it existed before. You never taught it, correct?
correct.
You said, all right, that you told, I didn't finish up. So the students were complaining that Mr. Mason-Jones had given them this project and it was too much work, and but you were encouraging them to complete it because they needed it for the end of the year showcase, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was in September of 2024, correct?
No, I think it was more like October, November, because it was getting towards the end of this semester, and it was becoming apparent that not every student was going to pass.
What was the project? What was the specific project?
It was a research paper.
So it was an essay? They were supposed to write an essay?
On the guidelines, it was partially a paper. It was partially an essay, and then from what I read briefly, they were encouraged to include their own evidence finding, like data collection, like a science fair project.
And so did you see the written assignment?
The guidelines that they were given?
I don't know what that means, guidelines.
Briefly,
So,
because the kids were holding it up and they were like, he's giving us this.
okay, so in addition to that project, is there anything else that you saw with your own eyes? Any other project or assignment that you saw with your own eyes that Sawyer, Mr. Mason-Jones gave to the students that were in his dual credit course?
For this school year, no.
Okay. All right, now you told, at some point, you had conversation with Mr. Mason-Jones about the students not attending, sounds like, not wanting to attend his class and not going. So you told him to document to cover himself. That's what you testified to.
Right.
Okay, so-
Document because the students were openly.
Yes, sir?
telling
Sorry,
me-
yes or no?
Oh, yes or no to what? I'm sorry.
To my question. You told him to document to cover himself. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, and in your mind, when you say document, what does that look like?
Can I give some background?
No. What does document?
Okay.
When you told him to document to cover himself,
So,
what did you have in mind for him to document?
gosh, very hard to answer without,
Like, is it, okay, let me give you an example. I don't mean to confuse you. Are you telling him, hey, send an email to administration? Hey, make a referral of this student for ditching? Hey, what is it, when you say document, what are you referring to?
well, we have these every other week meetings called early warning systems. We abbreviate it EWS. And every other week, we talk and discuss as a team students who need additional support, who might need some more guidance, and also students who are exhibiting risks of not being successful. And in every EWS meeting, I encouraged all teachers in the team to document. And I specifically remember telling Sawyer, you need to document and cover yourself. Make sure that you're writing everything down.
Okay, hold
We
on.
have a
Hold,
EW.
hang on. Hey, wait, Ms. Scott. My question was, when you told Mr. Mason-Jones to document to cover himself, what kind of documentation were you thinking of? Would it be an email to administration, a referral of the student to admin, an email to you, some type of a note in a student contact log? What documentation were you referring to?
In our EWS meeting, we have a running spreadsheet that everyone on the team, including admin and the student advisor, have access to. And that is the documentation I'm referring to.
And did you?
The shared spreadsheet.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other documentation to which you were referring?
I think other people encouraged him to
Okay,
write
hold
an
on,
email.
hold on, hold on.
Yeah.
I just need you to answer my question. Were you referring to any other documentation when you told him to document to cover himself?
Aside from the spreadsheet,
Correct,
the shared spreadsheet,
correct.
I think I was going
Please
to.
don't say "I think,"
Okay.
because if you think, then that means you don't actually know.
Okay, I'm
asking-
sorry. Let me fix. So it was
And I'm asking.
suggested that an email be sent to
hold on,
remind
hold on.
administrators.
Please stop, please. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you're
Did-
asking me a question and I'm trying to answer it, but you keep cutting me off and I'm trying to answer your initial question. I'm not stupid. I understand what you're asking me. Yes, we are encouraged to write emails to remind admin of the situation and the current solution that the team has come up with.
Okay.
So yes,
So hold.
emails and the working spreadsheet.
Thank you. My question was, when you told Mr. Masonjones to document to cover himself, what were you referring to? You just described to me what the team was encouraged to do. I'm assuming you mean the EWS team, but I'm not asking you about what the team was encouraged to do. You testified earlier that you told Mr. Masonjones to document to cover himself. You've already told me that what you meant when you told him that was that he should update or use the spreadsheet that you were a working document that the early warning systems team used. Then I asked you, is there any other documentation to which you were referring when you told him to document to cover himself?
I think that includes just the regular documentation a school teacher in a working classroom has.
Okay, perfect. So in your mind, what is regular documentation that a teacher would create?
A regular teacher or one that you're saying that I asked Sawyer to take? Just
Okay, hold on. Let me just make sure we're on the same page here. I asked you if there was any other type of documentation to which you were referring when you told Sawyer to document to cover himself. You told me the EWS spreadsheet, and then I said any other documentation to which you were referring when you told him to document to cover himself. Then you said just the regular documentation that teachers use. So now, then I said, what's the regular documentation that teachers use?
okay, so regular documentation that teachers use that I would assume teachers use is attendance, daily attendance, minimum of a weekly progress check, like a grade, if they're passing, if they're failing, just a general knowledge of if they're failing.
Okay.
And then any additional record keeping would be students who have behavior issues, if there was a discipline referral, if there was a referral to counseling, if there was parent contact. Those are the things that I feel like are general teacher record keeping.
Okay, that is very helpful. Thank you. Now, behaviors that you would expect to be, for behavior issues that you would expect to be documented, would that include students ditching?
Yes.
Would it include students vaping in the classroom?
Yes. But
Uh,
can I add on to that? Sometimes when teachers record an incident, and I'm gonna say if they don't find evidence, it's negated. So,
Sorry, who's they?
security
Oh,
or,
okay, that's fine.
yeah, other people.
But if, focusing just very specifically on my question,
I'm trying.
and I think we're getting a better flow now. So you agree that ditching would be a behavior that should be documented, vaping, nicotine, you would agree if it's actually happening. Regardless of what admin finds or security finds later, I'm not talking about that. If you know that a student is vaping nicotine in your classroom, should it be documented?
Yes.
If you know that a student is vaping THC in your classroom, should it be documented?
Yes.
If you know that a student is watching TikTok on their phone when they're supposed to be doing work, should it be documented?
No, not in all instances, because they're teenagers and almost all of them are on their cell phones. As teachers, it's an ongoing battle. So if I personally was to document a student on their cell phone, that would just take over everything.
Okay, fair enough. Let's see, and then when you're in class, are you routinely sitting at your desk, or are you standing up at the chalkboard, walking around, making yourself available to students and really trying to engage with them?
Me personally, or teachers in general?
You personally.
I generally sit, but I have medical issues.
Okay, and do you have an accommodation that allows you to sit? Is that what you're saying?
Objection. Objection. This is asking about her private health information. This doesn't need to be asked and answered on the record.
Actually, you made this hearing open, and I actually do have, I can ask her this question. Let me just say this. Have you, does administration know that you are sitting?
Yes, I have a doctor's note, but I did not apply for
an accommodation.
yes,
That's fine.
in person, I guess. I don't know what you call it, disability accommodation.
Okay. If you weren't sitting at your desk because of a disability or because of a doctor's note, would you then be routinely sitting?
No, I try to get up, but I do have trouble.
So if you could, it sounds like you're saying if you physically were and health-wise were able to do so, you would be up and around and at the chalkboard and engage with students. Is that right?
Yes, as much as possible. And I should
Perfect.
also add a caveat that sometimes in student work time, sometimes students in our with our background, our Native American background, sometimes students want time to work, and that means space. A lot of our students are Native American and they need space. And sometimes if people are standing by them or behind them, it makes us uncomfortable.
Okay, thank you. How often do you put your feet up on your desk during class time?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Never. I physically can't do that.
Oh, but would you if you could? Would you put your feet up
I
on
don't.
the
I don't believe so, no.
Why not?
I think it's deeply ingrained in my Navajo Dene culture. Like, I don't relax, but that's just how I was brought up.
So to you, if this, I mean, I don't want to speak for you.
Navajos?
Well, I don't want to speak for, culture or the tribe, but are you saying that it's a cultural perception that putting feet up is a sign of being relaxed?
In terms of myself personally, being in a room with someone that is relaxed in that fashion, I'm sorry, it's hard for me to conceptualize just because it's not very often.
That a teacher or a student would put their feet up on the desk in the classroom?
Yes.
Okay, got it. What about, how often do you say OSHIT in the classroom?
Oh gosh, let me see. When I mess up, I could say a number of things.
Do you,
But
you s-
no, I'm
Okay.
joking.
okay, okay.
But if something does happen,
Okay, you got me there.
if something does happen that's unexpected, I did say it one time when we had a fire alarm in the middle of a frog dissection. It was very tough. It does occur. I do curse sometimes, but not every day. I would say maybe twice a semester if I was to guess or estimate.
Okay, this is in the classroom in front of students.
Yes.
Okay. How often do you say OFUCK in the classroom in front of students? Excuse me.
None.
Do you think that's appropriate?
I think it would depend on the situation.
So you think it could be appropriate to say OFUCK in the classroom in front of students?
Well, not in front of students, like per se. That's not optimal, but it does happen. I mean, teachers are humans.
Do you ever watch TikTok videos on your phone in the classroom in front of students during class time?
Me personally, no, because my classroom doesn't have Wi-Fi signal.
Okay, so if you had Wi-Fi, you would watch TikTok videos during classroom in front of your students?
No, if there was ever a time to watch a TikTok video, it would probably be relevant to science, and I wouldn't be searching for it during class time.
Okay, would you watch TikTok videos with students laughing, being jovial, and saying, oh shit, and oh fuck? Would you do that in your classroom?
Maybe watching with students if they felt like it was relevant or they wanted me to see something. Sometimes students do show you things on their cell phones, like fights or bathroom antics. And sometimes I don't have time for it, and I just say, no, don't show me. I don't want to know right now.
Okay, but
But
if
it does occur.
and you would curse with them. You'd say OSHIT
No.
and OFUCK while laughing with them.
Probably laughing, but not cursing. I try really hard not to.
Do you allow students to leave your classroom to go see their friends during your classroom time?
I do allow students to leave, but once they leave, I often find they were not truthful in their destination. And this is something like they tell me they're going to the restroom, but they're like upstairs. Or they go see their friend when they're supposed to go to the bathroom and they come back.
Okay, so if I've got this right, you don't give students permission to go off and see their friends. They've asked you for a specific purpose. May I go to the bathroom, or may I go get paper from my locker or something?
Right, and we do encourage group work. So sometimes kids do ask to go see their classmate or someone if they're working on a common assignment.
Okay, and then, let's see. You just said they're not truthful. Is truthfulness important to you?
Yes, it's one of the things that we have to address daily. I work with teenagers. It's difficult to make sure that everyone is on the same page and open with their true intentions. I work on it every day.
And how about for yourself? Do you consider yourself to be a truthful person?
I try to be.
You consider yourself to be truthful?
Yes.
Has the district ever had any concerns about your truthfulness that you know of?
No.
Okay. I will pass the witness.
Any questions?
Mr. Shaw, yes, thank you. When you first started testifying, you said that you saw highly effective teaching that was happening, but that wasn't from Mr. Mason Jones. That was from the UNM professor's assignment, correct?
From the very beginning testimony, I think they said that that was not relevant because it was prior school year, and that was Mr. Mason Jones. I did not see any teaching or curriculum materials from the UNM instructors for this school year. I did see prior dual credit coursework from prior school years because students would ask me for help. So I would help them with like math, conversions, anatomy, even psychology. So I know students were enrolled
So
in
this year, you didn't see nothing from,
from the UNM instructor.
no, from Mr. Mason Jones.
From Mr. Mason Jones, I only saw the research project or the research project guidelines. That was this school year.
So when the students came to you and they said they wanted to drop it, did they give you a reason why they wanted to drop his class?
They wanted to drop dual credit because they felt like they had enough credits to graduate. And after talking to them a little bit more, they would usually say, I have all the credits I need. I don't need the class. And they would say different things like that. Like, I just want to have a half-day schedule, or why can't we just have a half-day schedule? And that's because the students prior to this, to their class, were able to do that.
So are you in the position to make the accommodations for that they have enough class, or they can do a half a day? Are you in the position to grant that?
Me, myself?
Yes.
No. But the students are, can go to their student advisor. And
Was that the advice you gave them?
Yes, I told them first go talk to Mr. Mason Jones, let him know how you're feeling, what's wrong with, you have to have reasons. So I would tell the students, you need a reason. You can't just say, because I don't feel like it.
And one of the other reasons that you got from the student was they said they were bored in that class.
Yes.
So
So
they were bored when we heard from and saw some of the remarks from the students that Mr. Mason Jones wasn't doing anything to help them with their work, or that's why they were bored. There was nothing happening in their classroom. That were some of the testimonies the kids were giving us.
yes, they said that. They also said that their class was too easy, that at UNM, the instruction there. And I said, are you sure? Are you looking at everything? Are you sure you're not? Because sometimes kids will say, I have no homework, and they actually do. So I was asking them, are you sure you're looking? Are you make sure you're asking that you don't have a homework assignment that you're not aware of.
But what you, as a colleague, as we heard from another testimony from another colleague, went to Mr. Mason Jones and said, this is what the student needs help with. So as colleagues, can you communicate that with Mr. Mason Jones and saying, your kids are bored, they want to get out of your classroom, and they're not doing their homework even though they have homework. Why are you not? You had a whole list of things that you said that they're responsible for as teachers. So why isn't he doing that for these students? And why aren't you relaying that message to him to be an effective teacher?
We had meetings every other week in the EWS meeting. So as a team, we would come up with different ideas, different types of things that we could do as far as solutions to help the students. And in those meetings, that's when Mr. Mason Jones would talk about the different ideas that he had to try to get the kids more engaged. Now, it's up to the student if they want to take the opportunity. And that was one of the things that we try to work on to make sure that we try different things with different students. So we would say different things like, oh, maybe you can try a reward system, or maybe you can try this or try that. And that's what the EWS meetings were for.
Again, as the testimonies of our students that wrote out comments, that were letters and comments that they gave, that was not happening. That wasn't happening in this classroom. And even though they went multiple times to the teacher, they weren't being receptive, or he wasn't being receptive. So I guess my question is, if there's a way that we can provide that assistance as colleagues, I don't understand why, and if you're having meetings, why students are continuing to stress their concerns. So I don't know. Thank you.
Mhm. I'm sorry, I didn't read any of the student statements or anything. I didn't know that happened, so. But yeah.
So my question is, in your support meetings, did you discuss the phone issues? You did say that, throughout the school, mostly all the students are just on their phones. And do you allow phones in your classroom and allow them to be on TikTok or whatever during your instructional time?
Cell phones are a big issue, and if we didn't discuss it in maybe 1 or 2 meetings, but it was always an issue, and it's an issue across the board for almost all teachers. There's no like uniform cell phone policy. It's up to the teacher what their actual protocol is going to be. For my classroom, I allow cell phones because we do a lot of hands-on work. And so sometimes if they're doing a hands-on project, they have to take pictures along the way of showing their progress. But I also should note that there's no good signal in my classroom for them to to receive an outside signal.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a hard time getting on the TikTok and getting on the social media, but they can use their camera. So I'm lucky in that aspect, but other teachers are not as lucky. So I know some teachers in our team, they take the phone and they just put them in the pouches. Other teachers ask kids, just put it away. And then there's some teachers that still struggle.
Mm-hmm.
They still struggle because students will not listen, or they continuously take it out. I know it's a big problem in math classes because there's a lot of apps that are, they help the student solve the math problems just by taking a picture of the math problem. So I know it's an issue in our math classes as well.
Okay, with that said, would you allow TikTok, students to be on their phone watching TikTok, watching fights, watching, things that are going on within the community, maybe police call or whatever, other than schoolwork?
No.
Thank you.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Scott, appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Let me call your next witness.
Our last witness is Sawyer Masonjones.
Before this Board of Education is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You may sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Mason-Jones. If you could please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Sawyer Masonjones, Sayyer Masonjones.
And can you tell me about your employment with GMCS?
This was my third year here. First year I was teaching all levels of math in the media department. The year after I was doing anatomy and physiology and human body systems and health. And this year they gave me credit recovery and I was the supporting teacher for the dual credit class.
And what is your background in training?
I got my bachelor's in biology from the University of Florida. I then went on to a PhD program, but ended up with a terminal master's in genetics, genomics, and bioinformatics.
And are you involved with the union?
Yes, I am the president of the union.
And when did you become the president of the union?
There's two ways to count this. When I started acting as president, it was late January, because at that point I was the only one nominated. It didn't become official until February 8th, where I was officially voted in as president.
And can you tell me about how you became aware of the notice of intent to discharge?
When I entered my classroom this morning, I barely had enough time to take my computer out before Mr. Benyola and Mr. Garo came in with the notice to intent to discharge.
Do you remember roughly what date that was?
That would have been, it was a Monday. I want to say it was the 27th of January, whatever that Monday was.
And did you have union representation when you were presented this letter?
No, neither when I was given the letter of reprimand. Both times that was rejected. In fact, the letter of reprimand was rescinded, and this is by Kadon's testimony, because I wasn't given that union representation. Because that meeting wasn't announced, general topic wasn't given. The letter was simply handed to me only a few minutes before I was supposed to leave to the college to take the students up there.
And what happened after you got what happened after you were you were placed on administrative leave?
I think it was a weekish after that. I was brought in for questioning with Darren Soland and Kadon Montano. Past that, I think it was almost 6-7 weeks where I didn't really hear anything from the district until they called another meeting to do the intent to discharge.
Did you have a union representative at that meeting?
I did have one at that meeting.
Okay. And did you participate in an investigation?
I was questioned by Darren Soland and Kadon Montano.
And were you able to respond in any other way aside from this questioning?
No, only the questioning. By our contract, we're supposed to be allowed a response before disciplinary action is given. I was not allowed to respond. Charges were not presented to me before discipline was given. This is one of multiple contract violations that happened during this to the union president.
Do you recall the content of that investigation, what was discussed, what you reported?
Yes, they came in with interviews from students, started asking me questions. It seemed clear to me from the very beginning that they had already formed their opinion. They did not listen to explanations. They did not listen to what I offered in terms of what supplementation I did, what assignments I gave. The district is claiming I did no supplementation and no honors assignments, but you guys have heard testimony today about my students complaining about the assignments I was giving. I like doing a lot of long projects. These assignments were varied, but were given throughout the semester as supplementation, as well as the supplementation I give to aid students in completing assignments.
And you spoke about, I believe you said student statements. I'm not sure if I'm saying that, repeating that correctly. Did you feel like, or did you have an opportunity to review those student statements?
Not directly. I know that they had notes, but I wasn't able to interact with those notes or read those notes. It seemed to me they took a series of small instances and blew them up to the purport to make it seem like this was like an everyday occurrence, that I was letting students vape, that I was letting students skip, that I was sitting in my chair all the time. None of those things are true. They are exaggerations of what did happen.
Okay. And can you tell me about your teaching this year, 24-25 school year? Can you tell me about the courses that you teach? Just a narrative, essentially, about what you were teaching, what you were aware of, what your role was.
Yes. So let me start with the credit recovery, so we can get the less relevant thing quickly. I was given 3 periods of credit recovery. Originally, with the plan that we discussed with administration and with the pathway lead, Valerie Scott, was I was originally going to take the junior class and the dual credit class in order to train them up so they would be successful in the college class, because I tend to give very in-depth, high-level assignments that are more conducive to a college class, because that was what my experience was before I became a high school teacher. Sorry, steer me back here. Can you repeat the question?
If you can just walk us through your roles.
Okay. So for credit recovery class, these classes, they are done online. My responsibilities were to monitor students, check on them, make sure they were getting help, report weekly progress. I, in fact, tracked daily progress so I can see day by day how many % they were doing. I would approve when they got to a test. If they failed, the policy was if they failed it twice, I was then to do interventions before they were allowed to take it for a 3rd time.
And can you describe the dual credit course?
Yes. So this course was split into 2. Approximately half the class was in the freshman year experience, and the other class was health pathways. To my understanding, the freshman experience class, they put largely the students that we weren't sure that they would be successful in college. Actually, a lot of good things to say about freshman year experience class, because that was a well-organized class with assignments that were detailed to the level of the students and were aimed at helping students be successful in a college environment, whether that was by skills like emailing your professor or how to navigate the campus, or things like study skills, time management, things that I believe in, and things that I actually took a lot from that class to use later and sort of teaching kids that time management aspect. The other class was the health pathways class. This class, in contrast, was very disorganized. So for the freshman year experience class, I got a whole syllabus that a week by week assignments, chapter readings, when exactly things were due, what topics were being covered. For health pathways, I received nothing. The syllabus they had was just a description of the course and legal disclaimers. There was no schedule of courses. There was no anything to work off of. Another difference is that there was no textbook for this class. This is something that I actually had to push for throughout the semester, and for the 2nd semester, that course did receive a textbook and a workbook to provide more structure to the class. That professor, so freshman year experience professor, he would have lots of engagement activities where he was getting students to talk to each other, ask stuff. The other professor, the health pathways professor, his classes were all chalk talks. You would get in front of the whiteboard. There was no slides or anything. He would write or draw things. Lectures were often repeated. I actually found out midway through the semester that he didn't actually have any health background. He was not a nurse. He wasn't a biologist. He was at an English background. So I actually had to correct him a few times on biology, because of course that's my specialty. That's what I was pursuing a PhD in. That's my field of expertise. I had to correct him several times just on a factual basis. Lectures were often repeated. I think I saw the same rough lecture on nutrition probably about 4 times, so that's 2 weeks of classes where he didn't really cover anything new. He just kind of repeated it. He didn't write down assignments. I had to convince him to write down assignments, and eventually I started writing down the assignments for him to then distribute, just so students would be able to have something to look at in terms of requirements. The assignments were also not to a level college student, which was very sad to me because this was supposed to be the higher level class. These were supposed to be the students that were maybe going to college or planning to go to college. This was an opportunity to kind of push these students to be able to do college level work, to be able to go in depth, and it's an opportunity our school doesn't normally have. So I saw this as a wasted opportunity where instead of like an AP class or a typical college class where they have a higher workload, higher rigor, they're thinking more deeply about things, this one was very basic, and the assignments were things like crosswords or to draw a picture, technical drawing of an organ, but with no labels, no, just the drawing. No explanations, no labels, no looking at the organ systems. That's actually where my supplementation came in, because I took those assignments and pumped them up. Instead of just having them draw a picture, I would give them a list of parts of the organ, because I had taught anatomy and physiology the year before. I would have them not only list the parts of the organ, but I would have them name functions, have them go through the process of that organ system. What does this organ system do? How does that work? Like, what's the flow of blood to the heart? Things that they missed because they didn't get the opportunity to take anatomy because there was some weirdness with this particular graduating class in the order they took the PLTW classes.
And when did you become aware that you were going to teach the dual credit course?
I think it was about March last year. Again, originally I was told that they would try to put me as the junior level teacher for medical interventions. The labs for that class actually are all stuff I did not just learning about, but I did in a research context because I worked as a research scientist for a while. So this was very up my alley. Last year teaching anatomy and physiology, I really loved doing all the labs, and I did every lab I could possibly do in that class and more, because I believe in that hands-on learning, that active learning. This year, though, they moved me out of my lab classroom. I was told I was the supporting teacher that was there to supplement, but primarily there to make sure as many students as possible passed.
That's for the dual credit course?
Yeah. So I knew in March, they then told me that, oh no, in fact, it would be credit recovery and the dual credit class. I had concerns with that. It's been mentioned before, I have ADHD, I have problems being bored. I like to stay busy. I need to stay busy to be productive. It's a part of executive dysfunction. You know, you can't, if I don't stop, there's no executive dysfunction. There's only doing. I wanted more responsibilities, and I kept asking for that throughout that whole process.
And did you receive any training for the dual credit course?
Early on, they hadn't given me any requirements, so I asked for them. The reason why those requirements were written down was because I asked for those requirements. My understanding of the requirements was that I was supposed to be primarily the supporting teacher. I was told that my primary goal was to help these students with their assignments and pass, followed by supplementation, both with assignments and content. But that was never really defined of how much I should be doing. I was told that I should be using my best judgment, trying to base it on what skills students needs, what's knowledge they were missing. So I would do supplementation for the assignments, kind of give them that last minute information they needed to complete it. If I found that there was problems with, if I had recurring problems with students having the same mistakes in assignment, I would then, okay, stop, let's do a lesson real quick. Let me show you how this is done, so we can then move on.
So I believe you stated that there initially wasn't guidelines for this course and you asked for it, and that's, when did you ask for this?
I think that was early August. I was concerned that what my responsibilities actually were, because it seemed I was being more babysitter than teacher. I did not want the class to be like that.
And was there a meeting or anything that was attended where this was discussed, or the course itself was discussed?
I believe it was on a Teams meeting,
Okay, and when did that occur?
probably also in August.
Do you recall who was there?
Jack McFarland, Ashton So, Kirsten Jacoby. I think there's another person there that was handling it for another school, but they were not a supporting teacher like Kirsten Jacoby or I were.
And do you recall what was discussed in this meeting?
The responsibilities I told you, I asked follow-up questions specifically about grading. I was told that for the dual credit courses, just like Mr. Gutierrez said earlier today, that I didn't personally assign a grade. That grade came from the teacher, that they were to be the drivers of the class content. I was there to support, facilitate, and try my best to make sure these students pass, because in previous iterations of dual credit, to my understanding, our pass rate was below 50% for these classes. I don't know what specifically it was. The district set a goal of 80% pass rate. My pass rate was 82%, which, while not ideal, I was working also on improvements to the class that I'm sure will be asked about later.
So that was an 82% pass rate in your fall semester dual credit course?
Yes.
Thank you. And I understand, this is your first year teaching the dual credit course. Has this been offered before to the health pathway students?
Not this particular class. This health pathways class seemed to be completely new, and I felt like they kind of put the professor in last minute. The other class, the freshman experience class, was more established with that in the college, but neither of these classes were something we had done at Mayamura or this district before.
Okay, and I understand there seems to be a clear obligation or expectation of support and supplementation
Yes.
in this course. Can you walk us through the type of support and supplementation you were giving to the students?
Okay. Let me walk you a little bit through my day. So classes were on Monday and Wednesday, which meant on Monday and Wednesday I had about an hour of the students before we left. This is where I would do last minute checks on students, see if they completed their assignments that were maybe due that day. I would go over assignments. I would actually talk to each individual student that period and conference with them and be like, hey, I'm looking at your grades here. I don't see what is done. Do you have this? How can I help you? What can I do to make sure that we get this in on time? On the off days, so this is Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, typically there would be assignment of some sort, either for the week or given to them the previous day. I would go over those assignments. If I felt that there was supplementation needed, I would run a mini lesson to touch on the things that I didn't think the students knew, or there were skills like presentations or writing email or writing citations where I felt like the students would not know precisely what to do, so we went over that in detail. After that, I would then again go, and this is something I did every day, was to talk to each and every single one of my students and talk to them like, hey, this is what you need to do today. This is what's coming up. This is what you still need to do by this timeline. I would ask them specifically what kind of help they needed. I would offer help. I would individually tutor them in whatever skills they felt they needed. Frankly, I find the accusation that I wasn't doing anything with my students deeply insulting. I think a point of order to this is that no one in this entire process, including my own admin and principal, were regularly in my classroom. The only times my admin and principal were in my classroom this year, and I had asked repeatedly that they come to my class to check in on me, to make sure I was doing the right job, because this felt weird. The only times they actually came in were during the official walkthrough and observations I received. No one that has testified in this entire process has actually seen me teach.
If you can grab I think it's the black binder in front of you.
Okay.
And turn to Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Can you take a moment to review this document?
This looks like my formal observation from Nick Garrow.
Is this the observation you were just talking about?
Yes, this was the official evaluation. So as opposed to a walkthrough where they're just looking at maybe a certain thing or just seeing what's there, this one is specifically on, I believe this is domains 2 and 3.
And what was the result of the observation? What were the comments and?
So I'm happy to say, because I like a good grade, I've always been academically adept. Throughout my entire tenure at Miyamura, I've only ever received applying or innovating scores, and this was the same. So I was innovating in creating a respectful environment and rapport. This even notes that I was conferencing with students, then check in with individual students. That's what I was talking about before with my routine. Others are either, it looks like the rest of them are applying. In 2C, it talks about specifically supplementation that I was doing. In this case, I believe the section of the course we were talking about human development. So I prepared a kind of review of that development before we got into their actual assignment, where we were, I was basically making them doing specific presentations on those different areas of development. This is actually something that I provided the professor as an assignment, because again, I felt this professor wasn't assigning things that were appropriate to a college level, let alone to our advanced students.
And I don't believe there's an objection to this document. I think we already allowed it admitted.
Sorry, which?
It's Exhibit 1. It's the review from 24-25. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And so is this 24-25 review a good example of the previous year's reviews that you had gotten?
Normally I get more innovating, but this is pretty typical. Until this investigation, no one has ever told me a crossword about my class. I actually thrive on feedback. I ask for feedback when we do these conferences. I really encourage my admin to hey, dig into me. I want to improve. This is pretty typical of what I get in previous years, 4s and 3s.
And so you talked about some supplementation that you had done for the course. Did you have concerns about the way this course was going?
I didn't have many concerns about the freshman experience course. My only concern there was the hard deadlines. In fact, the only students that actually failed the course was due to deadlines. It wasn't about ability. I had kept pressing on these students every day, hey, this is what we need to do. How can I help you? But those students, for a variety of reasons, didn't or weren't able to turn those assignments in on time. And because he had a pretty harsh deadline policy, there was no opportunity to make it up. Because especially in the beginning, a lot of the students weren't taking the class seriously. I was trying to encourage these students hey, even if you don't want to go to college, even if you don't want to do this, even if you wanted an internship or something else, this is where we're at. This is what you need to pass in order to graduate. And more than that, the freshman year experience class had some valuable skills to it. It was, the class dealt a lot with introspection and trying to figure out what works for you as a person in terms of how you function in college. It's something that, because of my own experience in college, because I struggled my first year, that I really believed in, because if I had that sort of instruction, maybe my first year of college would have been less experimentation and more doing. And when I say experimentation, I mean, I talked before about being academically gifted. I didn't really have to try very hard in high school. Got straight A's all the time, didn't have to study very much, but when I hit college, all that changed. All of a sudden, I was alone. I had to learn time management as a then undiagnosed ADHD person. I had to learn how to study. I had to learn how to do all this stuff on the fly. So with the freshman experience course, I highly appreciated that class and its content and really tried to preach that to students. I had more concerns, however, with the health pathways. This class was completely unorganized. As I said before, the syllabus was just a course description, whereas the other syllabus I received had day by day, this is what we're talking about, this is what the assignments were, these are the topics. Health pathways, I didn't get that. The very first assignment was, and this is an assignment for a whole week of work, was to write 8 definitions of words. Not specific words, mind you. He just wanted 8 definitions of organs. Random organs, could be anything. I felt that was a highly inappropriate assignment to have 12 hours of class time to work on. It made it very difficult to supplement because I didn't have, to my understanding, I didn't have an ability to assign a grade, because that's what I was told by the people of my counseling department, and from my understanding of the conversation with Jack McFarland, that I was to put in the grade from the professor itself. So I would give these extra assignments, I would try to bolster them, or I would even give assignments to the professor because he wasn't giving quality assignments. He even passed them off as his own in class. I felt like that class was doing a disservice to what should have been our advanced students, that could have been an opportunity to push them so that they would have experience with real college level work while they were still in an environment where they could be supported.
Did you address these concerns with anyone?
Yes,
Who?
vociferously. I talked to Jack McFarland, Nash and So. I talked to Deb Arthur, my AP. I talked to Mr. Garrow, my principal. I expressed these concerns to the counselor. I expressed them to Ms. Scott over there. I said repeatedly, like, hey, 3 hours is too long for this class based on the amount of work they have. I don't really have an ability to assign a grade, so students are not refusing to do the extra work I'm assigning. The structure of the class itself was not up to par, and these concerns were kind of written off. My admin basically said, well, just kind of deal with it, muddle through, just try to get these students passing. That was my instructions, to make sure these students were passing as much as possible. Yeah.
And if you could please turn to Exhibit 6 in that book, the black book.
Yes.
And if you could take a moment, it's a thicker exhibit, to flip through these and let me know what it is if you recognize it.
These seem to be some of the emails between Ashton So, Alex Salant, and Jeffrey Hunt. There's also some data in here that I was asked to collect from Mr. McFarland about students' interest in college and careers. Some of the formatting has cut this off.
And is that what you're talking about, the 5th page into that exhibit? There's a half circle on it. Is that what you're referring to as the data? Can you describe what this data is?
So it's cut off in here, but this data was a short survey that I was again asked to do by Mr. McFarland. You can see the breakdowns on page 2 and 3 of the exact numbers. So some students were looking to go to college. So 13 of, it looks like the 24-ish, 26. People that took the survey, for context here, my class was 33, not the 13 that was described. 12 of them answered they were planning attending. 1 said planning on attending the next 5 years. An equal number of students, so again, 13 students said that they didn't want to go to college or were unsure, or they had no current plans. So it was about 50-50 about the students who were looking to go to college or the students that weren't. More specifically from my experience, I had a few students who really didn't want to be in the dual credit class. One of them had actually already been accepted into a welding program. I tried to advocate for them to go to OCC to maybe get some early education on that vocational training they were looking for, because their career goal was to go weld, which, you know, they get paid more than teachers, more power to them. I believe a lot in student choice, and I felt that a lot of these students didn't get the choice between internship, OCC, and others. I tried to advocate for these students with the counselor and the program, but I was told that no students were going to be dropped, and that they were to remain where they were. So I did the best I could and tried to encourage these students as much as possible that, hey, even if you're not planning to go to college, these are still useful skills to anyone, because time management is universal. Yeah.
Okay. And excuse me, I just want to make sure I am fully understanding. This exhibit is emails that were addressing some of the concerns that you had with the class and the coursework?
Yeah.
Okay. As well as, is this kind of general communication about the course throughout the semester?
General communication, because I was getting reports from students that they did not want to be there. I wanted to get to the root reasons why. The students that told me explicitly that they did not want to be there were largely students that were not looking to go to college, that they had other career plans, and they are more interested in doing an internship or OCC, which is the vocational training.
Okay. And if you could please turn to the third to last page of Exhibit 6.
Okay, third to last.
I believe it's an email from Alex Tallant to yourself and Kirsten and Ashton So, October 15th.
Yes.
Can you describe what this email is?
So for a little context here, one of the things I was promised was access to the learning management system. I didn't actually have access to that until 8 weeks into the course, and Mr. Tallant never actually put in any sort of grades. I was keeping track of this myself, just with like done or in progress in a spreadsheet. But we were getting near the half, and I wanted an actual grade that I could report to students, because I had not received anything like that from Mr. Tallant. So based on that prompting, we went over the assignments. I actually had to give him the list of assignments from my own records, because he hadn't actually recorded any of his grades down. He claimed to be doing a portfolio type thing, but I felt that waiting to the end of the semester for students to know what their grade was and what their standing was inappropriate to students that were still in training for college. So we sent this assignments out. A few of these are ones that actually I designed or enhanced, like the number 6 with the list of 50 health careers, with 5 careers with detailed explanations. That's one that I pushed for, to have that 5 careers with detailed explanations. It wasn't just naming careers, it was thinking about what this career actually is. I encourage students to pick careers that sounded interesting to them. That's something they might see themselves doing. Number 8 is also one of mine. This is one that I bolstered. We had been talking about doing a presentation. His original pitch for this assignment was 5 slides. That was a paired project with a 3-week due date timeline, which is ludicrous. You know, we can do 5 slides in an hour, maybe 2. This is not something that should have taken 3 weeks, especially as a paired project. So I increased the requirement to 15 slides with specific citation and research components, so they can get a deep dive into some of the history of medicine. 10 is also one of mine. This one's completely my invention. This is where I basically had them do a diet diary. They recorded what they ate for a 24-hour period. I had them use tools to measure the amount of calories, the amount of nutrients, the amount of micronutrients that was in their food that day, and then to compare it with diets of different cultures. Within this, I did a mini lecture on cross-cultural diets, because I find that interesting. talked about the Mediterranean diet versus Japan versus us. I wasn't familiar with myself, but I encouraged students that were familiar with it to compare it to traditional Navajo diets. And basically the idea is that no diet is inherently superior. It's got slightly different values, but by and large, people are getting the nutrients they need. But also tie that back into issues of poverty. We talked at length about how food deserts, like parts of Gallup and the reservations where they don't have access to a full grocery store, how that processed foods that are high in fructose can impact things like diabetes rates and obesity. So I was trying to go beyond what the lecture was, which was, again, basic things about nutrition repeated 4 times. And I try to take that further by talking about, okay, how does diet actually impact us? How does culture impact diet? How does diet impact culture with this assignment? And then I also gave them a small research essay where they had to research a disease. Like, funny enough, one student chose kuru, which technically counted because it is eating, it's just cannibalism. But most of them did things about diabetes or scurvy or hypocalcemia, certain things that are nutritionally related.
And so you described how you enhanced or created some of these assignments. When were you working on these assignments with students?
During class, assignment creation would have happened during my planning, sometimes during credit recovery, because that's more just monitoring. So in between my rounds of students, I would sit down and do work.
Okay, can you describe, give some specific actions on how you would be working with students on these projects in your classroom as part of the supplementation requirement?
Oh, yes. So knowing myself and knowing that I can get distracted and lose track of time, I actually set a 10-minute timer that goes off silently within my class. I turn it back on whenever I sit back down. This is to give enough time for students to kind of marinate in their work. And I'm still keeping an eye on the class. When students ask questions, I immediately go up and go to them and answer them. Unlike what's being testified to, I'm not telling students off or not helping them. I get up immediately. I actually even have a mantra I tell students every time to try to break down that fear Mr. Gutierrez was talking about and asking for help as a kind of a call and response thing where, what do we do when we need help? And the students respond, ask. That's something that I did often. Anyway, so every 10 minutes I'm doing a full round with the whole class where I'm going to each of them and checking in their progress. For most students, they're able to do their work with minimal involvement. A few other students need specific help. They might not understand a question, they might not understand a requirement. In either of those cases, I'm looking at their assignments and giving feedback, trying to guide them to think critically about what they're writing, what their thought processes are, try to get the root of the problem, and to help them kind of grow what they're actually thinking about. The last set of students were students that, these were my behavior issues. And I tried to take care of it. I pride myself on my ability to convince students to do the right thing eventually, where I talk with a student, I try to get to know the student, I try to improve those student relationships, to try to solve those behavior issues like disrespect or not working on their assignments. Happy to say that for some of the students I was having problems with, they ended up passing. Other students, they really tried hard to pass, but by the time they kind of bought in, they already mathematically couldn't pass because the way the class was structured with deadlines, he did not allow late assignments. So there wasn't an ability for students to decide later, like, you know what, I want to pass this class. Can I turn these assignments? Which our students aren't really used to, because our turn-in policies at the K through 12 level is typically turn it in by the end of the quarter. So this is the first time in their lives they've been actually dealing with hard, unnegotiable deadlines. With those students, I would try to counsel them as much as possible, like, hey, this is what you need to be doing. Don't be on your phone. Stop playing video games. TikTok is something that keeps being brought up in this. The incident that they're referring to, a football player was showing me their interception. There was an expletive, but that was an accident. But that was a way for me to try to bond with a student. They were interested in football. They wanted to show how proud they were about this amazing pick they did. And it was amazing. Yeah.
Okay. I believe we've agreed to Exhibit 6. It's the list of it's the emails from the semester between. Yeah. Okay. All right. And if you could turn to Exhibit 7 for me. Can you flip through this, and if you recognize it, let me know what it is.
So this is my submission to Domain 1.
What is Domain 1?
Domain 1 is lesson planning. So I had asked my admin early in the year if they expected lesson plans out of me, because between credit recovery and the dual credit, I wasn't being expected to do regular lessons like a normal teacher like I would have last year. So I asked, like, hey, what should I submit? And they just said to put in my plan. So this is the plan that I worked off of. At the time, I was also going through the MLSS course, so I was trying to implement some of my learning from that course into this. You can see on page 2, the diagram at the top that says cardiac drawing medical terminology. This is what I used originally to keep track of student work. And you can see 1031, that's my conference notes, where I discussed students with intense issues. I noted that one student is having difficulty with writing. I worked with that particular student on building that up. For that one, I modified his assignments. So if they were asking for an essay, I would be saying, okay, let's take this down to a couple paragraphs. Let's take it down to something that you're more comfortable with. And I worked with him on how to build up that writing. Because that particular student had I don't think I can go to what he was diagnosed with, but he was diagnosed with something, and I was helping him with that with regards to his IEP.
And so you submitted this. Who did you submit this document to?
This was submitted to Canvas, and this was reviewed then by, I believe, it either would have been Mr. Garrow or Miss Arthur. I don't remember who exactly graded this particular assignment.
And what was the date? Do you roughly remember the date you submitted this?
Probably early November, judging by the dates on it, because this includes Halloween conference notes.
And did you receive confirmation that this was received?
Yes, I even believe I got a grade. This might be in the evaluations. Again, innovating, applying. They didn't have any comments on it to my memory, or if they did have a comment, it was minor. But this is the plan that I was using with my students. This is what I was trying to achieve with this.
Okay, I move to admit Exhibit 7.
Objection?
No. Okay,
So omitted.
thank you.
I just have one question. There's no dates on these? I mean,
So a date could be confirmed from Canvas, similar to the evaluations you printed off originally. I think this might have been one of the evaluations in there if we go back and look. That was Exhibit 6, correct? Or no,
No, that was Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1. My
Unfortunately, we don't have access to the Canvas submitted version. We only had his Word document submitted version. And
That is something I downloaded directly from Canvas, though, and that's something that could be verified.
Could that verification be made?
Can we continue? Well, okay, thank you. Okay, and if you could jump to Exhibit 4, please. Can you review this document, and if you recognize it, tell me what it is?
So Exhibit 4 represents my new system. So at the end of first semester, I did both student evaluations, but also specific student feedback forms. Student evaluations were anonymous, so students could express themselves freely. Student feedback forms, however, were more tailored. I was asking students their questions about how specifically I could help them more. Like, do you want me to check in on you more? Do you want me to check in on you less? Do you need things more clearly explained? Like, basically had them trying to reflect on the semester, what worked, what didn't, try to help me improve. This is the result of that. So I had problems with students skipping that are reported during EWS meetings. So in this new order, I was keeping track specifically so I could make my notes later and actually fix the issues the first semester by making sure that students that were skipping were being tracked. The issue with that was I didn't have access to attendance for 4th and 5th period. I only had attendance access for 3rd period because of how it was coded to Synergy. I recorded manually for when we went out to the college so I could keep track of, you know, who was actually getting on the bus. I also tweaked a little bit grade reporting where I was, instead of just complete or in progress, complete or missing, I also put it in progress. Last one was tracking behavior. So you can see absent phone, off task, working, or insufficient work. I wanted to keep closer track about the work efficiency of my students because I was having problems when I would, you know, stop directly observing them. They'd be back on their phones or trying to play games. It was a constant battle. And this way, I can document that within my spreadsheet so I can develop a pattern for when I actually submitted these more minor behaviors to Synergy.
And are there any dates on this document?
Yes, so this is dated 1/23/25. That is the first day of classes for the college class. So I was trying to do this from day one of the college class to change how I was doing things. Because while 82% met the minimum of 80% set by the district, I wanted to do better than that. I wanted everybody to pass. I wanted to be better at this position. This is similar to what Mr. Gutierrez said. He said he had a rough first couple of years where he had lots of F&Ds. Again, from what I'm told of the dual credit course previous to me, those numbers were, the passing rate was less than 50%. I was making strides and attempts unprompted. No one from my admin told me to do this. No one had put me on EGP or anything like that. I was working to improve these issues on my own, that I was working towards changing the class to make it better. With that, there were some other changes that I pushed for, including getting a textbook. There's also going to be a new professor who was actually a former nurse. We were already working together on the order and scope of the class. She had a syllabus written up that had specific dates and topics and assignments. We had discussed it, and I was going to take the workbook and work with that. Another thing that I was going to suggest was that I get my own grade, that instead of treating me like a support teacher, that I can be treated more as the discussion section teacher, where I can go above and beyond and just develop a parallel curriculum rather than being primarily responsible for making sure they got finished with their class assignments. So change the model of it so it could truly be what I thought would have been a better model for this.
So this is a self-created document that you were using in an attempt to improve the course the second semester?
Yes, I clearly needed better behavior tracking. I felt like my normal tactics of trying to convince students the right thing didn't work this year. When I talk to admin, most of the time when I bring up behavior issues, they say, oh, well, talk to the student, try to get the student to act correctly before coming to us. So I was trying to get students to act correctly. And part of that in the new year was to be more intentional about how I was recording these issues so I could more easily do that.
Oh, excuse me, sorry.
Again, I have ADHD, so organization is something I've been really working on this year in particular. I only got diagnosed a couple years ago, so I've been trying to put these kinds of systems in place so I can be a more effective teacher. Because I think what it came down to with reporting skipping, it just became a cycle of student skips. I have a conversation with a student, they promise not to do it again. I think, oh, okay, they're not going to do it again. And then by the next time they did it, it repeat the process. I should have done something different there. And I was reporting skipping through the EWS meetings directly to my counselor and my assistant principal, who told me that they would handle it, that they told me that they would talk to the students. So I thought it was being handled and the students were being talked to.
Move to admit Exhibit 4.
Any objection?
I have a question.
Hold on one second. Ms. Benali.
So this is for January, you said January 23rd.
The last page is dated January 23rd, 25. No, second to last page, excuse me.
Okay, the first page is January 23rd.
This is all the same.
So I'm confused about what this is.
We have to look at a calendar, but one of these is the Wednesday, one of these is the Thursday. Or I just wrote down the date wrong. But this was intended, I think I filled this out the first week of, the first day of class, which was a Wednesday.
Ms. Benali, you have a question?
Well, I've got a question to you. Can we take a 15-minute break, or do we have to wait till he finishes
Let
testimony?
him finish his
Okay.
answer, and then we'll take a break.
My question's also about, you say that you have graphs, but this only shows January 22nd and something about January 23rd. Are those the only times these entries were put or made?
That's the second day of classes is when I was put on admin leave. So I wasn't able to implement these fully because they put me on admin leave. Actually, to my understanding, they kept having issues with students skipping with the class, and they started not even attending the college campus. I think it did a harm to students by taking me fully out of that class without talking to me first. Because again, the first time that I've been informed of my alleged issues in my classroom was during this investigation. There's been no form of progressive discipline.
So before, you didn't even take no attendance at all?
No, I took attendance. This was a separate spreadsheet so I can keep track of it more closely, to do it by period, because within the Synergy system, and I asked for this to be fixed by my counselor, it was a single block, 3rd to 5th. So I could only put in attendance once in that 3-hour block. I asked to have them separated so I could record attendance for all of them. I also recorded attendance when we went off to the bus to go up to the campus because I didn't want to lose track of students there. But when it came to recording attendance, it should be very easily verifiable to see at 3rd period, I submitted attendance. And I was not able to submit attendance for 4th and 5th because that was not how it was coded in Synergy. And again, I asked my counselor for that to be changed. She told me it wasn't up to her, that that's how the district coded it.
I have a question. Okay, so you You mentioned that you reported the absentee problem during your meetings and thought that it was being taken care of.
Yes.
What did you do to check to see if it was being resolved?
I kept trying to talk to my AP, my counselor, saying, hey, these students are skipping, and it started off small. It started off with a student wandering off during classes, during the college class. The skipping got worse towards the end of the semester. I think the students that were not mathematically passing by that point, but they would come back and tell me things like, oh, I went to counseling, or, oh, I was talking to a teacher, and I told them the importance of staying in class. I told my admin, like, hey, this was happening. And this is an important fact here. Because of my reporting of these absences and skipping to Mr. McFarland, he actually made a meeting that had both the Gallup High principal and my Amur principal. So he was aware of this issue, and he was supposed to come back and work with me on trying to solve this issue. We were supposed to have some sort of attendance committee that I hadn't heard of until Jack McFarland said it. He never did. Like, when we talk about the issues of lack of admin support, it's not a small issue at my Amura. The 23-24 school year, we had a
So-
of 30%. I'm
Foundation for testimony about 23-24 and just generally about admin, about specifics related to the misconduct, the allegations of misconduct, I get it. But just generally, it's not relevant.
I agree with you, but you can't object to the sports question. So, Mr. Mitchell, are you? the
Yes,
answer?
thank you.
Okay. All right, well, at this point, since we don't have a question pending, can we go ahead and take the break?
Yes, but I just want to know if there's an objection to this exhibit and if it gets entered, because that's where we were at.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Mr. Shaw, I'd like to take a 10-minute break, please.
Second, 15.
Oh, did you say 15?
I said 10.
Second?
Roll call.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Benali,
Yes.
Mr. Shaw,
Yes.
303.
10-minute break.
No, me too. I'm like, ate too much. I need to go get another.
Your call may be recorded.
This is Shabande. Oh, look at this shit.
I would entertain a motion to come back into session.
So moved. So moved.
Second.
Second?
Joan, roll call, please.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Benali,
Yes.
Mr. Schaaf,
Yes.
313.
Mr. Sanchez, I'm actually concerned because Mr. Jones and his lawyer were conferring just now on the break, but he's still on the stand, and I'm very, I want to lodge for the record that that is completely inappropriate for a lawyer to talk to their client while they are testifying. And in fact, there was back and forth and looking at documents, and that is highly concerning.
My apologies. I'm happy. I was asking him some questions regarding the specific exhibit that we were talking about. I wanted to get clarity on whether or not it was submitted to anyone so I could know if it was even going down that document. And I just addressed, I didn't coach him. I didn't talk about any testimony that I wanted him to change or address. I apologize about that. I was not trying to do anything inappropriate. I was simply trying to clarify about that.
Well, I would ask that that exhibit then not be admitted because it would be inappropriate now that the lawyer talked to me about the exhibit and then went and spoke to her client about the exhibit while he's under oath on the stand. I'm very, very concerned about the propriety of using that kind of material now.
I was not planning on using it. I was clarifying the question that you had asked.
So we're not using
So we're
it?
not going to use it. I
Okay.
was simply just trying to do that to expedite the process. I wasn't trying to do anything inappropriate or anything like that. It's been a long day. I'm trying to get us out of here. I didn't want to do all that questioning.
I understand that, but it's just highly inappropriate. And actually, to be quite honest, if we were in a jury trial, that is the basis for me moving for a mistrial. Obviously, we're not doing that. Will you please ask the board members to kindly remove that document from their
I'm happy
books?
to. I actually was waiting for everyone to come back so I could remove that one as well as the other exhibits that we agreed were not going to come in.
Thank you.
I'm not trying to do anything appropriate. I understand your concern. Forthcoming about what was going on. I was simply trying to make it so we don't have to be here
I
4
understand.
hours long.
Thank you.
Sure, sir. Go ahead and get the exhibits. Come on.
Sketchy. Just trying to make sure today moves along. Okay.
May I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Mason-Jones, you've been here the 2 days. You've heard a lot of the testimony that has gone on about the behaviors that are alleged to have happened in your classroom amongst the students, vaping, social media, attendance. Can you describe or attest to what was going on in the classroom while you were teaching?
So because of the long nature of the periods and the primary purpose was to get these students to work on their assignments, the behaviors kind of came in because they felt they had too long of a time. They would slow down. They'd go back on their phone when come around and tell them to get off their phone. I even at one point had made a sheet that they could sign, basically saying that I have chosen to be on my phone rather than working on my work, so I can get documentation of these issues with the phone. Generally speaking, when I tell a student to put a phone away, they put it away. But there were issues with students where it was habitual, and it was just a constant thing to like, okay, put your phone away, let's work on your work. I always find as a teacher, one of my most effective strategies against this is to simply help them. It's really hard to argue with someone when they're starting to help you on that assignment. Issues with attendance, students would just flat out just not show up to class, but then I see them later, I talked to admin about it, I recorded attendance in the attendance. They said that they were handling it, they said that they were talking to students. But this was like a couple students. Skipping started cropping up about midway through the semester. Mainly the way it would happen is that we would go to the campus. Because I'm divided between the two classes, I typically choose one to do the beginning part and another to do the ending part, and I would switch them off. And because of that, because I'm divided between those two places, there's a couple times where students took advantage of this and decided to wander campus, and they only returned when we were ready to leave for the bus. This is, again, something I reported to admin. I reported to Jack McFarland. They said that they would talk to the students. I didn't think there was necessary to record it formally because I told it to the direct people with the names of the students, and they said that they would handle it. And I trusted my admin to handle it.
And did you ever observe vaping in your classroom?
This one was a surprise to me. The only time I can remember something being remotely amiss, I thought I saw something in a student's hand and they were hiding it from me. I wasn't entirely sure it was. So I told them, put that away. I don't want to see that ever again, not in my classroom. But I wasn't sure it was a vape, so I didn't report it because I wasn't sure what it was. I didn't notice vaping past that. It was only one time where I wasn't even sure if I thought I thought it could be their phone. I wasn't about to search a student on my own there. I didn't know that students were vaping in my class. I don't know what the extent was, but students can get crafty. They hide things, they'll blow it into their jacket. I just didn't know.
Okay, so you weren't aware of any vaping happening in your classroom?
No, not specifically.
Okay. And there was also some talk mentioned in these the student statements and the testimony of Darren Soland about discussions about marijuana, cannabis in the classroom. Did this occur?
This occurred, but not in the context you guys think. I'm not going around telling students to do drugs. This actually goes to that student project that Valerie talked about in their testimony. I'm actually very proud of this student project. This is something I introduced last year for the health science fair that went off great. I had students, that Geiger counter thing, students were looking at Church Rock water, seeing if it would see on the Geiger counter. Interestingly, they actually, with their experiments with worms, showed that the water in Church Rock killed worms, whereas the water from a water bottle did not, which is not good. This year, I turned it up for the seniors. This was a project that I was able to use in a kind of a longer context. This is what I started on the last week of school, first semester, and the first couple weeks of school, the second semester, where we went into an in-depth research project. We talked about how scientific papers are created, how they're organized. We started off with a background section, and this was student-driven. I asked these students to come up with what is a problem you see in your school, in your community. Let's do research on it. Let's either do an experiment, like last year I had the students were doing the worm with Church Rock water. This year, most students ended up doing surveys. A lot of them were interested in different aspects of teenage life. One of my students chose cannabis vaping as their project. So we were talking about this in the context of this research paper about cannabis use among teens. He wanted to make sure in his background he touched on legitimate medicinal effects. So we talked about how some people use it for anxiety. I was helping him do research on this, and I found a paper that even talked about it being used for ADHD, because ADHD is a low dopamine, and cannabis is something that increases that dopamine. In that same conversation, though, I also gave him a paper that was a longitudinal study, so a long-term study on the effects of cannabis on the brain, particularly teen brains. The study basically concluded that heavy use before the age of 25 can have permanent effects. So I was also counseling this student, like, whether or not, whether it's legal as an adult, you should not be doing it as a kid, and you shouldn't really be doing it before 25, because that's when the research shows that it stops having permanent long-term effects.
And so the representations that the students made about your classroom, were those accurate?
No, I think they're greatly exaggerated. I can't say there was no times that I was up at my desk. The feet up thing is just that was a more comfortable way to sit in my chair. The fact my chair is a gaming chair is an accident of fate, because the chair I had my first year of teaching was giving me back issues. So I found a chair literally on the side of the road that just happened to be a bright pink gaming chair. And I'm not one for aesthetics. It was in decent condition. So I started using it as my desk chair because it had the back support that I needed. There was also an issue of my asthma. I had asthma for a while, but when COVID happened, it started getting a lot worse, particularly in the winter. Between various flus and colds I would get hit with, the cold air itself causes you to have massive asthma issues. And this is something admin was aware of because it happened last year. Valerie actually had to rescue me once. I did a lab where we were doing dissections, and between the coldness that day and the formaldehyde, the fumes that was coming off, I actually gave myself a massive asthma attack. So I had Valerie watch my class as I recovered for a few minutes with albuterol. This year, when it came towards the end of the year, I was having asthma issues enough where I felt like I couldn't do my normal rounds. So I instructed students like, hey, if you need help, I need you to come up here today, or call me over, because whenever I was getting up, I was having breathing issues and dizziness. So I was doing my best to do my job, but I think that's where the perception was that I was sitting more, was because that last couple weeks of the second semester and a little bit in the first semester, I was having trouble breathing, depending on the day. Luckily, because of my experiences this year, I got higher levels of treatment. I'm now on double the dose of the medication I was on, And my last appointment with the pulmonologist actually said that my asthma was greatly reduced. Granted, it's summer and always summer, but we'll see again next winter if it's had permanent changes.
And prior to the notice for admin leave, have you received any discipline?
The only discipline I received was the letter of reprimand. That letter of reprimand was rescinded by the district, according to Kadon's testimony, because I was not given a union representative. This particular meeting was not announced. Our contract says that general topics of meeting should be announced. It also states that if we want a union representative, when documentation is being put in our file, that we are allowed for that. District broke contract with that action, and that's why they removed the letter. That was Kadon's testimony that said that was for union representation. That's the only discipline I've ever received. Generally speaking, my evaluations have all been positive. I've been an active participant in the health pathway meetings. I've helped design things. I am passionate about education, and I want to build this school. All of these alleged things only was brought up during this investigation, which means that, officially speaking, there's been no letters of reprimand, there's been no employee growth plans, and like, this is claiming I'm doing nothing. I can show I'm not doing nothing, which makes this a performance issue, not a misconduct issue, which means they are actually ignoring the law here. The law in New Mexico with teachers is that there has to be correction, that there has to be meetings to try to correct this performance. And the case law on this has included things like sexual harassment and improperly disciplining students, that was something that's required, even in those contexts, to be corrected before firing.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Cross.
Okay. All right. Mr. Masonjones. How many years have you been teaching?
This is my 4th year teaching K through 12. I'm still a level 1 teacher. But this is only my 3rd year in Gallup, and I didn't finish my original certification in Florida before moving out to Mexico.
Okay, so where did you go to school for education?
I'm an alternative licensure, so my schooling and education is with the program, and then subsequently with the MPEDS, the Tier 1 licensure, or
Right.
Tier 1 to Tier 2 licensure.
So have you taught at in any other district aside from Gallup McKinley?
I taught in Hillsborough County District in Florida. I was also a TA when I was in grad school.
Okay, and I didn't get the name of the Florida district. Were you ever disciplined there?
How is that relevant?
What do you mean, how is it relevant?
Won't let me bring my evaluations from last year, but my teaching in Florida is somehow relevant?
So do you object to answering the question about discipline in Florida for teaching?
I was non-renewed in Florida. The union had to get involved because they, honestly, I think it's because I am not straight. This was a rural district in Florida. They just non-renewed me, but that was normal for a first-year teacher.
And what's the explanation that they gave you?
Despite having the second highest test scores at the grade level, they claimed that I wasn't teaching, but that, again, wasn't the case because I had the second highest scores at the grade level. I believe that one was, when I was originally brought in, they asked me pointed questions about my sexuality, my relationships, and my religious beliefs.
Did you report them or sue them for discrimination?
At that point, I was already planning on leaving the school because that particular was not a good environment. I don't think I was suited to teaching 7th grade. The union removed the block from applying. That's as far as that went.
Okay. You heard Ms. Scott testify that the dual credit program was inappropriate for all of the seniors. She did not, if I understood her correctly, she did not believe that it was appropriate to have every senior in the dual credit program. Do you agree with that?
Yes and no. I think all the opportunity. But these students are almost adults. They should have a choice here. The problem that I observed is that the students wanted to be somewhere else. They wanted to be an internship or they wanted to be an OCC. And that buy-in is important to that process because there were students that felt like they were surprised the first day to be in a dual credit course rather than what they asked for.
Okay, so yes and no. So yes, you believed that they could do it, but only if they wanted to. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that students should have a choice in what classes they have. But yeah, I think generally speaking, most students are capable of rising to the occasion. That's something that I like to do as a teacher. I like to have those high expectations, high level of thought, and try to bring them up there.
So you never told anybody or wrote anywhere that you thought that there were kids in the class that shouldn't be in there because of their academic abilities? You never said that, ever, never.
I believe what you were referring to is when I was talking about students that were specifically failing and saying that those students who were mathematically not able to pass at that point should be moved elsewhere because at that point they didn't have any ability to pass. They were telling me themselves that they didn't want to be in the program.
But didn't you, what was the first day of school?
August 5th, sometime that week. I'm not sure exact date.
Okay. Oh, initially, you were very excited about teaching this class, and didn't you tell the director, Mr. McFarland, that you firmly believed that you would achieve 100% success rate?
That was obviously a little ambitious, but I got the district goal of 80% success rate with an 82%. I thought that I was able to convince kids to choose the right path, to help them there. And for the students that did fail, I would say 4 out of the 5 of them, I had them working. They were working towards passing. A couple of them could have still passed.
Okay, so I have to tell you, I'm confused. Because on the one hand, why couldn't you get those students to pass if it's correct, as you stated earlier, under oath, that the class was too easy? I don't get it.
No, because there was 2 different classes here. No one failed the health pathways class. People that failed were all in the freshman experience class, and that was exclusively due to missing assignments.
Okay, I don't understand. So what is freshman experience? Is that part of the UNMG class?
The freshman experience was a class that's designed on basically training freshmen how to be college students.
Okay, let me back up. We have to clear something up. So you've said several times that this was a 3rd through 5th period block.
Yes.
And that you could only take attendance once for the 3rd period.
Because that was how the synergy was structured.
Right, and I'm gonna argue with you and put on evidence that if a student leaves the block, the teacher is supposed to change their attendance from present to absent. So the fact that you're throwing up your arms and saying that you couldn't do anything about it is wrong. Isn't that correct?
That wasn't something that was ever corrected. No one told me that that was what the policy was. I was operating on what my understanding of the policy was, which
Well,
is a performance issue. I'm not doing this out of
I beg to differ. A performance issue is something that you're aware of and you can't do, right? But are you saying you can't go and ask admin for help? Is that what you're saying?
I did ask my counselor for that help. She told me that it could not be changed.
What couldn't be changed? Sorry, what couldn't be changed?
That block.
Okay,
was
that's
set.
not what, that was not my question. I need you to listen, please. My question was, isn't it correct that when you put in attendance as present for the 3rd to 5th block, you can actually change the P to an A, absent? Isn't
Correct.
that correct? Okay, but you didn't do that.
I changed it when people were tardy and they were here.
Okay, so you have changed it before.
I have changed it.
Then why did you testify and tell the board that you couldn't, there was no way for you to report?
It wasn't separate attendance things for 3rd, 4th, and 5th periods. So I would take attendance 3rd period. Again,
And let kids,
definition
and
of-
let kids get away with whatever they wanted to do after that first few minutes of the block, because you're covered. You put the P, and actually, isn't it correct that Synergy automatically populates as present unless you change it?
No, that's not true about auto-population. You have to set it.
Okay.
I go through, mark them as absent or late specifically.
Okay, well, so you could, but you agree with me, and you're telling the truth under oath to the board, that if a student were present but then left for ditching or going off to see friends or just not showing up, you had access to change their attendance from P to A. Tell the board the truth.
I could change it to P to A. I was taking attendance the way I understood. Again, this is something that could have been corrected if it was ever brought up to me as an issue. I could have changed things, and I even tried to get the attendance block changed so I could enter it separately for 3rd, 4th, and 5th period. I also reported these issues to my admin, told them, hey, this is happening. And I was told by those students who were going and skipping at 4th period that they were going to the counselor's office.
Okay, did you give them a pass?
They were leaving between classes.
Did you give them a pass to be absent from your class? No, you didn't, right? Am I right?
Because it was between classes.
Okay, but you just said it's a
Times
block.
for
It's a
all
block.
other times within that block, when it was not those 5-minute passing periods where students could be out in the hall without a pass, I forced them to use the e-hall pass system, which was always set up on my desk with that open so I can see pass requests coming in with the auto pass that I was taught by Mr. Jones, who was running that program. I tried to comply with what my understanding of the school was. I apologize if I was wrong in my interpretation of those, but according to progressive discipline, that has to be told.
Okay, Mr., this is not your opportunity to instruct the board about the law. Your attorney will do that in closing. And I'm not going to argue with you about that until it becomes relevant to a question I have.
Okay.
Now, and we'll get there. So you told the board that you had 36 students, right?
33 students.
30, okay, it was 33 students?
Start off with. By the end, I think there was 28.
Actually, 18 of those students dropped out of your class.
That was between semesters. I'm talking about at the end of the first semester. A handful that were switched out for unrelated reasons, and I think we had 2 school.
Can you repeat that again? There's 33 at the beginning and
13 at the end. I don't know how many there were in his class, because I thought it was 36, 33. 18 students dropped the dual credit course.
Also dropped it at Gallup.
Yes,
Actually had no students in one of the classes.
well, we're not, you could have put evidence on about that, so that's hearsay, because the evidence that you heard Mr. McFarland testify to under oath is that the students in Kirsten's class were not struggling. Do you remember hearing him say that?
I was surprised at that because their conversations in those meetings, the impression of Kirsten that she was also having.
Okay, so you heard him say that, correct? Okay, but so you think he was lying? I mean, straight up, you think he's lying?
I think that there's capability of multiple perspectives here.
Okay, so do you think he was lying? You can say no. No, I don't think he was lying.
I don't think he was lying, but that was not my interpretation of events.
Okay, but that was his. And he's the director of the program, right? You agree?
Can we take a pause here?
Nope.
You're being extremely combative. I'm trying to answer your questions honestly, but frankly,
Okay, I know, this is a challenge. Is this, so you're a high school teacher, right?
yes.
And so you're used to high school students being belligerent, combative, not agreeing with you, disagreeing with you, right?
Correct.
So this isn't an unusual circumstance from your experience where someone is talking at you or disagreeing with you. Is that right?
They're normally not, I'm not sure what age you are. They're normally not adults.
I am an adult. You testified that you reported absences in the early warning systems meetings, correct?
Correct. I told
Or
them.
you reported concerns about students.
Yes.
So it's not specific absences. It's really reporting a student as opposed to like an A or a P or the number of A's and P's. Is that correct?
No, because I would also tell them like, hey, this kid like disappeared in this class on this day. I would tell them specifically which names of which students to follow up on.
Who's, when you say them, my understanding from Ms. Scott is that this is a team coming together, talking about like brainstorming and ways to intervene with your students. All I keep hearing you say, Mr. Masonjones, is they didn't do this, and this one didn't do that, and that one didn't do that, and the students are exaggerating, and Mr. McFarland has a different perspective. Do you ever take any accountability at all for not serving these students properly?
Ma'am?
Do you? Do you? Yes or no? Ever? Do you take any accountability at all for not having served the dual credit students properly?
I did student evaluations because I understood that this year could have gone better, that there were issues that that I needed to improve when it came to student discipline and enforcing the rules. That's why I did student evaluations, to get opinions from students. I did specific student feedback forms where I asked them specifically, hey, how can I better help you? And then I changed my behavior, and I changed unprompted to try to improve the class for the next semester.
Mr. Masonjones, you didn't do student evaluations of your own accord. Mr. McFarland asked you.
No?
What are you talking about? Where is?
Was the exhibit that you had thrown out?
Oh, the exhibit that you never, the one that you were discussing with your attorney while you were under oath testifying that was never submitted to, is this what you're talking about, to administration? This is something you made up?
This is something that I did that they pulled off of my school computer. I did not have access to that. I did not magically conjure that. That is something that was provided during discovery.
That's something
that I do every semester because I want to be a better teacher. I take opinions of my students and try to see where I can improve with how I help them. I do take accountability because I, on my own, unprompted, tried to figure out where I was going wrong and how to better help my students. It's something that I've done consistently Every semester that I've been a teacher.
Okay, well, thanks for that. It's not an exhibit, but we appreciate you for telling us that anecdotally. What is documented, though, is what you reported in the early warning systems meetings. So if I understood you correctly, you said you reported the names of students so that they could do something about it.
Part of those meetings is that the AP and the counselor is supposed to take some of those, our highest priority ones, or ones that have significant issues, and they're supposed to take that on to.
Okay, I wasn't actually finished. I don't have a question on the call. So my question is, how many times, well, is it correct that that the EWS meetings were every other week? That's what Ms. Scott testified to. Okay, so we're talking, we have 18 weeks, we have 9 meetings, give or take. Is that correct?
Yes.
So did you report students every meeting?
The problems with skipping weren't present at every time, but I was reporting those issues with students, talking about how, end of the class, saying like, hey, this class isn't up to snuff, students aren't getting the education they need, and also reporting that, hey, these students are having a hard time meeting these deadlines. I'm trying to stay on top of them and get them to finish their work.
I'm sorry, I forgot my question. I don't think that was my question. My question was, did you report students at every meeting? Yes or no?
I don't know if it was every meeting, but it had been most of them.
You would say most of them?
Yeah.
So you put your students' names on the early warning systems spreadsheet almost every time, almost every meeting. Is that right?
I was asked by the AP and counselor to tell them the names.
So Ms. Scott didn't tell the truth when she said that when you talked about students, you would put them on the EWS spreadsheet.
That's typically the protocol. I put them in times, but because of those specific conversations I was having with my admin, those conversations, they were telling me to send them the names, or they would write them down during those conversations.
Send them the names by email?
Send them by email, or they would write down those names in their notebooks to talk to.
So isn't it correct that you actually only provided names to your EWS team on September 16th, September 20th, and December 3rd? So only 3 times out of 9 meetings did you ever report students to document, as Ms. Scott told you to, document the problems you were having with these students not coming, never what, and they got worse as the semester went on, you said, but there's nothing in there for October and November. So isn't it true?
They not have been physically documented, but I was talking to my admin, I was talking to the counselor. Did you make any referrals at all, discipline referrals for absences? This is where my mistake lies.
Even once, for even one student out of the 18 that dropped out of your class? Even one referral?
The 18 students that dropped my class, not all of them were students that I was with, only 5.
Okay. Did you make a referral for even one student? Hang on, let me ask this question. Did you make a referral for even one student for absence in fall 2024? Yes or no?
This is what I'm trying.
Yes or no? You can explain your answer, but I need a yes or no.
No, comma.
Okay.
This is where I made the mistake here. I was reporting this stuff verbally. I was trusting my admin to handle these things. I was soft on discipline. Normally I'm able to control my classroom through conversations and leveraging my work. That I haven't had nearly these problems in previous years. This particular class has a long history of skipping.
This particular class was the first time you had dual recovery, right? I don't understand what you're saying.
These are students that we've been talking about for years in these meetings. about skipping. The particular students that were skipping my class, they were ones that Ms. Scott, Mr. Neal, and others in the pathway, when they had those students, were having issues with. I do admit that I made a mistake here and not putting it in synergy, that I kept trying to trust the students.
Wait. So, hold on. Let me make sure I have this right. So, these are students you know have history with absence and attendance.
Not necessarily till later, but yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know what the answer is. So, I think you just said, I said you didn't make a referral. And then you said, but these are, I was going soft on discipline because these are students who have a long history of attendance issues.
Correct that statement.
But then you didn't really hear that until later. Is that a fair summary of what you just said?
No, let me make sure that this is clear here.
Okay.
So, I admit that I should have putting more things in discipline. Typically, I've been able to handle things in conversation. That's what always the admin encouraged, that things off the record until it's too much. And I should have put my foot down more. I should have reported these students officially, especially now that my reports to admin about it, even though I was reporting this, I wasn't trying to hide the fact that there was issue with skipping. I was asking for help. And I thought I was getting that help. I thought it was handled.
Okay, but wait, so, sorry, hang on.
Very fixable issue that was never informed to me in the process of progressing.
I know, it was somebody else's fault. I understand that. What I'm asking you right now is, when your student, okay, so you're reporting students not attending, and you think that somebody else is handling it, would there have been any way for you to know whether the students' attendance was improving?
In some cases, their attendance was improving. I was getting these students back at school. There was problems.
Wait, okay, so, I'm sorry. My question is, was there any way for you to know whether it was being handled? Was there any way for...
Her behavioral improvements throughout that semester.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. So, what we're talking about very specifically is attendance. I've asked you why you didn't document it more. You said that you told your admin about it and the counselor, and they were handling it, quote unquote, but they didn't handle it, apparently. And so I'm asking you, as the teacher who's in the classroom when the students either show up or don't show up, was there any way for you to know whether the students were showing up or not showing up?
Yes, speak into the mic, Mr. Matt.
Yes or no?
Yes, I saw improvements to certain behavior.
So yes, because you're actually there. So you'll see if the students are coming or not coming. Like, you actually see that, right? In fact, you're probably the only one. And since you're counting everyone present all the time.
That's not true.
Oh, it isn't?
If you look at my attendance records, there should be recordings of students being absent. I wasn't just marking them all here.
Okay. Is that the attendance record that you created? That's exhibit, what was that?
Oh, that particular day, students were there.
Okay. And I think Ms. Manelli may have already asked this, but the semester, you started taking attendance on January 22nd and January 20.
That was specifically for the class.
Yeah. And isn't it true that you received a letter of reprimand from Mr. Garrow for doing union work during instructional time on January 17th? So that would have been 5 days before the first day you
So
decided.
that's not actually when I received the letter, however. I actually received the letter on the 22nd.
Oh, the same exact day that okay, so you received the letter on the day that you decided you were going to try this new system for taking attendance. Is that right?
I didn't develop this on the day. I developed this the week before. This was something that I was planning based on the student evaluations, based on the realization that I needed to improve my classroom management and I needed to improve on this. I feel like there was a blindness here on my part, that I didn't really see how bad the problem was and how much I was like letting this slide when I really shouldn't have.
Okay.
I have inattentive ADHD.
Wait, do you have I'm sorry, you've mentioned a number of disabilities. Have you ever, oh, wait, is your mic off? There we go.
Hold on.
Are you, have you asked the district for an accommodation for any of these disabilities?
I wasn't aware I needed to, but clearly I do.
And what would that what would the accommodation be? What do you think would help you be a better teacher?
Generally, my issues with ADHD are organizational. I also have issues with repeated events where I don't really think of them.
I'm sorry. My question was, what do you think would help you be a better teacher?
I'm trying to explain that if you let me continue.
I'd like for you to answer my question.
And I'm trying to provide the context to my answer to inform what things would work for me.
Okay, well, let's start with the first thing you said. You have problems with organization. What accommodation from the district would help you be a better teacher as to organization? What could the district do to help you figure that out?
Well, if something is not being organized as it should, giving me a structure to do that, something that I've been highly working on because I've been on Adderall for about a year and a half now.
Wait, let's look at Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7, your Exhibit 7 is a lengthy plan.
Yep.
That I will. Do you remember when you submitted this?
This would have been early November. This is part of the Domain 1. Yeah, so
Okay.
I wrote a plan. So in past years, I have.
Well, wait, sorry. My question is, do you consider this document that you prepared and created, which is apparently describing what you have been doing in August, September, October, and the beginning of November, do you consider this to be a disorganized product?
So again, this is something I've been working on this year in particular, that I've only been diagnosed for 2 years and I've only been on medication for a year and a half. Because I've been on this medication that helps with things like executive dysfunction, I've been able to work on my organizational skills. This was me practicing that. This is me developing that. And anyone who's received an email from me can attest to the fact that I'm a little long-winded. So the fact that it's long, it just means I'm trying to be detailed. This is the same why my answers keep trying to provide context, because I'm someone who likes knowledge and information.
On the point of organization, Exhibit 6 that you entered into evidence is a packet of emails.
Correct?
And I think they span from December of 2024, and I don't know if they're in, I'm not sure what order they're in. November, okay. Where did you get these emails? This is for the first semester, so it's fall 2024. Where did you get these emails?
You guys gave them to us in Discovery?
Okay, so, and this is what you asked for?
Correct.
Okay, and what was it that you asked for?
I asked for emails between Alex Tallant and I. Actually, the email that I was specifically looking for ended up being one of your exhibits. Yeah.
All right, So when you were emailing, did you submit every email that you believed was relevant to the notice of discharge, to the allegation of misconduct?
Specifically with these emails, I was looking for the record of what my communication with Mr. Tallant was about the class and how I was advocating for students to try to improve the structure of the class, because the structure for the health pathways class was not there.
Okay, let me ask this. From what I understand about from your testimony, you felt like, Mr., it's Tallant?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Tallant wasn't providing appropriate instruction. Do I have that right? Is that fair to say? Okay. And so what was the class supposed to be about? So we know it was health, but what was it supposed to be about?
It was supposed to be about health careers. To my original understanding, they were supposed to explore certain things. What ended up coming out was kind of a hodgepodge of different things. Like at the beginning, we started with the history of medicine, but we didn't actually even get up to the modern age. Most of the stuff we talked about were things like the Black Plague, which was interesting, but we spent a few weeks on that. We talked a little bit about anatomy and physiology. We talked about nutrition, human development. There was no textbook. There was no course description.
So what did the class and what was it supposed to be? So I think I want to make sure. I'm not asking you what it wasn't. I'm asking you what it was supposed to be. You said you understood it was supposed to be about health careers, and that you started out talking about health careers, and then it was a hodgepodge, and you gave us a list of topics. So what else was it supposed to be?
I mean, from a general standpoint, it's supposed to be a taste of college.
All right. And what, in your view, what should it have been?
This was the class that we put the students that were likely going to college in. If I could wave a magic wand, we would have picked a different class, something a little more focused.
Okay, hold on.
Based,
Hold
but
on 1 second.
health class.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. With particular to the health pathway class, I like the changes they made at the second semester, again, because I insisted, like, hey, we should have a textbook, we should have a course plan. It is far easier for me to plan and supplement if there's a structure. And that narrowed it down specifically more towards health careers, health ethics.
Wait, sorry, so for the first semester, if you had the magic wand, what would you have done the first semester? What would you have done? So I'm not asking you what happened the second semester. What would you have done if you had been the professor for the first semester? Just what would you have done?
I would have tried to tie the class more towards health careers and going through different professions, going through the expertise these professions needed. With that, you can pin in things like anatomy and physiology, talk about proctologists, you can talk about the GI system. Ultimately, I feel...
Wait, what else would you have done?
I'm still trying to explain that.
Okay.
If I had control of this dual credit program, I would have had one of the options, and I would like to have options for this class, not just these two classes. I would have wanted something like dual credit anatomy and physiology, something that Kirsten Jacoby has been successfully doing something for years, or something like general biology, something that is a real class that they would likely take.
Wait, I'm sorry, hold on a second. I'm talking about the class that existed. So it was a dual credit class in the health pathways, or in the health pathway, and it was supposed to be about health careers. So let's say that your assignment was to teach that class, the health pathway dual credit course on health careers, what would you have done for that class? I'm not asking you to develop a different class. I'm saying that class. What would you have done?
Okay. I would start out with a broad overview of different careers. We would talk about different levels of it. Like, okay, to be a doctor, you need to go to medical school, but to be a nurse, it's typically a bachelor's program plus more of a master's. I would have then taken it from that more generalities, have them think about their different pathways, and then the rest of the class would be split up into more specific careers. And with that, you can tie in the science behind things. There's also opportunities to talk about ethics, because ethics are a big part of medicine, about how to deal with patients. Something that I wanted to do this year, something that I suggested, was that we replace one of the periods that I had with biomedical innovations, which is closer to what I would have liked to see, because that had specific projects. Like the first one was designing an ER. That's something that any medical professional is probably going to have to experience at some point, being in an ER. And we think about the logistics of that. What makes a good ER? What metrics do you use to decide that? It's a nice long project, but I was told that I shouldn't use the BI curriculum, and it was rejected to replace one of the periods with that. If they had given that to me, if they had said, okay, yeah, try it, that would have meant that I would have still 3 periods with these students, and I would be able to kind of tailor things. One period's BI.
I'm sorry, hold on a second. Well, let's stay focused on my question, which was, if you were teaching the health careers dual credit course, how would you have done it? So I'm not asking you what you would have done if the school had let you change the first period of the health careers dual credit block to biomedical and innovations.
Okay, then let's get more specific here.
No, let me just make sure. I think I understand. So you would have started off with an overview of the different types of careers, like doctor, nurse, I assume different kinds of doctors, because you said proctologist earlier, and how those intersect with other pathways. Then you would have gone into more specific health-related careers and tie in science, like science concepts, and ethics. What else would you have done if you had the magic wand for the health career dual credit course?
Well, let's get into it assignment-wise. I felt like the health pathways class, the assignments were simple. They weren't to the level of what I would expect out of a college class. What I would expect out of a college class is more structured assignments that provoke thought. I want students to really think about their choices as they go through this class, because it is about their future. I also like projects. Especially with the time scale that we had, there could have been a lot of opportunity for longer projects, and that's something I encouraged in the class when we did presentations. When we did the nutrition project, where they were charting out a day and comparing it to other diets. This is the kind of thing that I would have wanted to see, and that's what I was pushing for, with a better structure and an actual health career expert as the professor for second semester.
Okay, so I have a question for you about that. Have you ever taught anatomy and physiology?
I taught it last year.
Have you ever taught biology?
When I was a TA, I taught a section of the biology as the TA.
Okay, what about chemistry?
I've never taught chemistry.
Okay, what other health classes have you taught? So anatomy and physiology, biology, what else would you consider to be a science course that would be related to the health pathway?
When I was a grad student, the second 2 quarters that I was a TA, I developed the discussion section for bioinformatics, which is my specialty. Specifically, I did, part of it at least, was medical research into a fungus called Candida, which in cystic fibrosis patients, it's deadly. That particular project I was working on was about the evolution of this disease, specifically with fungicides. So I've had firsthand experience in medical research.
And you also did some work in biomedical innovations, right?
I took the qualifying class that summer along with medical interventions.
Okay. Any other topic, like subject matter, like broad subject matter in health that you have taught before? Anatomy and physiology, biology, biomedical innovations, or you've taken that material and would be qualified to teach?
Yeah.
The medical, you talked about your graduate work that you could have taught if you had designed the course. You've talked about ethics. Did you ever take ethics, medical ethics or biomedical ethics?
No, I haven't taken biomedical ethics. I did take I was a philosophy major for a semester. I took ethics then.
Okay, but you felt like if you were developing the curriculum, you would integrate ethics, and do you feel like you could have handled discussions, at least among the students, on ethics?
Yeah, it's something that's actually, the PLCW curriculum I particularly like. So this is what the Human Body Systems was last year. It's a PLCW, Project Lead the Way, to be clear about the acronym. One thing I like about that curriculum is that they set these as scenarios, and they're based on real world scenarios, real diseases.
So this is the ethics, these are things that you could have and would have done in the health careers dual credit recovery or dual credit course if you had been in charge.
Yes.
Okay. So, Exhibit 7, and this is in the white book, Exhibit 7 in the white book, white book. So turn to Exhibit 7. And if you would turn to, so do you recognize what this document is?
Yes, this is the teacher responsibilities I was given at the beginning of the year.
Okay, and this was the thing that you asked for specifically, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you asked for it after you started teaching and you felt like, or you started with the students and you felt like you didn't have enough structure. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so now under number 3, so I'm looking at, if you look at the bottom, I'm looking at GMCS 292. Do you see that? The paragraph 3 and then EF at the top. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, so F reads, can you read that to the board, what F says?
Students at no point should sit idle in class if they completed their assignments from Unum Gallup. Please have like assignments for them. I did have like assignments for them.
These like assignments could range, go ahead.
These like assignments could range from worksheets to videos to research.
All right, so in reality, you did actually have discretion to develop the health careers dual credit curriculum and at least the work itself even under the teacher responsibilities that you were given. You had that discretion. You could have done all the things that you just told the board and me that honestly sound exciting and interesting, and it sounds like you know what you're talking about. Like, you could have done all of those things.
Here's the problem, though. When it came to those extra assignments, because based on what I was told about the grading, that grade came solely from the professor, giving extra assignments meant that some students would do them, some students would pretend to do them, most students would not.
Okay, so when Mr. McFarland testified under oath to the board that you actually gave them a grade for their work in your class, he was lying.
I don't think he was lying from his perspective. I think there's been some of huge miscommunication because when I asked the counselors, my admin, and from my understanding from this document, because this just says receive a credit, doesn't say grading. If that was my understanding, I would have done all that. I would have taken charge of that class and given them stuff for a grade. I actually, if you can, this can be verified through Synergy here. I had grades for first quarter that I then had to take off because I was instructed that there should be no grades entered for the first quarter and that for the second quarter I should be submitting the grade from the professor. That was my understanding of the grading.
Okay.
If I,
And just like, sorry, and your understanding of this teacher responsibilities, these teacher responsibilities that are listed out here, is that they were developed for you in response to your request for guidelines after you had the students and realized that you needed more structure, correct?
yes,
Okay, I would like for you to turn one page back to Exhibit 7, where the front page.
Okay.
What is the date of this guidance?
oh, so it was earlier than I thought. It was in July. I think we talked about this again when we hit August. But I did ask this
Okay, hang
from the
on.
time-
I asked you what the date is. What's the date?
July 23rd,
20, what year?
2024.
Right, and you didn't get students until August of 2024, but you're saying that the only reason that, I mean, basically there's no structure, it's all hodgepodge, nothing is expected of you, and the only reason that somebody came up with these responsibilities that are listed on the next 2 pages of Exhibit 7 is because you asked for them.
Okay.
But after, you said, because you asked for them, after you had students and didn't have a structure for the class. That wasn't true, correct? Was it true or not? Yes or no?
It was not true. I misremembered the timeline of events. This was more than 6 months ago.
Well, oh, okay, that's interesting. So are you saying that the other things that you testified with your lawyer might also actually not be true because this was 6 months ago?
That's a wild leap.
Well, you're the one who needs to answer the question because you invited that. Is that true? You don't have memory back from 6 months ago?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, okay. ADHD comes with memory issues. I misremembered the order of events here. I did request this based off of my concerns at what happened before I got students, though.
Okay, let's talk about, is it my understanding, and this is big picture, so if I've got this wrong, I just need you to tell me. Well, actually, one last thing about Exhibit 7. My understanding from your testimony is that you had a meeting with the group, the dual credit group. So the teacher from UNM, Mr. Tallant and Mr. McFarland, and Kirsten, the other teacher, health pathways teacher at the other school. You had a meeting, and it was to discuss how the project was going, the program was going, and it was your understanding that that other teacher for that other school was not a supporting teacher. Kirsten wasn't in the same role as you. Is that right?
No, we were in the same role, to my understanding.
Okay, great. That's cleared up. So when Mr. McFarland testified that students were not struggling in Kirsten's class the way that they were with you, he wasn't telling the truth. Again, right?
Kirsten Jacoby is, to my
Wait,
understanding.
yes or no? Sorry, he wasn't telling the truth.
No, I think he was telling the truth, but Kirsten Jacoby has 20 years of experience on me. Then she's taught dual credit classes for a while.
Do you think that it's an effective teaching method to sit back in whatever color your chair is, sit back in your chair, put your feet up, and be on your phone? Do you think that's a very effective teaching strategy?
So I've already explained this. I made regular rounds to check in on every student frequently and consistently.
And the students say that's not true. So my question for you is, are all of those students lying?
I think based on the interviews that they've done, they asked a few select students to get their answers. I'm not saying that, like, especially at the, and I've explained this already, I was having health problems towards the end of that semester where I was sitting more because I had asthma.
Mr.
because-
Mason-Jones, I'm sorry, excuse me. The students who were interviewed were all of the students left in your class. The only reason that the other 18 students were not interviewed was they're no longer in your class. Why? Do you have any explanation for that?
These were very long classes. I was doing regular rounds, but in between those rounds, so I wouldn't overwhelm the students, I did sit down in my chair. I put my feet up because it's just a more comfortable way to sit. Can you point to where it says in the staff handbook where it is, that is a thing that I can be fired over, especially without warning? None of these issues were actually brought up to me when I was teaching. The first time I'm hearing about any of this is during the investigation, where the letter of reprimand, I was not given representative, where in the notice I was ambushed and again denied a representative. When I was given the notice to discharge, I was not given the ability to respond.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, denied representation. Isn't it true that Mr. Soland actually read you your Weingarten rights and told you that you could have representation?
I had representation in the investigation meeting. I'm talking about when Mr. Garro delivered the letter of reprimand.
Yeah, we get that. January 17th letter that you got on January 22nd when you first started, when you created the attendance sheet that same day. I get that. We get that. And it was removed because the district recognized that when you were handed the letter, you weren't offered to have union representation with you when you received the letter. Fine, they took it out. I got it. What I'm asking, I'm not asking you about that event. I'm asking you about whether it's an effective teaching strategy to sit back in your chair, relaxed, as Ms. Scott explained. And did you have any Navajo students in your class?
It's Gallup. I had a lot of Navajo students.
Okay, so did you hear Ms. Scott explain that culturally, that posture of sitting back with your feet up on a desk is actually a reflection of being relaxed? Did you hear her say that?
I did hear her say that.
Do you think she's telling the truth about that?
Yes.
Okay, so why on God's green earth would you present yourself to students you are hoping to inspire to go to college as though the whole class is just kind of a blow-off deal? Why would you do that?
Okay, first of all, if you're accusing me of cultural faux pas, I was not aware that this had some special meaning. Two, it was just about comfort. I didn't think it beyond that. If someone had come in and told me, hey, you really need to stop doing that, that's a different thing. I was making regular rounds, checking in on students, specifically trying to figure out their progress and to offer help and to give them help.
Okay.
A lot of students like that.
I got it. You said that you ended up, with regard to an email from Mr. Tallant to you, you said that you had to actually provide him the list of assignments.
Yes.
That you actually had to provide it to him so that he could email it back to you. Is that right?
He emailed it out to Miss Jacoby too, and this wasn't about the list of assignments, it was about the fact that he didn't actually record my students' grades. I gave him the spreadsheet I had,
Okay, earlier.
the students' grades.
All right, so in Exhibit 6 of this big packet of emails that you submitted to the board to represent all of the efforts you were taking to address your concerns in the class. If you look, I think it's the third page, 4 pages from the back. Well, it's 3 and 4 pages. I'm so sorry. The black notebook, your Exhibit 6. It's the page 3 and page 4 from the back of Exhibit 6. You testified earlier that you provided this list to Mr. Tallant.
I don't believe that's what I said. I said
That is actually what you said. I wrote it down. That is what you said. Because I want to know, hold on, here's my question. Where is the email from you to Mr. Tallant where you're giving him all of these assignments, where you're telling him how to teach?
So what I noticed in this list of emails that was given by the district, this didn't actually include the emails that were just between me and Mr. Tallant. Secondly, to clarify what I said earlier, what I meant was that he didn't have these graded. I had to give him the list of what I had because he didn't have time to pick up all the portfolios. That was later after this email. And we did sit down and figure out what was actually assigned. Like,
Okay, I'm going to represent to you that the emails that were pulled were every email where Alex Tallant is a recipient or sender. So if there's an email that you believe is missing, then that is something that should have been brought to our attention earlier. But the reality is, it doesn't make sense. What you're saying doesn't make sense, does it? Where Mr. Tallant is actually saying at the top of his email to you, he says, here's a list of assignments I'll be hoping to see. He's telling you what he's hoping to see.
this is because in a previous conversation that was face-to-face with Mr. Tallant, I asked him, hey, can I get actual grades for these students? All I have is what I have recorded down about what they've turned in and not turned in. I wanted to make sure my students had actual grade more than just what my recording was, because at that point, that was the only record. He had to take up these portfolios because he had not actually been writing down which assignments were turned in, what grade they received.
Okay.
This whole proceeding is blaming me for the circumstances of the college professor not doing their job up to stuff and me doing my best to make up for that.
I don't think
Any
you were
problems
doing,
of my class,
I don't
I'm
think you were
trying
doing
to
your
improve
best.
on.
Mr. Mason-Jones, I respectfully, I don't think you were doing your best because you just gave the board a description of a really cool class. I mean, I want to take that class. And you didn't do that. You had every opportunity. No, there's nothing in that job description, the teacher responsibilities, that says that you can't be creative and you can't make sure that your students are engaged and excited about college. You didn't do that.
It also says the primary responsibility for is ensuring students are completing their work from UNMG before working on any other assignments the teachers may supplement. Teachers will need to review grades. I was giving extra assignments. I was doing my duties as I understood them. And I tried to beef up the assignments that he was giving because, to my understanding, I could not actually issue a grade for the extra assignments I gave. And when you don't have a grade, students are much less likely to actually complete them. Some students did complete them.
Okay.
Other students, when I would ask them to, they would pull it up and they would pay lip service to doing it, but I would never actually turn it in. Others, they were either working on those current assignments indefinitely, or they just didn't want to do the extra assignments. I was trying here.
So
This is what I'm talking about when it comes to lack of structure. This class did not have the structure for me to latch on to.
Well,
I was doing this stuff in response. And
That's
yes,
not
I
really
could have done better.
hang on,
The district,
my turn. Isn't it true, though? I mean, you told the board that Kirsten, I forget her last name, Jacoby. Miss Jacoby was a 20-year teacher. And so the reason why her students weren't struggling, or at least as reported by Mr. McFarland, was because she had all this experience. But in reality, then when I asked you about the curriculum and about what you would do, you do have experience, and you did describe an exciting curriculum. And isn't it true that really maybe it just wasn't what you thought it should be, and so you just kind of gave up and threw your back and threw up your feet and just decided that you were going to take a break too?
If I was actually given the authority to grade things, to actually run this as a discussion section, I would have done those things. That I was going to ask for in the new semester. This is I reported this multiple times at the issues of these class, and it was ignored. And now we're sitting here wondering what I could have done. If you're not satisfied with how I did the class, that is the definition of unsatisfactory work performance. And frankly, put me on EGP.
Okay.
Let me come back to work. Let me show how good of a teacher I am. And let this actually be corrected. That's both according to contract and law, which has been ignored here.
Do you think that you could do
after I
it?
told the
Do you think you could do it? Do you think you could meet expectations?
yes.
Okay, then why didn't you already?
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. I did what I did based on the understanding of what my responsibilities were. I gave extra assignments. I was told repeatedly to let the professor do their thing and to focus on making sure the students were doing their work.
It's not in the emails. I read every single email that you made an exhibit, and it's not let the professor do their thing. But I have one last line of questioning, and I know everybody wants to get out of here. And I'm sure your lawyer wants to ask you some questions. Exhibit 6 again, in your notebook. This is going to be kind of hard, but it's sort of like in the middle of the exhibit. Wednesday, November 13th. I think if you kind of just flip back through.
Sorry, which exhibit was it again?
Your exhibit 6.
My exhibit 6, okay.
And it's November 13th, 2024, and you're telling Mr. McFarland and Ms. Montoya, the counselor, that your planning period runs from 9 to 10:20. Is that AM?
Yes.
Okay, and did that change in the second semester?
No, but it does change by the day.
Okay, so what days did you have a planning period from 9 to 10:20?
Only Thursday.
All right, and what else were you doing from 9 to 10:20 on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday?
That would have been second period by then. My planning, which is first period, which would have been 8 to about 9.
Okay, but what was second period? From 9 to 10:20 was either a planning period or second period. And what was second period for you? Credit recovery?
Credit recovery.
All right. Now, now my understanding is when Mr. Garrow, your principal, confronted you about sending out a union business email from the work computer, that you actually responded that you didn't intend to do that, but you also told him that it was your understanding that you can actually send out or do union business during the contract day. Is that correct?
Yes, PIBA specifically says that reasonable access includes discussing with employees employment matters, investigating grievances. It also states that our use of district email can be under various things, including the business of the union.
Okay, is there any, so it's your understanding of the law that during the contract day, while you're being paid by the district, you can do union business. Is that correct?
Under circumstances.
Okay, what are the circumstances? Will you tell the board what your understanding is?
It says that we can use district emails for conducting union business, delivering certain things
Okay,
under reasonable access that includes during the workday for current employees, discussing and investigating grievances and employment matters.
okay. So what I'm hearing you say is that PIBA allows you to use the district's email system. Is there any restriction on when you can use the district's email system for the union business you described? Any restriction at all in PIBA or elsewhere that's legal that restricts your ability to use it during instructional time?
PIBA does not mention any limits onto time with that particular provision.
Okay, so you believe that under PIBA, you are allowed to conduct union business all day long during the contract day regardless. Is that true?
No, under the specific circumstances that I mentioned.
Okay, under those specific circumstances, but you could write and send an email during second period credit recovery.
So I drafted these emails mostly in Word documents before I would send them out. The only times that during school hours I was working on them would be for minor edits or hitting send.
Okay. On January 8th, Wednesday, January 8th, 2025 at 9:02, you wrote an email to Tim Bears. Tim Bears, you exchanged one with him in which you were talking about his meeting, I think, with administration, and then also his ballot. But you just testified that from 9 to 10:20, that's your second period. First of all, do you dispute that? I'll show it to you.
So that's actually one of the specific things I just said.
Let me show it to you. Do you agree with me that this email?
Can I please have a
I'm
copy
sorry,
of
yes,
that?
of course.
Thank you.
Do you agree with me that on January 8th at 9:02 a.m., during your second period when you were supposed to be teaching, this is a Wednesday, you sent out union-related business email? Yes or no? Just yes or no?
Yes, PIBA, however, specifically talks about discussing grievances and union business. Do you know why
Okay, hang
Mr.
on.
Bears had that meeting?
No, and that is not relevant, and I did not ask you. So, no, you need to stop. I would like to...
It goes to the legality of the actions of the district.
Oh, really?
You decided this was open, not Mr. Bears,
Okay,
all right?
okay.
Including the union has a fiduciary duty not to do that.
All right, I am going to mark this email as Exhibit 30 and ask the hearing officer to admit it into evidence.
I object. One, don't know where this email came, like where it got from, and two, this is private union information. I don't.
Except it's not private union information when it's sent on public. This is actually, I think, this is a public record under IPRA, actually. There might be some redactions in it, but this is a public record under IPRA. May I?
Yes.
All right. Do you agree with me that on Wednesday, January 8th at 9:15 a.m., you sent an extensive email out to it appears all union members. Yep. Regarding district, a meeting, regarding convening a meeting regarding recalling the, I believe, recalling the a recall election. Who else is going to be actually elected? A special election. Union's been ineffective for a long time, pushing for negotiation topics and more autonomy. So a lengthy email to the entire union on Wednesday, January 8th, 9:15 a.m. during your second period credit recovery course. Would you like to see it? Okay. And I'm going to, since we have to look at it, I'm gonna, in order to answer the question, I'm gonna ask to admit this as Exhibit 31.
No objection.
But you believe that, now, my understanding is you believe that the investigation was implemented in retaliation for you having done union business? I guess I don't understand. What is your allegation about the retaliation? This isn't really, my understanding is you believe that this is a performance problem, not misconduct, and that this is really about retaliation against you because you conducted union business. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes, because, again, none of these issues were brought up before this moment in time.
But you mean before the investigation, which included talking to 13 students and other staff about what they observed and about students being sad, 18 students quitting because they were bored? Ms. Scott even testified that they were bored.
Testified about how they were annoyed about the extra work that I assigned.
Right, at the beginning of the year, the one essay that you assigned at the beginning of the year. All right.
Not the only assignment that I gave that year.
What was your schedule this past semester? So from 9 to 10:20, you had second period. 8 to 9 was planning period. What else? What was next?
So on that Monday through Wednesday, it's actually 50-minute periods, so it's more like 8 to 9 is first period, 9 to 10 is roughly second period. It starts to shift a little bit because it's not quite an hour.
Okay, and then what? Just walk me through your day.
Third to fifth period is the dual credit.
And what is the time of that? What are the hours? When does it start?
It depends on the day. I'd have to look at the actual schedule to be sure about the exact time, but that would be roughly a little before 11 to early afternoon, about 1:20.
Okay, when would you take your lunch?
So on the days we went up to the college, I ate my lunch from 11 to 11:30, which is when we would go up to the college.
So that's the Tuesday, Thursday, right?
Monday, Wednesday.
Oh, Monday, Wednesday.
Correct about which days I was actually going to the college.
Okay, Monday, Wednesday. And then when did you have lunch on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday?
At the normal time, so it would have been at the beginning of fourth period.
Which is what time?
I think it's approximately 11:30 to noon.
Okay, so 11:30 to noon. All right, on January 23rd, excuse me, January 16th, you sent an email out, so January 16th, 2025, you sent an email out to the entire union asking for phone numbers and email addresses to update your rosters because the previous the previous president had not done the work to keep things properly updated, so you were having to fix it. Do you recall having sent that email out on a Thursday at 1:40 p.m.?
Yeah.
All right, so you agree you did? Or do I need to show it to you?
Can I have a copy of the email, please?
I'd like to move for the admission of Exhibit 32, the email that Mr. Sawyer, or Mr. Mason-Jones is, did I already give you one? Yeah. Is reviewing to answer the question.
No objection.
Submitted.
Are you, was it someone else's fault that you sent this email out at 1:40 p.m.?
So, I want to be very clear here. For these longer emails, this is typically something that I'm working on at home, and then I bring to school, and I'm generally just hitting send, maybe sometimes minor edits. This email at 1:40, I don't remember what happened that day, but I likely worked on it over lunch and just didn't send it until 1:40.
Okay.
Not entirely sure.
All right, and then on Thursday, January 23rd at 12:08 p.m., you sent an email out to the entire, a very long email, 2 pages, well, 1 1/3, out to the union, entire union, talking about your weekly union meeting, and then it was a Q&A. What can I do if I'm called to a disciplinary meeting with the administration? Can they use the time for the data day and the winter formal? Can H-1B and J-1 visa teachers join the union? Can the school district change failing grades to passing ones? Do you need to see a copy of that email to know you sent it out on Thursday at 12:08 p.m.?
That particular one, I know for a fact, I wrote on my lunch because I had received a letter of reprimand the day before, and I was very much making sure to color in the lines and wrote and sent over my lunch.
At 12:08 p.m., you just said that lunch started about 11:30 and ended at 12.
Yeah, so I worked on it over lunch. I must have been a little over on time, but I worked on that.
You must have been.
That was me attempting to color inside the lines there.
It's not important to you to actually follow the rules. It's just your modus operandi to attempt to color in the lines. Is that what you're saying?
If I'm working on an email over my lunch and I'm over by 3 minutes from my lunchtime, I think that's me attempting to comply to the rules. That's just a bit of difference in time.
Well, so I think you just said that just the day before you had actually received the letter of reprimand, right?
Yes.
And so you were particularly on alert to make sure that you were following the rules.
Yes.
But you didn't. Even when you were on high alert, you didn't follow the rules. I move to admit Exhibit 33.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, I'm almost done here. The last thing I want to do is look at the email. All right. The email, I believe it's Exhibit 10. If you could page through Exhibit 10 here. All right, so first of all, January 24th was, so Exhibit 33 tells us that January 23rd is a Thursday, right? So we're looking at Exhibit 10 in the district's exhibits. Exhibit 10 shows, if we go backwards, shows Mr. Hyatt emailing McFuse Matters. What is McFuse Matters at gmail.com?
That is the union email address?
That's what email address?
The email address for our union, McFuse.
I'm sorry, for what? For McFuse? What is McFuse?
The union, our local union. McKinley
that's what it's called.
Federation of United School Employees.
Okay, got it. So this is a union email address. That's what sorry, I just didn't quite get it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Whitney at nmaft.org, who's that?
As the president of AFT New Mexico.
Okay, so on January 24th, so if we page through at 11:46, so that's a Friday.
That would be
So
during my lunch.
Friday, from 11:30 to noon is your lunch. Great, okay. So, but on the next page, so Whitney to Mr. Masonjones, and then McFuse to Whitney at 10:51 that day, which you've told us is actually a work time, that's a period, that you are writing to Whitney. You're actually writing the email that you sent during your lunch break later to Mr. Hyatt.
So I will admit fault on this one. I was nervous. I had written up this draft the night before. I was waiting for Whitney to contact me back.
This is all day. This is all morning. You've got back and forth with Whitney at 10:14 a.m., at 9:59 a.m., at 8:30, at 9:41 a.m. At the previous day at 4:54, which I assume is off contract time. 3:31 p.m. When does school end?
3:31
3:31 is the
or 3:30.
3:30. Okay. So
for the lengthy email, this is something I drafted the night before. I was waiting for Winnie to reply before sending to her. I was nervous. This is my first time interacting with Mike Hyatt, and I wanted her input, and I wanted to send it out by lunch so Hyatt would be able to see it before the end of the day.
which I understand. I'm not saying you weren't nervous or whatever. I get that. I get that. But this is now just 2 days after you've gotten the letter of reprimand from Mr. Garro telling you not to do union business during instructional time, and you did it anyway. Again, this is when you are on heightened alert. All right. I think I might be, finished. Let me just check with my client. Yeah, I will pass the witness. Thank you very much.
Redirect.
Mr. Masonjones, just a few questions for you. I want to go back and start at the beginning of your testimony or answer questions. So you were asked questions regarding attendance and how you took attendance and changing the attendance if a student were to leave. Were you allowing, giving students passes to leave your course?
No, in fact, I was pretty strict about the.
Sorry, that's beyond the scope of my cross. I didn't ask him about that at all.
Yeah, you did. You asked him about his students leaving class and attendance and if they were given passes.
Okay, go ahead. All right.
Yes, so if you could describe the scenarios in which students were leaving your class.
Students tended to leave the class at the actual break time. If it was anything past that, I was pretty religious about the e-hall pass system, having students fill out the auto pass if it was just the bathroom, or having them send the formal pass, or me making the pass if it was to anywhere else. I sought help for this. I had conversations with students. I was trying to handle it. I regret how I handled it, and for the new year, I was keeping notes for myself on skipping. So I would make sure that I was careful about reporting it this time. I see that as a fixable issue under that case law for unsatisfactory work performance includes improperly disciplining students, granted an over-disciplining, but this is a fixable problem that I was not informed of as a problem until the investigation. And like, if I was confronted with it, I fixed it. I would have changed how I did the attendance.
How are you implementing changes to attendance in the second semester?
So you guys saw from that exhibit, I was marking if they were just absent all day, if they were skipping a certain part of the class, or if we went up to the college and they skipped then. I wanted a record so I can properly report this. I feel like, in retrospect, this is related to ADHD. There's a certain sort of time blindness where you don't really quite realize that, that has been happening a lot. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, I need to fix that. I mean, it happens all the time with me making appointments. It'll be like, oh, I'll just do it later. Oh, I'll just do it later. Oh, I'll just do it later. And all of a sudden it's 2 months later and I need to do whatever it was, like right now. It's something that I've been working on, and something that, in the reflection about my first semester in this class, that I was going to change how I was doing things.
And so you were asked some questions about the EWS meetings and making reports during those meetings. Who was in attendance in those meetings?
The other members of the health pathway, our AP and counselor were supposed to be there at every meeting, but they weren't always. Ms. Arthur also had health issues, so only Ms. Montoya would show up, or Dr. Lynn, which was one of the other APs.
And in the meetings in which you did report concerns about attendance, was your AP or counselor at that meeting, those meetings?
Yes, those conversations were specifically with them, because this was higher than just EWS meeting when we're talking strategy. This was, there's a problem that needs to be addressed. I told them to my AP and counselor, and I was told by them that they would talk to the students and try to correct the problem.
And what would you do, and what were you planning on doing to improve the course in the spring semester?
One, I was going to start doing assignments live. We only had a couple assignments at first, but one of them was for the nutrition class, and I went through it with them. We did it all together. It was something that I was going to improve the structure of it and to make these into more formal lessons directly around the assignments. I was also improving my record keeping for both attendance, so I can keep more careful records of attendance, even though Synergy did not allow me to record attendance for 4th and 5th period. I was also trying to get a piece of the grade. That was something that I was going to push for. I also am the reason why there's now a textbook for that course and why the professor changed over, because I pushed for structure in that class. And well, I think Mr. Tallant decided that he was done and he was retired. That's why the changed. But we went from an English professor, an actual former nurse for that health pathways class, someone that was more appropriate to the class.
So you were asked, or had a conversation regarding what, to quote, description of a really cool class. What were the barriers to actually implementing that class?
One was that I didn't actually have authority to grade. I was told over and over and over again that I was to be the supporting teacher and my focus should be to support these students through the assignments. That's why it was mostly just going through rounds and doing supplemental lessons to try to improve any missing background knowledge that they had or skills that I thought they needed for the assignment that they might not have had exposure to yet. This includes things like we worked on presentation skills. We did a whole 2 weeks where I talked to every day different aspects of presentations. We did 2 sets of practice presentations where the first one I kind of was, it was their rough draft. You know, you had a lot of common problems of like turning to the screen and reading directly off of it. I had them rate them, and then we talked about both individually. I would give them individual feedback, but also to the class about how to actually accomplish a presentation. And, you know, we need to be open, we need to be talking, we need to summarize what's on the slide. You should have less words on your screen than what you're saying, things like that.
And I've heard you talk a little bit today about acknowledging mistakes that you've made and some changes that you would make. If you were to be reinstated for your employment and go back to educating in the high school level, and particularly with the dual credit course, what changes would you make to improve off of this situation?
One of my biggest frustrations with myself from that first semester is that I think I could have handled discipline a lot better. In my attempts to ingratiate myself with the students and try to build relations with them, I think I let them walk all over me, which is not, of course, the right way. I needed to report those things earlier and more often in synergy, but in the past, I hadn't had to really do that because I was able to keep the classroom under control. But because of the lack of the structure, because that there was more downtime, because there wasn't enough assignments and students refused to work on the assignments I provided, it was difficult to maintain that order. So if I were to go back, more discipline, getting on these discipline issues faster, especially when it comes to skipping, it's a pet peeve of mine, to be frank. Being braver, talking and following up to admin who are, throughout the school, this is problems that teachers report, that they don't feel like they're getting support when they take issues to admin. Nothing's being acted on. Something that I was trying to advocate for as a union representative and now as president.
Have you ever taught a course with such much leeway for what you as an instructor are allowed to do?
No. In other years, I have curriculums to work off of. I have scope and sequences. I have documents on standards to follow. That is the structure that I'm used to. I love the PLTW courses because they were laid out, but I could also play with the material. I can add things in as I felt was necessary. I can supplement. I can change things based on my individual class. But this one, especially with the freshman experience, it was easy to create new assignments because there was stuff to really base it off of. Solid classwork, good things I can refer to that they learned in class. But in the health pathways, it was so unstructured that it made it difficult to even keep these kids busy because, again, the assignments that I was giving were inherently optional because I was not to give a grade. That's what my understanding of the instructions were. That's what I was told by the counselor when I asked about dual credit grades, is what I received an email. If I had like control over that, if they told me and made it clear that I was supposed to be doing a more discussion-based thing, I would have acted completely differently. But that wasn't my understanding. That's not my reading still of those instructions, because those instructions say may supplement. They says the focus is to make sure the students are doing the classes, and it just says credit, not a grade. My understanding of because that same language shows up where we talked about the other dual credit class. It's a credit, meaning that they receive a credit in both, not that they receive a different grade.
And my last question, I believe, for you is, had you been given the opportunity to work through the growing pains of such a newly structured course for you, do you think you would have been able to be more successful as the semesters went on?
Yeah, I was making improvements in that first semester because, again, this was a new thing. I was getting used to the structure. I can definitively say with all the students that did fail, I tried to help them succeed. And a few of them were even passing in the middle there. There's only a couple that really couldn't pass mathematically, but there was a few more that if they had just kept up with their assignments and turned everything in, we would have been there. And I reminded them every day, like, these are assignments. I offered help. I helped them directly. Like, one of the things that they're accusing me of is just tell the professor to just go send an email to the professor. But the funny thing about that is something I actually personally helped that particular student to do. We sat down and we constructed an email because I recognized the initials. All these students are saying these things, but I think it's being twisted. It's being filtered through Kadon and Darren, and we're taking these incidences and creating a pattern out of it that I don't think existed. And like, I, on my own, tried to make improvements to the class between semesters, and if they had let me finish out that semester, if they had said instead, say, hey, we have these concerns, let's get you on an EGP, it would have been different. They would have been able to see the improvements I was making. I would have been able to pull up that document that I created to track things better. None of these issues were brought up to me before this investigation, which again goes to show that there was not progressive discipline and there was no correction that's required under the law. Ultimately, this is a performance issue because they have concerns about my performance. They can say that you could have done better, but it is the district's and admin's duty to nurture teachers. And while I've been a teacher for a little while, I'm not perfect yet. I'm not Miss Scott over there who's been teaching for 25 years. I'm not Kirsten Jacoby, who has been teaching dual credit for the last, I'm not even sure how long. Even Mr. Gutierrez said that he had a bad failure rate when he was starting out in dual credit, that he had to learn that he had to be more on top of them. And I was listening to his testimony, and that sounded very familiar. If he was given a chance to improve in dual credit over the last 4 years that he's been doing it, I feel like I need to be given that opportunity for messing up one semester while still meeting the district goals.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Members of the board, do you have any questions for Mr. Masonjones?
Mr. Mason, you said that if you were given the chance for the second semester that you would have made things better. With that being said, days after getting a letter from Mr. Gyro stating no more emails should be sent out during class time. You did not even abide by that, so I don't understand how would you have did better in the second semester if you were told when you couldn't even do what you were told.
On that Thursday, I was attempting to do that. My lunch was 11:30 to the new period is at 12:05, so I sent that in 3 minutes into a new period. I was trying to comply with that and fit it during my lunch. That was a slight overage. With the other email, I just learned that I was the president. I was going to make my introduction. I had written that email that I eventually sent to Hyatt the night before. I was not trying to do it, but I did want to get input from Whitney. And it was a Friday. I didn't want to have it be late. I do regret that to be clear here, what you see is what you get there. I sent a reply. I changed one paragraph. That didn't take a significant amount of time. And again, and this is what I'm going to ask of you guys. I'm the union president, and there's been a lot of procedural issues with this. If there's any doubt of all of that, because the district has claimed that I did nothing, that I sat there and did nothing, and I've been able to show the things that I did do. That is the definition of unsatisfactory work performance. I wasn't doing this out of contempt. If you give me the chance, put me underneath me. Put me under a microscope. Put a camera in my classroom. Let me show a good teacher I am, because if you guys were impressed with what I talked about, what I would have done with the class, then you'll be impressed with me as a teacher being allowed to do that. Put me in a class that is more suited to me, because this is just being a support teacher clearly wasn't my ball game. Put me in, have me teach biology, that's my specialty. Or put me back in the PLCW program where I was doing weekly labs with in-depth lectures, activities, assignments that impressed Ms. Scott, who was my overseeing teacher there. I promise you, if you give me the chance, I'll be able to show how good of a teacher I am and how I've really tried to be an asset to the school. And at a larger scale, as union president, there are undoubtedly issues with the school district. We talked repeatedly today about our issues with admin. Those go beyond me. And it's something that when we try to talk about these—
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's not what I asked. And, well, and I do have another question. You know, you stated that, you know, you allowed these students to be in control and do what they wanted. Do you feel that you actually hurt these students for one whole semester?
So I want to clarify that statement. I was trying. Normally, in the past, how I've handled misbehavior is by relationship building, by talking to them, by trying to get the student to do the right thing. And that has always been successful. This particular class, I had difficulties with that because where I should have put a hard limit, I kept trying to have those conversations, thinking that I could affect their behavior still. I was wrong about that. I admit that I was wrong in how I handled that situation. It's something that could have been improved upon. I wasn't letting students to be nefarious. I wasn't letting students do this. I was trying to stop the problem in my own way. It's just something that has been a pattern for me in my life, that I just try to handle things myself. I should have done more, and I see that, and you guys, from my testimony, I tried to improve on that between semesters. I think that should count for something.
So do you feel you've hurt these students for one whole semester?
I don't know if I hurt them, because there's a lot of students that did pass. There's a lot of students that I really tried to get to pass, and there were some success stories there, even if they eventually failed. I feel like I could have done better. It's like an opportunity cost. I could have done better, so in that way, I could have hurt them. But I wanted to fix that in the second semester. I wanted to make amends and fix the issues of the first semester.
Thank you.
Sir, I have a question. We have done several discharge hearings before, and why aren't other employees have the privilege like you do to have a union rep or union attorney at a discharge hearing?
So this is going to delve into things. I pushed for it because I felt that this district was once again engaging in retaliation. This district has—
Well, other employees have had the same experience, but they've never had union representation.
They should have had union representation.
They didn't.
I know, and that's been a weird thing. So when I got to this district,
And if another person comes next week with the same issue, they won't have union representation. And we have lots more employees than what this email just goes out to. So I don't understand why just a few get the emails from the union and the rest of the people don't in our district.
So after I became union president, I did start sending the emails. Then those emails were just to my building because I was just the building rep. So those emails were for the CPU of my building. That's why they didn't get sent out to everyone. As far as union rep in these hearings, I've only been in power since this started happening, so late January. To my knowledge, there hasn't been any hearings in that time other than mine. Is that correct?
Well, I think that even though there's changes that needs to be done, we don't see it. And even now, according to all of the stuff that we're going through. But the other question I have for you is, you keep saying it's very disorganized, and you gave us some ideas on how you would improve that. And you've developed these, you said you would develop things, but as Mr. Mitchell said, a whole semester has been kind of wasted before our children.
I wouldn't.
And
Sorry.
so one of the things that you also stated is that you were a babysitter, not a teacher. You've had the opportunity, and also stating in the teacher responsibilities, to make those changes. You've heard another teacher come in, Mr. Gutierrez, and said how much he's made those changes and implemented them. I don't understand why you cannot do that. I mean, if I saw something, like what you're saying about the attendance and 3rd through 5th, and you couldn't have developed that the first week of that because you saw a discrepancy and you waited on somebody else, that wouldn't be how an active teacher an experienced active teacher would be. I don't see that. I don't see that for my children. We fight really, really hard to have qualified teachers that will take those extra initiatives on for our children, especially as one of our teachers that is Native has stated. You take that extra initiative. You don't have to be told by somebody. You go and talk with a Native teacher what the requirements of the cultural sensitivities are. We have a whole department back here that you could come in and learn about us, not us always coming to you.
So, while I wasn't aware of the issue of
Again, you're not aware again, but you
But
have to do your homework at the same time.
Can I finish explaining?
So my question, you said that you would improve this department, and you gave us requirements, but you did not implement it. Why?
I was implementing it. We can talk about the timeline of that, that maybe I did that too late, but between semesters I was trying to improve the class. I did student evaluations so I can get a feel from the students about how I can better help them, both in a general survey and a specific one where students gave me direct feedback, where I asked them specifically how I can better help them. And to discuss the issues around Native culture, and Valerie Scott can corroborate with this. Last year when I was next to her classroom, I was asking her questions constantly about being respectful of Native culture with respect to touching dead organisms, because I knew that there was something with that, but I needed details. I needed, like, okay, well, you've taught this class before. How do you deal with this issue? And I learned from her about how to deal with it. We basically came to the idea that I would provide to anyone that did not want to touch these organisms to have a virtual lab where they can go through a model. We also tried to get organisms that were in line with those practices. She also taught me in how to talk to students about those issues and to make sure that they were feeling good. This actually is something that showed up in my evaluation from last year from Ms. Deb Arthur, that she was impressed that I went through that, and I talked in that class about trying to be culturally sensitive. I am sorry that I was accidentally culturally insensitive, but I can't act on what I don't know, but I'm willing to learn. I want to learn. I want
As
to
you know, our children are visual learners, as a lot what people will say. Native American students are visual learners. They learn off of you. So what she's saying, that's what it means in Navajo. You don't be lazy. And what you were performing in front of our children is being lazy by putting your feet up and not caring about anything. If you're lazy, then you shouldn't be there.
Wasn't
And
trying to be lazy. I wasn't trying to protect.
that's from the same person that you said you got the cultural sensitivity training that just told us that. So
Yes, that doesn't mean I have that specific information. I've never heard this before. And again, I'm willing to learn.
the other thing you stated was they have hard deadlines, the college. That's the college you were talking about.
One of the classes
And
did.
you are a professor assistant pertaining to what is described in the teacher responsibilities. That's your job. That is your job to help them with these hard deadlines, just like it was the counselor. We have to teach our children what these professors are wanting. And if there's a hard deadline, then you do something to help them reach that hard deadline instead of just saying, oh, well, it's the professor's duty, it's the professor's fault. No, that's why we put this program, so then there is a freshman base on there, but then there's one for college bound. And that was your responsibility to help them at that time, not just with how to take notes, how to do emails to professors, how to ask for help from professors to get to these deadlines. I don't understand why that's so difficult.
So, to address the deadline issue, I was doing conferences daily with every student. I would talk to them individually. I would consult my notes about what they have and haven't done. And I would talk to them specifically and say, hey, you have X, Y, and Z not done yet. These two things have a hard deadline of this Friday. This thing has a soft deadline of this Friday. And I would try to work with them to prioritize and try to work with it. And this is something that a lot of students did improve on. They were turning in assignments on time. Just mathematically, though, a couple of them weren't able to pass, and the people that were able to pass, they weren't perfect about hitting those deadlines. Because as much as I can tell the student, like, here's what you do, and to help them directly with the assignment, I can't push pen to paper. I can't hold their hand and make them move the pen or to guide their hands on typing. But I did actually physically sit with some of these students to help them with their assignments, but also there's a technique called body doubling. It's something that's commonly used with ADHD kids. It's something that works with all kids too. Basically, you sit and work near them to be available.
I'm sorry, but the other thing that I wanted to ask about is we ask our children, or the investigation asks our children different questions. And one of the questions that they asked them, do you feel that Mr. Jones is helping you succeed in the classroom? He doesn't care. That was one of your students' comment. Out of the 13 students interviewed, that bothers me when I read something like that. When a student tells us that the teacher does not care, that hits hard. Why do you think that child feels like that about you?
So, to my memory, that one was marked FL.
No, you won't disclose any name.
I'm not doing that.
I'm not disclosing names. It was the initials marked on their notes. So I want to talk. I'm not going to disclose names. I'm not going to reveal as many details as possible. I had a student. It was probably my biggest failure and my biggest success. He had issues. Some days he would curse with me, curse at me. Some days he would be a great student and he'd be really trying.
Okay, another one. Same question.
Yeah.
No. He blows me off.
I honestly don't know where.
So what I'm saying is, of what the attorney asked, you know, there was 13 interviews here. Those are the ones that I think, what was stated, it's everybody else's problem. These are not everybody else's problems, and we need to see what we can do to help them.
Yes, and I was trying to help them. I'm sorry if a student thought I didn't care, but I can honestly say I cared about each and every one of them. And again, I was doing daily detailed conferences with each of these students. I was also doing regular rounds to help these students. I was trying, and I also advocated for these students to get a better class. I don't begrudge their emotions there, but from my end, I can say that I cared. I tried with this class based on the requirements of the class. And again, between semesters, I tried to improve on the class, and I asked specifically the students to give me a feedback form so they can tell me directly what sort of things that they wanted more help on, about how I help them better. I was trying to tailor my instruction to my students.
Okay, so we are done with the presentation evidence, right?
I have a rebuttal witness. Very short.
It will have to be very short.
Yes.
We are close to being done.
Okay. Ms. Montano.
She was already sworn in, you don't need to do it again, right?
What's that?
She was already sworn in, you don't need to do it again.
No, I don't.
You have to, Montano, you're still under oath.
Okay. Ms. Montano, you heard Mr. Mason-Jones say that he was responsive to students and that he was trying to support them, even though he could have done better. Did you have any opportunity to review any evidence about him responding to students?
Yes, I did.
Okay, will you explain to the board what that was and what you found? What you found?
We had students who claimed that they had emailed for help, so we did follow up on that. I saw emails where students had reached out and asked for help with no response from Mr. Mason-Jones.
Okay, so emails from students asking for help and no response from Mr. Mason-Jones at all.
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Scott, you heard Ms. Scott testify that she encouraged Mr. Mason-Jones to document students not attending through the early warning system spreadsheet. What information do you have about whether he did anything through that documentation she recommended?
I did look at the early warning system spreadsheet. There were 3 students that Mr. Mason-Jones had turned in, basically for failing grades, and there was no parent contact.
Okay.
It was documented.
So he didn't, is that the expectation? Is the expectation
Yes,
that
I was looking at some of the other teachers and some of the things that they did. That was they had a section where that can be documented, and there were, contacted parent, there was mediation, work with counselors.
do you know if, do you know what Mr. Mason-Jones told Gallup McKinley? You heard him testify about having worked at a different district?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Mason-Jones told Gallup McKinley on his application when he was hired by the district about why he left his former district?
He wanted
Objection, hearsay. If this document exists, we should be able to see it.
It's his application. And actually, this is rebuttal to what he said. This is actually rebuttal to what he talked about. And
Not here. If you want technical, it's an omission of a party. Would come in, so you can testify.
But regardless, Is it don't you head HR?
Yes, HR is one of my departments that I oversee.
So isn't it your job to know what people say on their
So
applications?
I review applications often.
Okay, what did Mr. Mason-Jones tell GMCS in writing about why he left his former school district?
To relocate.
Mr. Mason-Jones, did you hear him testify repeatedly that he kept asking and asking if he could give grades so that he could expand on his innovation and teaching? Did you hear that?
I did.
Did you see any emails, when you pulled the emails for Ms. Barbarena, when you pulled the emails for her, how did you pull them? What did you pull?
I had IT pull them for me. They ran them copies for me, and I did go through them.
Okay, but did you run, what was the search? Did you run for all emails with Mr. Tallant, or what was it?
Correct. I believe it was with the university professors and himself. Jack McFarland was usually on those emails as well.
Did you see any email in those emails in which Mr. Mason-Jones asked anybody or complained to anybody about his ability to give a grade?
No, I did not.
All right. He also said, he kept saying he didn't teach because he wasn't controlling the grade. Did you hear him say that over and over? Is that a thing? Like, if you don't, so in co-teaching or as an EA, or I guess I'm confused. Is that a thing? Like, if you only can teach if you are controlling the grade?
I have never heard that statement before. No, that is not the case. We teach kids all the time in different ways.
Okay, and then would you expect Mr. Gutierrez, who's a counselor and not a licensed teacher, to approach his monitoring of the dual credit course differently than you would expect Mr. Mason-Jones as a teacher who's co-teaching the dual credit?
Yes.
Okay. But did you observe anything, like comparing what Mr. Gutierrez as the counselor was doing as opposed to Mr. Mason-Jones, who was co-teaching? Did you make any observations about the efficacy?
Yes. I believe the dual credit courses look different from different universities. For example, with Eastern, it's an online course. So all of the instruction is given online. He is over kind of monitoring the kids, making sure they understand, do they need help. Mr. Mason-Jones is a totally different setup. So they go up to the university, it's face-to-face with a professor, and then he comes back and supports, but also expands. As Mr. McFarland had stated, there's an expansion of them getting that college experience. So it's totally different.
Okay, and then my final question is, did you hear Mr. Mason-Jones say repeatedly that this is really just a performance issue? Like the investigation revealed just performance issues?
Yes, I heard him say that multiple times, and I want to be very clear. This was not a performance issue. This was a safety issue. So through our investigation, we found vaping happening in the classroom that was not reported. That was a serious concern. There were attendance issues, students disappearing from your classroom, ditching, going who knows where. That was also very concerning. There was also, through our investigation, students told us that he told them and had a deal with them that they would act like they're working when an administrator came into the classroom. Basically, he's telling them to lie for him. That was a huge concern to us. It's a form of grooming, getting kids to do something for you to keep you out of trouble. And then we had a student tell us that she was eating in his classroom. There was nobody else there. Again, there were concerns with us for the district, that this was opening doors for other things to happen, for example, grooming. Very concerned with that.
Okay. I'll pass the witness. No further questions. Thank
Do you have any cross?
Just a couple questions for you. So you said you pulled some emails of students requesting help from Mr. Mason-Jones, and you reviewed those, and you saw that there was no response to them?
I looked at the emails. Mr. Solon had pulled them, but yes, I did. I
Okay.
had my eyes on them.
Okay, and you read them, and you saw that there was no response? Do you have personal knowledge that he would have, excuse me, do you have personal knowledge that he did not respond to those students in person in the classroom?
From what the student said, yes, he told them to just email the professor.
But you don't have personal knowledge how Mr. Mason-Jones responded to those emails in person?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so personal knowledge, like you seem to be relying on what the students have told you. Personal knowledge would have been like you saw personally that Mr. Mason-Jones blew off these students.
Not in the classroom.
Okay. And do you have personal knowledge that Mr. Jones was allowing vaping in his classroom?
Through the I heard him testify earlier today. Thought something may have, a student was hiding something. If you think a student is doing drugs in your classroom, if you think they're hiding something, that should have been reported.
Okay, but
Keep everybody safe.
and did you personally observe Mr. Mason-Jones allowing students to vape in his classroom?
Not in his classroom.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
I'm going to ask counsel if they would waive the closing arguments. I think we've heard a lot of argument already. And if the board is willing to forego that, I can give some guidance on the board in terms of before you go to your deliberation.
The district's willing to waive, but if Mr. Mason-Jones wants to give a closing, then the district would just ask for a couple of minutes of rebuttal. We don't need to take a.
Well, you have the burden. You have the opportunity to go first. Grace, do you want to give a closing statement? Yeah.
Am I?
You're dismissed. Thank you, Tanya.
Okay. We'll take a 5-minute recess. We use the restrooms.
All right, let's do that. And you guys can consult.
Mindy? We will resume.
We would like to make a brief closing argument, please. Yes, thank you.
Ms. Adams, if she wants to make a statement, you want to make a statement, you have the burden of proof, you have the ability to go first, or you can, whatever.
Yeah, I think, because I did a summary earlier today, I'm gonna rest on, just as my opening, I would rest on, sorry, the first part of my closing, I would rest on that summary, and then, depending on, and then reserve my time for a rebuttal to Ms. Barrena, if necessary.
Ms. Barberena, you may do a short, please be brief.
I promise it, and I think I talk quickly, so hopefully it'll be pretty quick for y'all. I appreciate the time. I really appreciate that you guys are allowing me these couple extra minutes to give a closing argument. We request that there would be found that there was not just cause for termination of Mr. Mason-Jones. There was, first of all, the investigation was not proper per the CBA or the law, and based on an improper investigation that fails a just cause test. Additionally, Superintendent Montano stated that she solely made the decision to terminate Mr. Mason-Jones, and she discussed, she relied on the investigations and other components that she was involved in. However, she was never working directly with Mr. Mason-Jones, yet was able to make a confident decision to terminate him. She was never directly involved or in the supervision or direct report of Mr. Mason-Jones. At no point during the employer's case did we even hear from a supervisor of Mr. Mason-Jones directly. We didn't hear from someone who actually observes him, who he reports to ask questions, to discuss Mr. Mason-Jones' rapport as a teacher, his involvement with his direct supervisors. I think that should have been a really important person to hear from, is somebody who actually has authority and direct supervision over Mr. Mason-Jones. Additionally, Ms. Admin had been put on notice by Mr. Gutierrez, Mr. Mason-Jones in meetings. It was very clear that he was struggling with the attendance, struggling with the behavior of these students, and administration failed to support Mr. Mason-Jones, just as they failed to properly investigate his case. You heard from another employee who works similarly with dual credit course, a counselor, Mr. Gutierrez, who does a dual credit course. Granted, the role is slightly different, but he struggled and discussed similar struggles that Mr. Mason had expressed in his first couple of years. He even admitted to having many F's and D's in his first couple of years, and he had to work very diligently those following years to improve. Mr. Mason-Jones should be given the same opportunity to improve his performance and learn from these dynamics. It's clearly an issue that the teachers thrown into this course have a learning curve to properly understand how to motivate these students in this unique dynamic in a very loosely structured course. Additionally, another test of just cause is to have fair treatment across the board. It's not fair to allow one teacher the years to improve his performance and bring those F's and D's up to B's and above, and all his students passing. That's great. And Mr. Mason-Jones should also be afforded that opportunity, just as Mr. Gutierrez was. We heard testimony that the students reported that he's not my teacher. I think we all know teenagers it's a fun time. I actually really love teenagers, but they're defiant. I enjoy that. But we have to learn to work with that, burgeoning into adulthood, and learning that defiance, and learning when they're testing authority. They're gonna try, and anytime they don't see someone as an authority figure, it's a young adult behavior, it's teenager behavior. And you hear that students were reporting, he's not my teacher. That makes it an additional struggle for Mr. Mason-Jones to get these students to engage. They don't want to be there. We heard that repeatedly. They don't want to be there. They're bored. They don't see Mr. Mason-Jones as a teacher. These are things that should have been addressed with admin. They should have been addressed to encourage students to want to get engaged. Mr. Mason-Jones should have had the support to do so, just as other employees at the school have had the opportunity to learn this completely new course and be better and improve and help our students even more. He was not supported for success. He was not given any coaching. He was not given an opportunity to improve. It was one day to the next, you're out of here. Doesn't even give the students an opportunity to adjust to a new teacher just as they're starting a tough college course.
And it seems like it was a disservice both to Mr. Mason-Jones and the students going into that new semester. He should have been given coaching. He should have been able to reach out to other employees who were being successful in this course. It's obvious that students, even those that don't want to go to college, can be successful in this course. And with the right support around our teachers and our students, I truly believe that Mr. Mason-Jones could have succeeded. You heard that he owned up to the mistakes that he made. He wants to improve. He wants to get the opportunity to go back and be better and learn better and help the students succeed. Finally, both the contract CBA rights and labor rights were violated when Mr. Mason-Jones was not given proper union representation, notified of the administrative leave and the intent to discharge. He wasn't given the opportunity to respond. The investigation wasn't thorough per the standards of just cause. And finally, Mr. Mason-Jones should be given an equal opportunity to improve his performance, and we can all come together and support our students in this dual credit course. Thank you.
Ms. Adams?
All right, just briefly, board members, thank you for your attention over these last couple of days and month, the last month. So really, this boils down to whether this was a performance problem. I mean, there's no dispute that there were missteps. So the question before you really is, was it a performance issue or misconduct? And as Mr. Sanchez stated earlier, a performance issue is something you're authorized to do and you don't do it. And misconduct is something you're not authorized to do. So the superintendent and Ms. Montano told you that they're seeking discharge for misconduct, and that's what the notice of intent to discharge tells you. The misconduct, and I do understand why Mr. Mason-Jones wants this to be a performance issue, because then, of course, there would be some interventions. But, I mean, you heard him even admit that he can do this. He claims he can't, but then he actually said he could do this. He just didn't because he couldn't give a grade or something. I don't know. But the reality is that you didn't hear from a supervisor of Mr. Mason-Jones because this isn't a performance issue. The misconduct arose from the emails, not one, not two, not three, but 4 emails that were sent regarding union business on contract instructional time. Okay? It's okay. Instructional time. So that sparked an investigation of what is this person doing during class time? And Ms. Montano told you that is what actually triggered the investigation. Mr. Garro had nothing to do, the principal, the admin, all of those people had nothing to do with the investigation. And the investigation revealed what Ms. Montano just told you, that there were safety concerns. Attendance issues, not just attendance in the sense of coming or not coming, but students saying that students were just leaving and not coming back. I mean, that's not students just not coming to school, right? That's a different, like a truancy issue. That's a different problem. But that he was not reporting. He told you, safety issues. Why wouldn't you be reporting that students are out and about, out of the classroom? You are responsible. The district is responsible for the safety of those kids. If anything happens to them, it's on you, the board, actually. It's not on Mr. Mason-Jones, but that's just in line with his whole MO. It's everybody else's fault. He's told you that. First of all, he told you that the 13 students were exaggerating. The 18 students who left his course, well, they, couldn't meet the deadlines that he was supposed to help them meet. He blamed Mr. McFarland for not giving enough support. you have all the emails there where he's not asking, most of those emails are repetitive, just asking for a meeting. He's not asking for support in how to enrich or extend. He didn't like the professor, and he wanted to actually throw down the hammer with the professor. That is actually what the emails show you. And then he blamed Darren and Kadon, and I'm not sure what he said. They were, I heard him say Darren and Kadon they violated rights during the investigation. I don't even know what they're talking about. He had union representation when he was interviewed during the investigation. And there's no evidence that there was anything put in his file so the Miss Barbarena didn't identify any document that was put in his file without having had union representation. So that whole statement that his admin leave was actually inappropriate or a violation of the contract is not supported by a document. And then finally, now he's even blaming Miss Scott. Miss Scott, his own witness, I think she was his, best advocate. I didn't mean that as apart from the lawyer, just witness. But now he's blaming her for not having given him the right cultural sensitivity training. I mean, I don't think it takes even Mr. Masonjones. Remember, Mr. Solon told you that he found him to be very intelligent and that he could do it, he just wouldn't do it? That is actually what the evidence shows you, and the investigation showed that what he was doing was not teaching, letting students out and engaging, asking students to lie for him. That's what they learned. That's what they learned during the investigation. He asked students to lie for him. That's what they said. That is what asking students to pretend like you're working when admin comes in, and then you can be on your phones when they leave. That's in the documentation, and that is asking students to lie for you. Pretend like you're working. That is lying. And Ms. Montano told you that is sort of the beginnings of concerning grooming. And you also heard about the student who said that she would eat lunch with him alone in the classroom. Now, we absolutely agree that there's no evidence of any kind of inappropriate sexual contact or sexualized contact with the student, but that is not the point. We don't want that. We don't want that. And the asking a student to lie for you to keep you out of trouble is very dangerous. In addition to vaping, in addition to the attendance issues, and in addition to, at the end of the day, I think Ms. Benally's questioning really summed it up. The students just didn't think that he cared. That's what he communicated to them with his feet up on the desk, watching TikToks and saying, "Oh fuck," in the middle of class. I mean, really? I'd feel uncomfortable saying it right now. But that's what he said in front of our students. So I ask you to please uphold the request of the superintendent to discharge, not for performance issues, but for misconduct that was revealed during an investigation where it is absolutely no dispute that he sent union business related emails during instructional time after he was told not to. So that alone is misconduct. But then that led to the revealing, exposing all the stuff that was going on that the administration was not aware of, because apparently the students were doing a pretty good job of lying for him and making it look like he was actually doing his job. So thank you so much for your time and your interest. And again, we ask that you uphold the superintendent's request to discharge.
I would like to, oh,
Hold on, before the board deliberates, I want to make sure we make very clear on the record at the camera. The board is instructed that the matter with regards to the emails of union business during instructional time and that letter of reprimand are not evidence of discharge of offenses in this action. It is merely to rebut the defense. Okay? So it's offered for that offer. It is provided only for the offer of dealing with the defense of this, about retention. That's it. I ask that the board not discuss union. His status is part of the union. It's irrelevant to this. It's going to be about those points. With regards to the law, I will certainly be available to answer your questions, but I want some things placed on the record. Being placed on administrative leave is not an adverse employment action and is not discipline. Okay? Even under the CBA. The next issue is you guys could deliberate. This is supposed to be a closed session to begin with. But the employee opened it. So you guys already voted to close. So I'm informing the parties that they're going to go back and deliberate because they would have done it in a closed session and they voted to close. So Mr. Mason-Jones invoked his right to have it open. So you guys can go there. I will be available for any questions, and then I will step out.
do we have to make a motion?
No.
No?
Because
Okay,
you already voted to be in
okay.
closed session.
So we will exit for deliberations.
Now, the board may or may not come up to a decision today. I will let you guys know. If you want to stick around, that's fine. But if they do come back, they will vote to come out of executive even though they're already out, and then they'll do a motion in an open session. Okay, so everybody knows what to expect and what to happen. Any questions for me before I go back and see if they have any questions for me?
What's that? Yes, yes, I've got. No, I just have one of each. Yeah, but yes, I have both. I would
Sir, I'd like
entertain
to,
a motion to come out of executive session.
Motion to come out of executive session.
second,
Roll call, please.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Benali,
yes.
Mr. Schaaf.
Yes.
6:23.
6. Mr. Shaw, I'd like to make a motion, sir, to uphold the superintendent's decision to discharge Mr. Masonjones.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Roll call, Joan?
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Benali,
Yes.
Mr. Schaaf.
Yes.
No.
Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second,
Roll call, please.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Benali,